Hello everyone and welcome to the MillionPugs WoT7 number 11. Glad to have you with us today for the final day of the tournament. We have 4 teams left. You have probably seen those 6 battling yesterday, and once again I'm being joined by Toxic, my co-analyst for the final day. How is it going?
It's going great, as per usual, Insane. I'm very keen to see our games. We're starting off with a banger, actually replay from the group stages. These teams have faced each other in the group stages already, also in a best of 7 format, like they will be playing today. And there it didn't go so well for Grouper Speed. Opor actually won that match 4-1. The next match after that will be in the lower bracket, in match number 6, GDVV1 versus Raki, which also played against one another in the group stages in the best of 7 format, and there Raki took the victory with a 4-2.
So yeah, both of those matches are going to be WoT7, just like the group stage, like you mentioned, that was taking place last Sunday. Those teams, they faced each other already, but I have to admit that group stage is something completely different now. They probably have much more advanced tactics. Talking about the first match of the day, Opor against Groupa Speed, that's like a Polish clash. What's your take on it?
I mean, I personally think that Opor probably has the upper hand in this match. The community thinks it's pretty even, slightly rooting towards Groupa. However, I think that historically Groupa has been a rather inconsistent team. They show off very, very strong in some matches, but were never really able to transfer it into a tournament victory, if I recall correctly. So that one is going to be depending mostly on how Groupa performs.
Yeah, I said yesterday, sometimes they are not performing at their greatest peak. Yesterday it was really good though. The performance was great, impressive. That was a very clean victory against Raki, but they have to do it again in the finals of the winners bracket against Opor, so that's a big challenge for them. We also have some Twitch drops, and especially today we have Toxic, some mystery drops available. We have 2D styles and all those premium things.
Yeah, you can either get 1 day of premium. If you get lucky, you might be able to grab a 2D style. Or if you're super lucky, there's 2 different tier 8 premiums, which is the Super Pershing or the AMX CDA 105. So some lucky ones of you will be able to grab those. If you watch for 240 consecutive minutes, if you're not able to complete it during our stream, we will be hosting Ducky afterwards, so you will be able to finish your drops there as well.
Yeah, definitely. Talking back about the first match of the day will be starting shortly, but before that we will have our casters to actually give deeper introduction, especially the pick and bans. So please, Kian and Daki, take it away.
Are you sick and tired of being relentlessly shamed for your lack of skins and loot boxes and other cool things? Well, don't worry about it. We've got you covered, Jimmy. Hi there, we're MillionPugs. You've probably seen our logo on stream, but here's what we actually do. MillionPugs earns you skins and in-game rewards whenever you shop online. When you shop with any of our partnered brands, you earn our own loyalty points, called Pugs. You then swap those Pugs for some spiffy World of Tanks loot like premium tanks, premium account access, and gold. Anyway, head on over to millionpugs.com now and sign up for free.
Well, hello there and welcome back for day 2 of the WoT7 MillionPugs tournament number 11 is the number we have reached by now. I'm once again being joined here by Ducky. I hope you're all having a wonderful day, and we are kicking off the day with the upper bracket final in between Grupa Speed and Opur. What's your take on it?
Not really believing in the community prediction, let's put it that way. I think Opur should be the favorite team by quite a margin here. They also were first in their group. Of course, that doesn't mean too much anymore now, but their overall performance and their performance in past tournaments should favor Opur. I mean, multiple time winners last time around, not getting the victory against GDVV, but they've beaten them already. So I would definitely be on the Opur train here.
I would actually concur with that. I think Opur is the team to be favored. We'll have to see how it goes moving forward. I mean, yesterday we already had quite a bit of an upset in the second match. We'll see if that holds true today. I think either team is perfectly capable of taking the victory here, putting themselves in the grand finals, which we're going to see later today. We do see the lineups right now. I mean, no surprises there. Nothing has changed since yesterday. It is a Polish matchup, both of those teams waving the white and red flag here. And now I think we are going to go into the pick and bans. We see Cliff taken out by Grupa Speed, then Opur removing Prokhorovka. We are going to kick it off with Muravanka, which we didn't see at all yesterday, followed up by Ghost Town. I think we only had one round of that. Yesterday, Steps being banned out. Himmelsdorf would be the map number 3, and if we get to it, Sand River as the tiebreaker.
Yeah, it's kind of what we talked about yesterday, right? That we might see some maps that we haven't seen a lot on day 1 come into day 2. I think this is the perfect example of it. Muravanka, no game time yesterday, but we're going to get 2 rounds of it for sure. And then Ghost Down, we're going to get 2 rounds of it as well. So these teams going on uncharted territory, not really having anything to work off from what has happened in the playoffs that they could use as a tendency to pinpoint in the enemy strategies. Predictions, though, from the casters and analysts. Keyhand and Toxic going for Opur with 4-2 and 4-1 respectively. Insane on the Grupa Speed train with 4-3. And me, myself, and I going for Opur as well.
Yeah, so 3 out of 4 talents here on the stream saying that Opur is going to win. You and Toxic both with the 4-1. That's a pretty crazy scoreline. I'm giving one more round to Grupa Speed. And yeah, Insane once again the outlier here, trying to prove us all wrong. We'll
He's
see.
French.
That too, yes. We'll see what's gonna happen. I think the match is about to start, so the next question to be answered is gonna be the lineups from either side. And Opur is coming into this one with triple S-Conk, double E5, and double Bat.
Grupa Speed on their hand, an I7, a double 277, an S-Conk, an E5, a CS63, and an SCRV 103B2 rounded up. The reason why Insane didn't vote for Opur is pretty simple. In key. The color is too close to yellow from their logo, and that might mean that he starts rioting, puts on a yellow jacket, and we don't want to lose him for the broadcast.
Perfectly understandable.
I mean, it's like a trigger color, you know?
Yeah. Anyway, I think the match is gonna start. So here we go. Initial splits twist by Grupa Speed getting split off with his CS towards the E7 position, where he's maybe gonna spot out a tank or 2. Obviously needs to be very, very careful here against the double Batchat, because yeah, Twist has 2k HP, indicating that he doesn't have HP module, actually. He doesn't have hardening. Piotrix, I think, already aiming with the Batchat. Twist getting spotted out, not really generating information here. So right now, yeah, not a lot being exchanged in terms of info by either team. So both of the teams being kind of in the dark right now.
Yeah, but Opur kind of knows that there's only 2 remaining options for Grupa. They're either all in the forest or they're all on 1-2 line. It's one or the other at this point in time. There's no really a middle ground anymore.
Yeah, I mean, Piotrix here also rocking the spotting equipment, low noise, CBS. Yeah, on Muravanka, I think that's a valid choice. Now we see the rotation coming in by the team of Grupa Speed here, sending a lot of tanks towards the eastern part. I think they were maybe hoping for an opening by the side of Opur, where they would very, very aggressively push towards the 1 and 2 line, but that obviously didn't happen. So yeah, now the rotation here. I mean, 6 minutes remaining. They could do one more if they chose to do it, but the problem for them being right now is that they simply don't have any information to go off of.
No, but DJ's chilling in the water here, awfully close to where I see my team's artillery pieces quite often keyhand as well. You gotta balance it out before you know it, you might be under the water. But yeah, rotations though, establishing E1 in the Eskung for Grupa. And this Moro defense, it's an interesting one from Opur because it's very split, but I think they have a pretty good clue to what might be happening right now. This double batch-out rotation does signal that they are considering, in my opinion, that Grupa is rotating to the forest. They're doing this slow attack. You hold off on 2, you rotate then, you pressure back the forest, and then you can take 3-4 line, or you can push out 0 line. But his double bat, if it executes onto the Eskung, he's done for. I mean, yeah, the SCRV, great DPM, but how much does he really get in this?
Yeah, exactly. The Eskong also being in between the houses where the Batchats could stay safe. So if they actually decide and execute on this, which they probably will once they see Gursky, Ilian and Solo here on the western part of the map, then that Eskong that is pushed up is going to be in big trouble and will probably prefer not to speak.
Will they spot DJ? Will DJ spot them and will they spot DJ? Oh, he does.
Yeah, so Gursky does get spotted, Ilian and Solo not yet though. And the thing is, who is actually able to support DJ here? Well, not a lot of tanks by the side of Opur. There is only a singular E5 that could do it. Now all the 3 tanks are spotted. That should probably spark a rotation by the Batchats. DJ here, hull down and in the water. Needs to be careful that Gursky doesn't actually drown him. We'll have to see. Gursky now opting for the flanking move. And yeah, DJ is gonna die, so we'll have to see how Opur responds on the other side of the map. And indeed, the Batchats do start their approach.
Yeah, the Batchats, Piotrix and Reshek now coming out to get on towards Franak. That Eskog, you can see that burst potential kicking in already. Yeah, the Batchats are taking some damage, but they remove Franak rather quickly. DJ here, I think, does at least his own HP and damage. So both teams are -1, but there is still Tsek, of course. Tsek in that G6 window, trying to do what he can in the D5, forcing Opur down the 2-3 line now, pressuring the SCRV, pressuring Twist away. Twist running there, Marcel running as well. Can Opur really do a lot of damage to these two?
Yeah, that's the question. Tsek now in his E5 also getting overrun by the E5s of the enemy team, trying to trade away his HP against Miko. We'll see if Miko rolls him in the next shot. Tsek should at least get 1 more shot of damage. He does. Now Miko gets the reload, gets the roll as well. So 2 kills for the side of Grupa.
Yeah, but Marcel's way of running is a bit interesting here. Marcel trying to go through the open, getting shut down when the bad shots come with reload. Angling towards the Eskungs is one thing, Kihan, but this way of running for Marcel, I don't think it was it. You see Twist, he did manage to get out of there. But I will say Opur's DJ and Tsek have done a good job at least trading even in terms of HP. And you can see now Grupa is down HP as well. Had a little bit of that lighter lineup as well with that STRV CS combination. But losing the STRV is huge in this. Like, sure, they take 3 line, but this kind of attack is uncommon. It's very rare that you get in these positions as attacker and have to play from it.
Yes, indeed. They do have complete control over the 2-cap, but they don't seem interested into it right now.
And slowly, to cap it.
Yeah, slowly but surely. We'll also have to take a look at the time right now. 2 minutes and 35 seconds remaining, but they still have to clean up the entirety of the Opur team that even have 1,000 more HP. Twist here now starting to approach over the 0 line, but needs to be very, very careful against either Batchat because he's down to 1,277, indicating a 4-shot or even possible 3-shot, depending if he maybe gets set on fire, which is not too uncommon in the CS. Rishek there, outspotting him, deciding not to reveal his position, but in the end he doesn't really need to do that because his team is very, very comfortably set up, I think, at the 1-cap here, which is the only one that Grupa Speed is close to right now.
Yeah, but even Panzer Fury was Yaskun close to the corner, backed off into a better position. Ketsa is going to be the one to actually juke it out against Gursky, but Eskung versus IS7. I know who are out favor in that though, but Ketsai taking a lot. Orchek now repushing as well. Opor not waiting for the rotations, want to shut down this group as speed play immediately. Will this be the right move? We'll have to see. Fury now takes down Gursky. It takes a lot in return, down towards 600 himself. Piotrix can't really help him. He's down towards 200. A good shot from behind from the 5 into Solo makes him a one shot, and Panzer Fury to shut it down, leaving Grupa with just 3 tanks left standing. I don't even think Opor had to do this, but they still made it work.
Yeah, they still made it work. They took a lot of damage on the crosshair, but it was worth it. Taking out the guns by Grupa Speed here. Twist and Elian, the only 2 remaining tanks for Grupa, now coming close here, but they're not going to have a say in the outcome of the battle either, as Elian gets removed to a one-shot, and the CS is not going to be able to remedy the situation. It's going to be Opor 1 and Grupa Speed 0 after the first round.
Yeah, and I think Opor did a really good job here at predicting what would happen from Grupa. They had DJ and the water, I think, trade even in terms of HP or slightly below it. And then I think Tsek also traded even in HP, so they didn't really lose out much there because they were able to close out 2 kills of their own, right? They got Franek and the Eskong, which the double Bacha was very ready for. And then they got Marcel on the SCRV. And I don't know if Marcel should have been caught. I think if he runs the same way as Twist does, he's probably fine. It was a bit interesting how he tried to like line it up with the Eskongs. It makes sense, Eskong KPCR. But even if you go slightly like on an angle with the SCRV towards an Eskong, if he hits your track, man, you're dead in the SCRV. Like you don't live for that, you know? 1 track shot and you're sideways.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he still did like 4 shots of damage, but in the end it was just good reactions coming out from Opor. Like upon seeing the triple heavy tank that was pushing the S-Conk, that still traded okay-ish, I would say. You can see
yeah,
DJ
slightly below, right? But not like, you know, 0.
Yeah, exactly. 2k HP, that's still a chunk of damage to be done by a singular tank that gets pushed by 3, so good job to
and
DJ
Tsek,
here.
look at Tsek, man. He definitely traded even for his tank. I mean, the 2.7. The Batchats are the changing factor here, right? They just have Eclipse.
The Batchat hit squad there was essentially what won Opor the game, simply because they were at the right location at the right time. They were moving in full HP, able to get a full tank out there, and their simple presence was what then forced the STRB into retreat, that forced the CS into the retreat, because they could probably deal with a singular Superconk pushing them, but if you have this constant threat of double Batchat looming over you, then yeah, you simply need to evacuate. And then that was basically when it started falling apart for the team of Grupa, because, well, then they had control established over 1 cap, but as soon as they put tanks, as soon as they put tanks in there, yeah.
I mean, 5v5 key, you can do the scap play when you have like 7 tanks, so you can watch A-line, you can watch K-line, you can watch everything, but in a 5v5, when you're already down 2 tanks, it is not that easy to pull off, especially because what are you going to put on the cap then? The CS? Okay. You have those 4 remaining tanks that cannot cover all the angles, and you got to remember time at that point is already not looking too good. They get 1 reset, probably not capping anymore already. So it's a really weird situation to play from Grupa, but I think Opor, again, had a really good clue about what was going to happen. Like, it seemed like they just predicted the 0-line push.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, the 1-2 line push where basically the Batchats were lying in wait, it wouldn't have worked either, because the Batchats do their clips, then run away. They have heavy tanks in front of them, basically protecting them from just getting overrun. So overall, just a very, very solid defense here by Opor. And now we'll have to wait and see if Grupa Speed will be able to pull off something similar on their own defense, or if it's going to be 2-0.
Batchat is also just a really good tank in a 5v5, you know?
Yep.
The less tanks there are, the more powerful it becomes, IMO.
Yes, exactly. I mean, basically, especially on the map like Murabanka, right, where you have a lot of open ground, a lot of bushes to spot from, the Batchats just becomes such
even flanking
valuable
opportunities.
assets. Exactly.
I mean, you definitely can sneak behind somebody in a 5v5 without getting noticed. So, really good stuff there from Opor. And you got to remember, though, Kihan, what we didn't touch on is the map balance, right? We would tend to say that Moro is attack biased nowadays. It used to be attack like defense favored for years. Nowadays, we would say it's attack favored. and Opor won their defense. And they're going to be attacking now with double mouse, 22277, and S-Kunk and a CS.
And Grouper Speed with a more conservative lineup, 22277, 1 S-Conk, 1 E5, 1 VZ, and a CS. That double mouse, though, that's a very, very interesting pick. We saw it yesterday used already to great effect by GDVV, I believe, where, you know, it just became apparent how annoying the mouse is to deal with for any kind of tank, because, like, you're not going to pen every single shot on it if you're not in its side, and there it still is the simple fact of like 3.5k HP to chew through. That takes time.
Yeah, that of course takes a lot of time. And you can see the opening here from Opor very towards 6, 7, 8 line in the beginning. They want to shut down any push there. They will spot out the VZ of Miko though. Will he take any damage? That is the question. T-Sec picking out now as well. Miko taking 1, Miko taking 2. Miko not taking the third one, even a little bit lucky there. He does try to clip out. It looks like he's tracked for a second. If T-Sec would get another shot here, maybe retract once more. Down towards 928. Some seriously good shooting there from Opor. 1 or 2 misses, yeah, still. But now, look at Grupa pushing down the 2 line. They've seen what's happening here. The S-Kunk will spot out everything, but Opor will be reacting. But look at the HP difference already.
Yeah, the HP difference already seems almost insurmountable. Grouper Speed down to 14,500. Meanwhile, Opor still on 18.5k. Marcel now the next tank to get pushed upon by the side of Opor, because obviously they saw all those tanks in the 1-2 line. They know they're out of game right now, so they will try to capitalize on the tanks in the middle of the map that are basically left stranded by Grouper Speed here right now. We can see all the tanks by Grouper trying to go onto the ridge, trying to provide cover fire, but the Mouses, they're just so healthy, so meaty. They can just take the damage and not care at all. They're even advancing now.
They can't do this because they've already singled out one gun from Grupa, and Grupa, to deal with these double mouses, you have to be shooting the whole time, be as a compact unit. And Panzer Fury wasn't even able to get pushed on that 3 line. I mean, he spotted all of them, sparked an instant reaction. Okay, just push. Literally, just drive forward at Miku, at Marcel and the VZ with no DPM. Yeah, okay, even if he does 2 clips in this. Against this setup from Opor, which is extremely heavy because of that double mouse that you have to deal with, you have to have all 7 of your guns really shooting and focus firing to take them down. And now you didn't have that. You had Marcel and Miku isolated, and Miku was already low HP. It was an easy push for Opor at that point.
Yeah, exactly, and now we just see Opor harvesting the fruits of their successful strategy here, just driving over the remainders of the team of Grouper Speed. This round, not even close.
Well, they got owned. I mean, look at it, dude.
Yeah. I mean, it's still 7 tanks alive by Opor. Maybe one of the one-shots is going to go down, but possibly not even that, as Ketsai is very, very close to Gorski and still can take a shot of damage here. He does finish off Gorski, and that makes it 2-0 in a very, very convincing fashion. Opor at the moment on top of things, on top of the world.
Yeah, this opening for Grupa was not it in terms of dealing with this opening from Opor. That VZ of Miku could have even died taking the church. Honestly, if they get the 1 or 2 extra connections, 1 or 2 bounce, which also is going to happen, of course. But if they all hit their shot, he's just dead. It's minus a VZ, but even with him surviving, okay, he does his 2 shots of damage in his VZ. But being down from the beginning, what was it, 4,000 HP because the enemy team has double mouses, you have to trade more than even. You cannot do 2 clips in a VZ and it'd be enough. You have to do 3 clips already at that point.
Or even more than that if you want to, take away the HP from a mouse.
Didn't even do his 2 clips, he did 1 shot of damage.
Yeah.
Fired 4 times though, but yeah, VZ versus mouses.
I think the VZ also has kind of low pen on his APCR, right?
Yes,
so he struggles against mouse.
Does struggle against mouse. But this lineup from Opor is so heavy. So you have the S-Kong, the double mouse, the 22277. It's 6 heavies, of which 2 of them are mouses. Like I said, for Grupa, to win this fight, you need to be able to focus all together on one target and let the mouses be alive. You cannot really focus the mouse unless you have no other choice. If you kill the other tanks, it doesn't matter that the mouses have 7k HP, But if you, in return, just lose 2 guys for free in the beginning,
yeah, then you end up losing the round, like we just saw. That means Morovanka, Opor's pick going their way 2-0, and there wasn't a shadow of a doubt even as to why Opur picked it. That was very, very convincing. Now, Ghost Town coming up. I think we saw one round of it so far, picked by Grouper Speed, so hopefully for them they have something prepared to start putting points on the board, because if I was Grouper, I would want to forget about what just happened on Moravanka, especially the second round. That was, yeah, you said it, they got owned.
Yeah, it was not pretty. Everything for Opur worked out the way they wanted it to. Opening for opening, I think Grupa loses 10 out of 10 times. So there's that. But Ghost Town, yeah, Grupa picked it, but you got to remember that Opur is a team that likes playing Ghost Town as well. They have those few players, some Pozdro as well, that also loved playing Ghost Town. So I don't think they're unhappy that Grupa picked Ghost Town. They're probably very relaxed with it, knowing that they should at least be able to take a 1-1.
And then they're on match point moving forward, so that would be good for them. But obviously, Grupa Speed will have something in mind how they want to play this, otherwise they wouldn't have picked it here. And yeah, in the end, it is now up to Grupa to show us something, because Opur, they can just happily continue with what they've been doing, because it looked good, it looked solid, executions were on point, timings were good. Nothing really to criticize so far regarding Opur.
Yeah, no, so far they're coming in hot, ready, well prepared as well. You can see them have really good clues about what they want to do, how they want to do it, and reaction-wise they're on point as well. It is a strong start for them. Of course, going into Ghost Town, things could change. It's a bit of a different dynamic than Muro. Mainly because it's like a city map, the defender can't really push too much in the beginning. So as an attacker, you have a little bit of room to think about what you want to do. But lineups usually tell us most about what kind of strategy we're going to have. And Opur, triple mouse, double IS7, one singular 277, and a bad chance to round it off.
And for Grupa Speed, we have a 60 TP, the first of the day. We have one IS4, one mouse, one S-Conk, one E5, and double CS63. Now, differences between the lineups, well, obviously, Opur is a lot heavier with 3 mouses. But also, I think the most important difference in between those two lineups is that we have 2 mediums against 1. We have the double CS for the side of Grupa, whereas Opur only have a singular Batchat with Piotrix. And that is, why am I emphasizing on that? Why is it so important? Basically, Ghost Town is a map where the outsides, basically the A line, the K line, both of those are super, super important for your team to have those angles and to be able to influence what's happening in the city by simply having those outside sort of lines of fire. And Piotrix here now needs to be careful as well. Like, yeah, he's a Batchat, he can clip out, he can make his own HP in damage, but against double CS that both of them have HP, that's not really gonna help. And now Piotrix even gets spotted by Twist here, needs to drive away, but obviously that CS, if it goes out of speedy mode, has big problems. You can see Twist not able to connect a shot. The other CS was the one actually hitting onto Piotrix, but this also gives a lot of information now towards Opur that basically double CS is actually in the K line.
Yeah, small price paid there for Piotrix for the information gain. They're going to be okay with that, knowing that this double CS is there. Yeah, of course, they can rotate off of that. But at least for Grupa, it does force Opur, whatever game plan they had. If it was a taken K4, they'll have to rotate extra tanks to do it. Otherwise, they'll just not be able to win it. And you can see in return, I7 coming back from the 8 line, 277 coming back from the 0 line. All of these tanks coming back to repush kill, and Bedelian's just bailing out. He's like, okay, you put some initial aggression. That's good from Grupa. Keep your enemy guessing where your tanks are going to be. And in this case, Opur has to respect the fact that there could be double CS on K3.
Yeah, indeed. The only thing that Grupa needs to be worried about right now is that, the triple mouse in the city actually finds something to push up on and actually finds something worthwhile to kill. If the triple mouse isn't able to do that, then they should be kind of fine, simply because the double CS, both of them, they do have hardening, which means that the Batchat cannot clip any of them without other tanks helping out as well, or getting lucky with a fire or Amarak. But now we do see a reaction by Opor coming through. Double IS-7, WoT7, and Piotrix with the Batchat as well, all getting sent towards that K-line to possibly push Twist off the angle. Although we do see also Elian in J1 on the rotation right now, possibly to assist Twist here, who now takes a shot, and that is huge, because as I outlined, now the Batchat should be able to clip him in a one-on-one.
Yeah, if the Batchat ever gets it, Oketsa taking a little bit of damage to his mouse to protect his teammates from crossing over the K-line. You can see Rexer there taking 1, taking 2, Ketsai taking another 1, down towards 2.3. That HP lead that Opor came into this round with has kind of been negated now. Rexar, Fury, Tsek taking the K-line in force, and Miss coming out there from what I think was the IS-4. But look at the reaction from Grupa in return. They're starting to pressure the city. They're starting to go en masse, but they're pushing into mouses, and I think Opor already has a pretty good clue what is going to happen here. Rexar needs to be careful though. DJ Orchek re-establishing, backing off. The Batchat here, Piotrix, becomes a big factor in this kind of game. If he can get some rotations going, get behind a mouse, get behind an IS-4, you know, it's going to start hurting.
Exactly. Now Ozek here trying to find the enemy. Does find the crossfire, however, by Franek and Solo. Both of them able to hit a shot here. And now finally Grupa Speed being up in HP here on their defense. And the thing is, this triple heavy tank, they can't really commit onto Twist, onto Elian, because they run the risk of taking a lot of shots by the side of Grupa Speed from the city, actually. There is a lot of tanks that just have to turn around, turn their guns, and then punish the tanks by Opur that would be coming through that K-line, and Opur respecting that fact, starting a rotation with a singular S7 and WoT7. And meanwhile, Piotrix trying to scoop out the northern part of the map, but obviously needs to be mindful of Elian. That CS that wasn't spotted for so long. Finally, Elian does get spotted, however, and that should probably inspire some confidence in Piotrix in the north now.
Yeah, but they have to find a good engagement here. Piotrix is just trying to flank the mouse. He has to be careful, though. He could get pushed out by an E5. He doesn't want to reveal too early. Probably going to give 1 or 2 shots here to Franek. He gives 1. He backs off again. He's just poking and prodding at the angles, trying to find an opening that he can bounce on. But of course, you know, seeing as he was alone, he doesn't want to commit onto a mouse. It's not really a favorable trade. But Vextra spots out Twist, so they do kind of have some info on this double CS, where they have been. And they're starting to push around the city. But Grupa, what I have done is, you know, they pushed across, and now look at them. They're kind of back in original positions.
Yeah, they are defaulting back to their defensive stance. I think they they probably assume they've done enough damage for the time being here. The only problem for Grupa right now is I think that they don't have anyone whatsoever in the north. Panzfury now gonna peek. Franek does do a shot of damage. I think Franek was on reload, so good stuff by him. Tsek with a rather lowish I7 APCR pen, unable to penetrate the mouse. And the HP now kind of even again. Franek keeps bleeding here in that mouse, is finally able to reverse behind the corner, but another good shot from Tsek, putting him on a one-shot.
Yeah, and that's that HP lead. I mean, Grupa came back in it. They negated the extra HP that the boys from Opor had, but now when you look at it, Piotrix, a menace, just rotating across the place, and Twist took a lot of damage running away, but now he's getting pressured by the I7, by the Bat, and Opor has done a really good job here at rotating and keeping Grupa on their toes. Piotrix is going to shut down Twist, but more importantly, you have this I7 in J1. And what does the I7 from J1 do really well, which is Vexer? He shoots Marcel and Solo from behind together with Piotrix. Now the cap is getting pressured. And Marcel is paying the price for that.
Yeah, Marcel just took 2k HP for that peak. Tsek now gonna spot up Miku and Gursky, indicating that they probably don't want to continue the trades there for now, but that is still triple mouse that is able to shut down Solo here. Tsek getting the kill, but now the mouse is starting to shield their one-shot buddy, and now Gursky, Miku, they're starting to come in, but from the backlines already Panzfury on the prowl as well, and Grupa Speed just melting under the onslaught that Opur is putting on in their attack.
Yeah, Opor here just rotating across, getting those positions from Grupa Speed isolated. And then I think Twist running away there, he had no more cover for a second. You know, like, he was there at K3, he ran away to K1. But you know, one of the standard plays is to push across the K-line, take J1, H1, pressure the cap, which, because from J1 you shoot the guys that are trying to reset from behind. But it just feels like Grupa stopped covering all their angles. I mean, And
Yeah.
I think that had to do with Franek and the mouse going so low. But a mouse trying to get into safety, it's not that easy, you know, if you have to reverse a long while.
Yeah, I mean, also, I think we have to give props to Piotrix in his bad shot. Like, he took one shot at the start, but after that, I don't think I really saw any mistakes from him. He patiently waited, he poked, he prodded around, did some damage here and there, and then he found that crucial engagement onto the, which was then a one-shot CS. Right, so good stuff by him here in the medium 1v2, able to secure the outside for his team, forcing essentially Grupa Speed into an engagement in the city against a triple mouse. And well, we all know how that one went. You're just not going to win that straight up shootout against mouses.
I think them defaulting back was a mistake. You know, when they were pushed across and aggressive, they had Opor in a tough spot where they didn't necessarily know what to do, and they were making rotations to try and figure out an angle. But once they defaulted back, right, to the initial standard def, you could see all of a sudden they just start finding the angles, they start finding the pushes. I think that probably, maybe potentially one of the CSs should have went back like Elian to take back A-line, because Piotrix can't win a 1v1 against the CS, for example. And they could have continued being close to Opor, holding those angles, but because as soon as they pulled back, it all actually just fell to pieces.
Yeah, it completely started falling apart. And now we are at the scoreline of 3-0. And to be honest, Opor just looking ever so strong, just looking unbeatable, at least for Grupa Speed at the moment. Match point here after the quickest possible time, actually. So, yeah.
Deserved, though, for Opor.
Deserved, yes.
They're playing very well. It's not even like Grupa is like doing so bad. I think Opor is just like that step above right now.
Yeah, exactly. Obviously, this is still the upper bracket. This is the upper bracket finals, so essentially either team would be dropping down into the lower bracket finals. So not too worried for Grupa Speed, even though like the match is not looking good for them. The tournament is not going to end should they lose the next round. But yeah, Opor. I mean, yesterday they had a kind of close match against GDVB. But here right now, looking hard.
Close is a big word, though, Key. Remember yesterday, Opor could have won that 4-0 as well.
They yeah, that is the weird thing, right? They could have won it 4-0, and instead they ended up having to go to tiebreaker. Obviously, still winning out there, but
I'm just saying, I felt like yesterday they were quite ahead as well for a while there against GDVV, and now again against Grupa. I mean,
well, we'll have to see. I think the next round is kind of close to getting started, so we'll get some answers rather soonish about that. There seems to be some slight issues with production, but I believe we are working to get them fixed. But yeah, if you're Grupa Speed, do you think you already start, giving away the match and just start thinking about the lower bracket one, or do you actually try to do the full remontada here to reveal all your tactics that you have? What is your take on that?
You always try. It doesn't matter. You always try, but I've said it before, I'll say it again. Playing in an upper bracket finals, it's not the same feeling as playing in a lower bracket match or the grand finals for that matter. Having a safety net, it doesn't directly impact you, but it's always in the back of your mind, though, that, okay, even if we lose, we are not out,
Yeah, I think
it changes the dynamics ever so slightly.
Yeah, the panic on Grupa Speed's side is probably still contained here. So I think both teams are looking kind of forward to this next round. I believe everything has been fixed, so we should be jumping in rather soonish into it. But there is one question remaining that I wanted to ask. How many mouses do you think Grupa is going to bring?
Not that many, actually. I don't feel like it's their meta, if that makes sense. I think we'll see maybe... I don't even think we'll see a singular one from Grupa.
Okay. I mean, they just got battered and bruised by Triple Mouse from the side of Opor, so maybe we'll see a lot of those by them as well. Mouse seems to be working. Oh, all right. Opor coming in with one IS4, one IS7, double Mouse, one S-Kong, double CS63.
Grupa, on the other hand, double IS4, triple Mouse, a T57, and a CS63. Looking like an onslaught lineup almost in a way. I don't know.
definitely does look like it. That T57 being picked over the 50B, obviously, because of the heat pen that can deal very, very well with mouses. Obviously, it also has the higher DPM. Yeah, basically compared to the 50B, it's a bit slower. But yeah, that's basically the trade-off that you make. I mean, yeah, it does have more armor, but essentially, well, both 50B and T57 for all intents and purposes here, are paper.
And Elian just spotting out the CS of T-Sec taking the kill in there. He doesn't get spotted in return because he has that setup, of course, of CVS, low noise, gets him that extra camo. He also spots out the i7 going. So you see Opor kind of similar to Grupa, at the same time different, because look at Ketsai.
Yeah, Ketsai here getting spotted even in the northern part of the map. Does a good shot onto Miku, and if there's one tank on the lineup of Grouper Speed that you want to get that early damage in, it is the tank with the clip. So very, very, very good stuff here by the side of Ketsai. That even gets a shot off into the IS-4. Twist there not angling properly while trying to go into the 6 and 7 line in the city. And Ketsai, that was very, very good stuff from him. I mean, he could even now get delit and just, you know, run away again.
It's a lot of pressure at the same time everywhere across the map. The Ketsai seems to want to cross over to A0. He does so in Fade, though. Most important aspect there is that he does it unspotted in Twist, having paid a significant price already in this match. And I think Grupa is a little bit confused here. They're not really used to this amount of aggression being put. I think Ketsai going to A0 is a great play because he's going to 1v1 Elian and kill him, which will force a second tank to move towards him. Twist cannot do it. Ketsai just 1v1s here. And this amount of pressure is really hard for Grupa to deal with because Opor's pressuring K-line, Opor's pressuring A-line. Now Elian, what does he do? He can go sit on the rock and proxy spot, but that's not going to kill Ketsai. Ketsai can just chill there forever. T-Sec will now come and support. The IS-4 will have to go. But the cost of this is insane, actually, for Grupa, because Panzer Fury, I think, can even shoot Elian, but he gets one from Marcel. There he goes, actually, gives his shot to Elian down towards 470. And I don't even know if Twist comes that they win this.
Yeah, now Ketsai once again peeking, finding Miku, finding Marcel, starting to shoot once again at that T57, and Ketsai single-handedly able to break Grupa's back here in this match. T-Sec now also starting to punish the IS-4 for those peaks here, so Ketsai cannot get pushed out. This is catastrophic for Grupa Speed, on the other hand, which are basically losing that round here simply by being unable to deal with that singular CS in B0.
It's just a great setup, though, from Opor. I mean, yeah, you can see Grupa struggling with it, but I think that's down to Opor just doing some phenomenal opening here. Super, super risky opening, but at the same time, how risky is it, though? If you look at it in detail, IS-4s are not fast enough to really go to A7 key, so what is left? The CS. And they had info that the CS was in the south, right? Because nobody else can spot T-Sec. So calculated aggression, still risky though, but for Grupa it's so hard to deal with this. There's so much pressure everywhere on the map, and you have this slow lineup. And then Ketsai making the fantastic play, right, going from A8 to A0. It may seem like not that significant, but being at A8 means he dies to crossfire. Being at A0, well, we can see the result of what is happening.
Yeah, we basically see Grupa Speed completely falling apart in front of our eyes with that very, very simple move of Ketsai finding the T57 first, getting a good 3 shots of damage in there, then making a very good play into the corner. Yes, he does fall now, but the damage has been done. It's going to be Opor in the upper bracket finals with a clean, with a dominating 4-0 scoreline.
Yeah, this wasn't pretty for Grupa, but I think it's all down to, in this match at least, the Opor just being better by quite a margin. Just great openings, great reactions from Opor, never really letting Grupa in this match or in any of the rounds whatsoever. And this opening, again, just straight up in the game for them. It's really good preparation. It's really good stuff from them. Well deserved. For Grupa, it's just hard, man. Like, you come into this ghost town, okay, they're on K4. Wait, they're on A8. They're on A0.
They're here and there, everywhere.
I mean...
Yeah, I mean, probably not a very, very nice match to play if you're a Grupa fan or player, but, like, by Opor, honestly, like, gotta give it to them. That was absolutely phenomenal gameplay, and like, yeah, like both teams will always make mistakes, but then if you're the opposing team, you also need to be able to exploit those mistakes. You need to be able, the positions that you take, you need to play them correctly, and we just saw Ketsai there with that phenomenal move, just single-handedly. It seemed so easy, right? It looked so easy, completely able to negate anything that Grupa was trying to do in the northern part of the map. And the fact is, like, he even spotted the tanks driving into there, and then he knew that the only factor that could still get him out of there was the enemy CS. He saw that one as well, able to give like 2 or 3 shots to him on the approach, which then meant that he had the HP advantage. So beautifully played.
You know, sometimes the simplest thing, like sometimes things like that, you say it looks so simple, but it really isn't. Like, at the end of the day, it looks simple, but it's like watching F1 Kihan. It looks like, you know, sometimes you're like, maybe I could do that. But in reality, you know, you couldn't. Never. It looks simple, but it's brilliantly executed with all the crossfire angles. If Ketsai makes a mistake there, he dies. He doesn't make a mistake. Not one.
Yep. But I think, Ducky, that was quite enough from us for the time being. Let's see how much more praise Insane and Toxic are going to pour over Opor. Take it away, guys.
Hello, everybody. I think there are some technical issues on Insane side for now, so you'll have to stick with me. Yeah, we just saw Opur playing versus Raki Speed. It was 4-0. We didn't expect it to go that one-sided. We did expect Opur to win. But, I mean, Grupa Speed really just not stepping up today, and Opur being on basically their best gameplay ever. You saw Ketsai in the last match basically taking out the entire team on his own with that opening, so really great stuff from them. So looking at the bracket, we will continue with match 6, which will be GDVB1 versus Raki in the lower bracket. The winner of which will go on to match 7 versus Grupa Speed, who do get another shot in this tournament. Not quite out yet. They will be there in the lower brackets final. So going over the match of GDVB1 versus Raki, we probably expect a close match again. Because in the group stage, I think it was 4-2 for Raki, if I'm remembering that one correctly. So especially given the showing that GDVB1 had yesterday in their match versus Aurora, which was a 3-0, we expect that one not to be too one-sided. For the match 7 that's upcoming, you know, Grupa Speed probably just has to kind of get their mental reset in. It's really hard if you had a match like this where you get absolutely destroyed with a 4-0. To get back in there and say, okay, we have to kind of take this loss and just try to work off of there. But for now, I think the replays are ready, so let's jump right into that. In the first round, we were on Murovanka. We had Grupa Speed on the attack, Opur on the defense, and Opur opted for basically defending the 0 line very, very passively and being ready to push towards the 1-2 line, which is exactly what happened. Maybe if Grupa Speed decided to reposition their SCRV in another manner, or maybe just stay and fight, this could have ended differently. But DJ just putting the hurt in on one side and not really enough punishment on the other side meant that it's really hard for Grupa Speed to come back. I heard Insane is back, so maybe
that should be fixed. I
well.
had a bit of an issue with the mic, but like you mentioned, completely dominant performance from the side of Opur. We can see it on the replays. They started really well on Murovanka. Honestly, I had some concerns about Grupa Speed performance, and I was probably right about it when I mentioned it yesterday, because Opur completely dominated. That's a perfect result for them to start with 4-0 victory against them. And like you can see on this round, they were on the defense. That's the hardest side to win, and they still managed to make it, surprising Grupa Speed with some interesting defense. And then on the attack, they actually used the double mouse here in a very interesting manner.
Yeah, they decided to go for this aggression in the mid, trying to catch something, which they did kind of manage to do. They got a lot of damage in towards Miku. They missed 2 shots. If they actually hit those, Miku would have been dead instantly. But Grouper Speed really no plays after that. They tried to get into the ridge line, maybe put some punishment in. But if we look at the HP, that didn't work out too great for them, did it?
Yeah, I mean, I think that the way Grupa Speed played on their defense, they got caught off guard, pushing the 4-5 lines. This is a risky attempt. And from the side of Opor, this opening is pretty interesting because you can see that they have only one skunk over C4, and he's just going to bail over the dune there to get the coverage from his team in the middle. So that was the perfect opening once again from Opor. They had like an interesting defense. They played well on their attack. Next up on Ghost, and I think we can mention one mistake. Their Ilian making the rotation with his CS and actually shooting there on Rexor and giving up on his position. That actually allows Opor and forces Opor to actually rotate to push for the base 2. And on top of it, later on, Grupa made a lot of mistakes and lost a lot of HPs there.
Yeah, I think for Ilian, he maybe should have weighed the pros and cons a bit better. You know, you have the pro that you get a free shot of damage, of course, but you give away so much information towards the other side of the map that it wasn't worth it to go for it. And you can see what happened afterwards. Opor just completely collapsing towards the city because they basically knew, okay, we can get some free damage in here and there, and then we can just take it from there. And I mean, they pushed in. Marcel instantly lost 2000 HP. They have to repush, otherwise they don't get the decaps, and pushing into stationary guns, especially when it's 3 mouses, who, as Ducky so beautifully mentioned, are very meaty, it's not really what you want to be doing.
I mean, that's the perfect setup on that map. We have seen a lot of teams go with double or triple mouse in attack. That's also what Grupa went with, triple mouse in attack. But in return, Opor actually using the mobility of those CSs to take some key positions. Like you can see Ketsai actually getting to A0 and completely trapping Grupa in their attack. You could see the IS-4 and the CS of Ilian were kind of useless, out of position. On top of it, they managed to completely out-trade those tanks in the city. Just look at the HPs. It's like 8k to 9k HP for Opor.
Yeah, Grupa really not ready for what Opor was throwing at them. Really strong performance from Opor. This is completely out of the league compared to what we were seeing yesterday of any of the teams, to be honest. And I gotta say, this must be a really good morale booster for them going into the upper bracket final. Because if you have a performance such as this, where the enemy just doesn't stand a chance, even though they are supposed to be at that moment in time the second best team that is left, I mean, it might get to their head. You know, we shouldn't get too far ahead of ourselves right now. But I think for the morale of them, it's really good, and for the confidence, maybe even for the playstyle, which will be maybe even more aggressive in the next matches then, it will be very interesting to see how this victory impacts them.
Yeah, all good stuff from Opor. They're going to be waiting in the grand finals, which is going to be the final match of the day. We'll cover later. Now we have to take care of the loser bracket, and we have one match which is also a banger. You mentioned the finals of the winners bracket, Raki against GDVV1. Both of those teams, Raki performing like crazy in the qualifier and the group stage, and also having a good match in the losers bracket yesterday, but they had an upset against Grupa.
And I mean, an upset is not something that they can really have again. Yeah. They had their chance in the upper bracket. Now they are in the lower bracket. No second chances here. And the opponent that they face off is the victor of the last tournament, GDVV1. So it's not really an easy matchup for them. However, if you do look at the group stage results, both of these teams did face off already, as previously mentioned, and Raki did take the victory. So we'll see if that repeats itself, or maybe GDVV1 is able to turn the tables here and go on to the lower bracket final versus Grupa Speed.
I think we always have to give them credit, taking consideration that they completely dominated the last WoT7 tournament, taking an easy, clean victory over Opor in the grand finals. But I have to admit also that yesterday their playstyle was maybe not on point. Maybe they were overcomplicating things. Maybe it's due to the fact that they have new players like Niru that also want to bring a bit of their experience in the team, trying to force something slightly different. I hope and I guess that today they're going to go back to their playstyle with super heavies like they were in the past tournament. But before that, before jumping into that match Toxic, we will have some details for you, the band pick for that match, and that's something for Kihen and Daki. Cassus, take it away.
Are you sick and tired of being relentlessly shamed for your lack of skins and loot boxes and other cool things? Well, don't worry about it. We've got you covered, Jimmy. Hi there, we're MillionPugs. You've probably seen our logo on stream, but here's what we actually do. MillionPugs earns you skins and in-game rewards whenever you shop online. When you shop with any of our partnered brands, you earn our own loyalty points, called Pugs. You then swap those Pugs for some spiffy World of Tanks loot like premium tanks, premium account access, and gold. Anyway, head on over to millionpugs.com now and sign up for free.
Well, hello there and welcome back for match number 2 of the day in the MillionPugs WoT7 tournament here. Obviously, a huge thanks to them for sponsoring it. If you didn't know, it's a cashback program. The video just explained it. Now, though, on to the match at hand. It is one that could as well be, honestly, the grand finals as well. It is Rocky against GDVV. However, we are not even in the lower bracket finals. And now we do see the Rocky lineup tried and tested gamers all the way through here under the Captain Monster, but we talked about it yesterday already. Quite a lot of FCs and quite a lot of very good players in there.
Yeah, and this team is kind of new and not new at the same time. They all know each other. They've played with each other before, but not really as a 7v7 team. And this is going to be the ultimate test. GDVV against them, the winners of the last WoT7 tournament. They have lost against Rocky in the group stage. But again, group stage is always a bit different. One, it's group stage and it's pre-defined maps, right? You don't get to pick them. What you play against. Of course, it was best of 7. But second of all, this is also all done now on press accounts, which means you can really go as far with strategy as you want to. Not always everybody has every single tank, right?
Yeah, not only does not everyone have every single tank, it is also the fact that here you can freely swap around and toy around with experimental equipment, with bond equipment. All of that stuff is freely available, so we are going to see basically the tanks and hopefully the players as well at their best performance. I mean, seeing both of those lineups, I have no doubt we have a banger on our hands. That being said, let's take a look at what exactly is going to be played here. We're going to start off with Tundra. We saw that map yesterday, I believe, by Rocky as well. Then we're going to head into Prokhorovka, which is picked by GDVV. Moro then taken out. Himmelsdorf, possible map number 3, and if we get to it, Steps would be the tiebreaker.
Yeah, Tundra, an opener that I think both teams are okay with, really just a 1-1 map normally. We'll have to see if either of them can break away there. For this match, I think Proko will be the defining factor, who gets ahead of the other there. Himmels, it could be one of those as well, but, the second map here is make or break, in my opinion.
Yeah, I do also think that Tundra is a very, very likely 1-1. Then again, Rocky picking it, maybe they have some very, very interesting stuff for their defense here, which is considered to be the weaker side. Then Prokhorovka, you said it, it's basically gonna be the make or break map. That being said, though, I think Himmelsdorf as well, if we see it, is up for grabs here. Himmelsdorf can be 1-1, but can also be a 2-0, as no side is really favored. Himmelsdorf is one of those maps where it's timings, rotations, spots, and then just who gets the better engagement at the end.
And we'll have to see how Rocky matches up against GDVV, but there's one thing I want to highlight here, Key. Opur lost to GDVV, Opur beat GDVV, in tiebreaker, right, 4-3. But Grupa beat Rocky, right? That relegated them to the lower bracket. Prediction-wise, so 3 of us going for GDVV, only Toxic going for Rocky. But they lost to Grupa, and Grupa got dominated by Opor, while GDVV had a close loss against them.
Yeah, I think that is also why a lot of us are going with GDVV and not with Rocky. And like looking at the players that Rocky have on their team, normally it would be outrageous for as many of us as there are betting against them. But basically, I think that is coming off of the performance that we saw from either team yesterday. You mentioned it, GDVV really putting up a fight against the team of Opur that we just saw absolutely dominating, and Rocky not really looking good. They fell apart a bit yesterday in their first match. The second one was, very dominant as well, but the first one stacking up against Gruppa, that didn't really look good. That all being said and done, we are gonna go into the lineups. GDVV coming into this lower bracket match with a 60 TP, double 277, triple E5, and Vicshare with the bat.
Rocky, on the other hand, no mediums, but 1VZ, 1 E5, 5 277s actually.
That is a lot of 277s, and those basically have good cohesion together if they push somewhere. That being said, in a prolonged shootout, I would favor the E5 60 TP 277 combination, simply because the E5 has better DPM. Is also, like, you have to aim longer to penetrate, to be sure to penetrate the E5, because it can be quite trollish frontally. That being said, Vicshare there with a very
Look at
interesting...
Justice, though. No. Look at Justice.
That is... very interesting. The opening by GDVV is not something we usually see, but it doesn't really matter because Rocky here, with all of their tanks driving towards the 1 cap, they're probably expecting some south opening by GDVV, sending at least some tanks towards the 2 cap. But I think the fact that Rocky is just completely overrunning the cap number 1 here is catching GDVV a bit off guard.
Yeah, and GDVV in his 60p trying to escape is going to do... No, he bounces his second and what will probably be last shot as well in this game. Needed to be connecting that. I mean, if you only have 2 shots, I mean, he's trying to escape. He might just get behind another building and tap Yuzek. That would be huge, because that would Yuzek really low, 459. Good stuff there. Vic already flanking around. And yeah, sure, Rocky finds this 60 TP, but they also pay heavily for it. Yuzek, 459. Piotr around half as well. The Bacha now flanking, and GDVV quick to readjust.
Yeah, GDVV with good reactions, losing 1 tank, but he was always dead in the water anyway, and we can already see the reaction by the Batshot, by Vicshare here. He is going to break the back of Yuzek probably. He's going to have good angles of opportunity on the double 277 in B3, B4. We can already see Mentos biting the dust as well. GDVV equalizing the kill score and are vastly ahead in the HP department.
Yeah, now Vic is on the flank as well. Gives 1 to Yuzek. Don't think he'll be finishing it off. But now GDTV on their defense with an HP lead, with the positions under control as well. I don't think they're about to be broken. As Near You and Justice, though, re-pushing on towards Stomach. They don't want to wait. They don't want to sit back. They want to go for it. And Barbarian there on the crossing. That double E5 combo tapping him. And the E5 gun. Very nice for this kind of engagement. Justice now, though, needs to be careful. Tomic's about to come off reload. He wanted to pick up Yuzek. He's not going to find it. Justice and Near You potentially have gone slightly too far. Near You gives 1 to Tomic, playing a little bit of an interesting position on the side of that hill. Monster's just going to go for it. Vic still on top of the hill, though. There comes the bad shot, shooting from behind. Near You gives 1 more. Not sure if that one connected. Look here, and Lexa now re-pushing onto Brainbreaker, and it's action all over the place from the GDVV team that doesn't want to sit.
Yeah, GDV completely re-pushing what feels like everywhere, but starting to run out of HP. Rocky now ahead in the HP department, ahead in the gun department as well. Piotr now finally dropping Vicshare here, having 2 more shots available in his clip. He's lording over them on the hill. That is normally the spawn of the attackers. This match is probably not going the way that either team imagined it. Brainbreaker here getting Amarek. That is a critical, a very, very problematic thing for him, because the tanks on the enemy team, they do have that skill that basically enables you to see if the enemy is Amarek. Now finally, though, answering back onto Lexa, taking 1 more shot, going down to 428. On the other side of the map, Trash Panda bites the dust. Is Lexa going to get the roll? No! Brainbreaker doesn't get it either, and it's going to be Lokir to pick it up. This is still all over the place, but Rocky have 1 gun advantage.
Yeah, they have 1 gun advantage. We got to say, I don't think Brainbreaker's play there was optimal whatsoever. He really allowed himself to get repushed by this double E5. Vic is the crucial factor here. Does Yuzek get the pickup on that bad shot, or does Vic actually get the snap back on towards Yuzek? Yuzek knows Vic gets spotted out. Yuzek is going to find this, though, in his 277, picks up the kill, leaves Lex and Lokir in a 2v4 situation.
2v4, but this is still not over because on the side of Rocky we have Tomic that is very, very low. We have Yuzek that's on a one-shot as well. Look here now finding Barbarian here, starting to put a good shot in, but good answers as well by the team of Rocky. Yuzek, I believe, from the hill, putting in a second one, and look here, has nothing left but to try to trade away his HP, but Barbarian shuts him down, leaving Lexa in a what seems like impossible 1v4 situation. He's also spotted, we can see Tomic one shot fired, didn't connect, Yuzek didn't connect either, but 4 tanks on the enemy team and Monster still 1000 HP left. Yuzek the one to pick it up to make it 1-0 for Rocky in a very, very chaotic game.
Yeah, and I think GDVV wanted a little bit too much there, somewhere in the mid-game. When they started repushing with Justice and near you on towards Tomic, they did not find Tomic either. Vic also took those 2 shots of damage in the bad shot. Crucial, to be honest, taking those 2. But also, when they were repushing with the E5s with Lokir and Lexa, one of them was trying to face hug the 277. He got tapped by 4 people from behind. A lot of HP lost there for really nothing coming out. And I don't even think that GDVV really were forced to push out of their positions. I mean, they had the hill with the bad shot, they had the water, they had the positions. I'm not sure what forced them to go.
Although I want to emphasize also on the opening that we saw by Rocky, a very, very interesting one, one that we haven't really seen so far. But I think there was kind of a small mind game going on because they had that quintuple 277. Basically, they were threatening the southern cap very, very heavily. That is also why we immediately saw so many tanks by GDVV go there, basically exposing the 60 TP on the northern side of the map. I think that was the mind game that they were basically trying to play, threatening the south heavily, and then just over pushing blindly the north cap to get whatever is there, because like you can't completely leave it undefended and just get a pickup for free, which ended up sort of working. The 60 TP did a little getaway, get another good shot. I think it was into Yuzek, and you gotta wonder what happens if the 60 TP also connects the other shot that we saw bounce.
I think it's also just the bad shot, man. There's not enough in this kind of game, especially now with the freedom that he has been given. Could be more. I mean, I really don't think Vic did enough in this game. I think he took too much damage for no reason as well. If he was a full HP ban or 1000 HP ban, they can't even repush the hill to kill him there. So for GDVV, I feel like they probably look at this as a throw in that regard, because they were truly ahead, in my opinion. But sometimes, you know, if you want to kill your opponent and you don't play for time, these things can happen.
Yeah, exactly. We saw both teams here coming into this match, however, very, very willing to play aggressively. And that also goes back to some of the stuff we said yesterday, like both GDVV as well as Rocky. Those are teams that really excel at playing the game when it is them controlling the match. And I think both teams here show that, I mean, afraid is probably the wrong word, but they don't want to give the initiative to the opponent. They want to be the one initiating engagements, controlling the pace of the game. And I guess GDVV here in round number 1 getting a bit over-eager when it comes to that.
Yeah, but, you know, that's a fine line between being aggressive and being greedy, overly greedy. They were a bit too greedy in this one, but we did have the natural result for Tundra, though. I mean, the attacking team won. So for GDVV, it's like, okay, we lost our defense, but you can always kind of count on losing this one, though.
Exactly, defense being the weaker side here. Now it's all switched around. That being said, you still need to convert your attack if you want the map to end 1-1. Rocky, maybe they have something interesting planned as well for their defense, because like the opening that they did, I thought it was very, very cool to just, you know, simply by lineup to threaten south and then just blind push north. It is obviously a risk, but it did end up paying off for them.
Rocky on this round, however, are going to be defending with a 60 TP, a E100 97, an E5, double VZ, and a Batcha 25T.
GDBV, on the other hand, 160 TP as well, triple IS7, double E5, and the Batchat. That's a lot of clip potential, a burst potential on the side of Rocky, but not really a lot of DPM in a drawn-out engagement. So I think GDVV will sort of try to seek those drawn-out engagements, whereas Rocky, they will want to get those bursty engagements, draw back behind cover, reload in peace, and then just, rinse, repeat, do it over again. Interesting opening by Vikshare here with the Batchat. That's not really something you usually see, but yeah, he's
They want to shoot E100.
Yeah, he's basically trying to spot out the E100. He does see him, and oh, that's a lot of damage.
That's good preparation from GDVV. It's not the first time Rocky has used the C100 in the 2-line. It's not the first time. And they realized that they could tap him on the crossing, and that's just a good opener. It's a lot of HP for free immediately. Yuzek's not too happy about that, because you go from that big, meaty E100 with a lot of HP to, 1.6. It's not really that scary anymore.
Yeah, exactly. Brainbreaker also getting spotted here together with Barbarian. That's a lot of information gained by GDVV, and I think not a single tank yet. Sisa is spotted in his IS-7, but basically Rocky still very much in the dark as to what GDVV wants to do. Yes, Yuzek is gonna relay the information who shot him and from where, basically on the hill, but that basically means that the GDVV tanks, they didn't really go far from the spawn yet, so there is still a lot of angles that they can take. Vikshare here trying to make up for a rather disappointing game number 1 with good spots initially, and now once again has the freedom to rotate around. Yes, he needs to be a bit careful about Monster, but if he doesn't really get outspotted here, he should be fine.
Yeah, and Monster playing the bush he played yesterday, but a lot more careful. Peeking in and out, not sitting. Also playing behind the little hill to spot out, because of course he has the camo value to be able to do this. You don't necessarily have to sit in a bush all the time with a medium or light for that matter. Lexa here pressuring up to the 60p. Vic is going to spot out Yuzek probably at some point. And so far GDVV just feeling out the positions. They know that a C5 IS-7 cannot be there without being covered. I mean, you don't put an IS-7 there without some sort of coverage. So they can kind of start guessing where the other positions are.
Now, Trash Panda, we see him. He has taken the B9 position in the north, opening up angles of fire into the entire A, B, and C line. And Vikshare here with his Batchat in the bush just made sure that basically in G, H1 that there is not a lot of tanks set up for crossfire. And the bleed continues for Rocky. They're taking more and more damage. I think this time Brainbreaker on the receiving end of it. And Justice now in the IS-7 taking DE5 here. That's a hold-down position. That's pretty safe for the IS-7 if he doesn't get over-pushed. Does proxy spot Pyot, so that is another bit of information gain. And now Pyot trying to spring into action, but only taking a shot of damage for it.
Yeah, but Mental's getting spotted as well. I think him and the 60p Tomek wanted to make a peek, but now not too likely for them to do that anymore. Brainbreaker's position ever so slightly getting more pressured. He is trying to find a way to play around this. He's actually pushing forward. He might even go take the E7 pocket. And here they go, though. They're re-pushing on towards Justice with the double VZ, but they're not really finding anything, as Justice has been very quick and readjusting below. So more just free damage being taken by Rocky, and Piotr just thinks he has to go for the Sperny in his VZ. He takes one more down towards 600. I mean, yeah, he's going to make both of his shots against Justice. No, he only makes 1 out of 2, actually, which gives Justice an easy overpeak. Taps him once more here in a second, down to 120, and that VZ55, I don't think he's going to be reloading as Brainbreaker tries to shield his teammate, but they actually end up colliding. And for Rocky, now over-pushing the A-line on towards Sisa, but Mentos and Monster are finding some success with these autoloaders, because Sisa dropped towards 600 HP, Monster putting 1 more and down towards 268. So retaliating there, Monster, phenomenal clip on towards that IS-7, but even that is not enough. They're still down 4,000 HP and a gun.
Exactly. In the meanwhile, Brainbreaker in that IS-7 that was aggressively pushing forward has also died. And now Justice here, 940 HP, so still not on a one-shot for the 60 TP of Tomek, who is now starting to peek forward. Cannot peek too much, obviously, as we see the E5 is still on the hill, able to punish every move that Tomek makes, every step that Tomek takes. Now Lexa and Vikshare in the south starting to push onto Barbarian, who is in that E5. He's kind of singled out. Maybe Yuzek will be able, yeah, indeed he does give one more to Lexa, but now the problems do start for that singular E5 here, because that is a 1v2, doesn't connect that one onto the 60 TP as well. The armor of that Polish heavy tank just proving too strong, and Barbarian now getting face-hugged by the 60 TP. Both of the tanks unable to penetrate each other. Now Vikshare with the flank, but look who's in the backline. It's Monster with a full clip.
Yeah, Monster coming in with the clip. Vic is there trying to play on the outside. They're going to try and run away. They're really throwing this fight against the 60 TP quite hard. Vic does get safety from Lokir. He's going to try and clip out Lokir with the big ram as well, trying to hold Monster in position. Mentos falling on the offside though, and here Monster trying to pick up Vic, but Lokir in support is going to at least shut him down in return. And you could see the effectiveness of that E5 against that Batshot, against that 60 TP. Barbarian just can't hold off the numbers, though otherwise he would probably have won against the 60 TP. But even with this fight in the south, if Rocky would have won it, they lost the entire north.
Exactly, Tomek now down towards one shot. It's going to be Trash Panda to pick it up. Now only Yuzek in his E100, the one that took the initial brunt of the punishment, remaining here down towards a one shot. The remainders of the GDVV team are trying to close in here. Justice to pick it up, and GDVV able to equalize the scoreline. It's 1-all.
Yeah, 1-all, and they had a good opening there. They got a lot of free Bs, half an E100. FEZ was a free B as well, IMO. Piotr did not really contribute in this game. Then they found Brainbreaker after, so you're already like minus 2.5 times. And yeah, Mentos and Monster, really good shooting on their part, gotta say it. Picking up that I7 on 8-4 together, but, you know, it's not enough.
Yeah, and personally, I really want to give a shout out to Justice in his IS-7. He played a very, very good game there, even able to stay alive until the end, and basically it was him that forced or not, but basically because of him, Piotr and Brainbreaker both, they went into positions where basically Vikshare was able to clip out onto them with his Batshot, and Justice himself was also able to just single-handedly pick up Piotr here. So good stuff by him, good stuff by GDVV, putting one on the board as well. So right now a very, very tight match in between them. Right now I also think that GDVV looks a bit stronger than Rocky. Their attack was a more comfortable victory than the one that Rocky had, but obviously at the end of the day that doesn't really matter if the scoreline is what it is. Now we're headed to Prokhorovka, and you already mentioned it. This is probably going to be the map that makes or breaks the match here for either team.
In terms of probability, could I say that GDVV has had the higher chance to have a 2-0 coming out of Tundra, but it's 1-1. Kind of expected, but yeah, Prokho is going to be an interesting one between these two, just because of the play styles and the things that they can go for, and the aggression that either of them has available and could play around with. That match up against each other could be a very quick Prokhorovka, could be very slow Prokhorovka. It's kind of hard to guess or estimate how much initial aggression we're going to see from either of these two teams, mainly on the defensive side.
I mean, that is basically what makes those teams so good, is that they're able to play an ultra-aggressive playstyle, but they're also able to, like, you know, pull it down a notch, park the bus, play it very, very defensively, so you never really know what you get. It's like a box of chocolates playing against those teams. At the end, I think both of them have shown that, you know, they want to be the one that has the initiative. They want to be the team that actually controls the game. So I think we're going to see rather aggressive stuff by both, but obviously they have the possibility of surprising us.
Yeah, because Prokhorovka defense also kind of, you can sit back on it if you do it well. You can pull a slower defense, but you really have to have a good initial setup or have a really aggressive opening to take half the map, after which you slow down the game.
Exactly. I believe we're just about to start the game. That being said, do you think we're gonna see any light tanks? Because so far teams have brought
Out of meta.
out of meta, extremely heavy meta currently in 7v7. Light tanks falling completely out of fashion. I mean, we've seen a few TDs, a few mediums, but it's mostly heavy tanks currently.
I think it's down to the CS just having the same speed as a light and being able to mount CVS optics setup, and low noise. You can build your CS into a light and still have the higher fighting capabilities out of the CS.
Alright, lineup-wise, GDVV coming into this one with triple IS7, 1 E5, double CS, and an STRB.
Rocky, on the other hand, IS7, 277, double E5, a VZ, and double CS63. Pay attention to the HP of the CS. If a CS does not have 2200 HP, that usually means that he is equipped with a spotting setup of some sorts.
Alright, then I guess into the game we go here opening wise. We first of all see that Mentos and Tomic both have 2k HP, indicating spotting setups. Same for Vicshare actually, and Sisa. So all of the CSs here only at 2000. GDBV sending triple IS7 towards the middle. From the side of Rocky, we actually see every single tank being committed to the western part of the map. I think the CS on the left side is pushing someone, actually, probably into the ditch here. Yeah, Piotr with that IS7 being pushed extremely aggressively. Mentos with the full spotting setup, actually. Not even a rammer built into his CS.
Yeah, so we're talking about these CSs can play like half a light tank. Almost, and Piotr and Mentos are just plowing it down, and Mentos takes one because he's a little bit too high on top of the road, and he's taking one from the STRV now as well, and I think he realizes that the STRV is there, and Mentos now forced to bail, but takes one more, forced to use repair kit down towards 600. I think Near You still has shots on him down towards 200. Piotr is just going for it, though. He wants to hit the red line. He wants to find Near You. The rest of the team is waiting for it. But Near You is camoed up rather well. He goes for Victor instead, but here comes Near You being spotted. The shots should come in from the middle of the map. Near You shuts down Mentos beforehand, though. Tries to relocate his tank to face the angles, and he's taking a tremendous amount of damage. They want to pick up Piotr before that, but they may just lose Vic. They may just lose Near You before they actually find Piotr. That IS7 pushing down, paying dividend. Victor down towards the one-shot. Piotr is also down towards the one-shot, 408, but he finds Vic, and for Rocky, really good stuff. They're picking up both of those things.
Yeah, and now Piotr probably in a hold-on position here, and that is going to be catastrophic for GDBV moving forward, who are now in kind of a crossfire, unable to get that IS7 and K1 out of the game. Barely alive on a slither of HP, but he's going to prove to be the game winner if we don't see an overpush coming out from GDBV rather soonish. Instead, though, it is Rocky peeking over the middle with that VZ, with that E5. Sisa has to move away. Monster with a very good clip into that CS tank as well. The HP is still dead even, but the positions, I would say they're favoring Rocky right now. That being said, though, there is triple ISM very, very close to the 277 from Rocky here in the middle. Tomic trying to stay alive, trying to kill Sisa. He does succeed. It is a brawl all over the map, but the guns, Darky, the guns are so much in favor of the Polish-Ukrainian team of Rocky here. They're gonna run away with it.
Yeah, and that's all down to Piotr actually spotting the STRV. And I hate to be this guy, Kihan, but I want to blame Near You.
Yeah, if he actually makes a camo spot for himself, his team wins the game, I guess.
He wasn't camo towards Piotr. There's two options there for Near You. He runs away, or he just simply moves more towards the right so he doesn't get spotted. It is a Near You failure in every way, shape, or form. Is it the STRV's fault in this game? He could sit fully camoed to not get spotted by that if he uses the trees properly, and he wasn't. It's that simple. He could also, if he's in danger of getting spotted, it was only really Piotr pushing down anymore. He could relocate a little bit and put the trees in between him and Piotr and just farm him instead. Piotr never spots him. And then run away if Piotr actually manages to survive.
Yeah, and while Near You is top of the board for his team, I do concur with your statement. It was basically a fail by the SRV to let himself get spotted, to let himself get caught. Yes, he was able to pick up Mentos, but in the end that didn't remedy the situation for his team at all. And yeah, the team of Rocky with an uber aggressive opening through the 1 and 2 line, basically gambling, because like if that STRV just, camos up and plays it as he should, in my opinion, then they lose the game. But the gamble actually working out, and Rocky once again putting themselves ahead in this match.
Yeah, it's funny because yesterday there's he could even move to the left side of the road. There's a small dip in there. He would live there as well. Vic's pen ratio also just wasn't enough, by the way. He had 2 shots of damage in that game from K1. He should have been farming Piotr.
Yeah, he had
he didn't.
4-3-2 actually.
4-3-2. He was trying to stay unspotted for as long as possible, and he should just be farming the whole time coming in.
I mean, he was probably afraid from all the tanks that that Rocky had on the middle, right? But he shouldn't be. He can stay safe there, or almost safe, right? And if he only exposes his turret, then not even all of the shots are going to hit him.
Yeah, well, it's what it is. GDVV there losing a game, which I think if they play it out properly, they have the right openings for. I mean, 1i7 running it down. I've seen this play done by the Lord. It usually doesn't work, you know.
Indeed. I've also seen that the bush line there can be quite deceitful, especially if there is heavy tanks moving up behind you. All of that said and done, though, Rocky probably very happy with being able to pick up a round that realistically they should have lost, but as harsh as it sounds, Nearyu costing his team a round here.
Yeah, literally did. And now GTVV, they're down 2-1. Just crazy to me because they could have been up 3-0, but it is what it is. Piotr's move,
what it is. Yes.
I mean, Piotr's move worked, but it shouldn't work, which is the point that we're trying to make. Like, it's just not something that should happen at all. We've seen other SCLV players die there also by a skill issue, also known as Jakifa, if you remember.
Yes, although I would argue that he was less to blame than...
yeah, but still to blame though, yeah? Still to blame, yeah.
Obviously.
Yeah, evidently.
Anyway, I think we're just about to see the lineups here for round number 4 in between GDBV and Rocky. GDBV coming in with 1 IS-7, 1 Mouse, triple S-Conk, a Batchat, and a CS.
Rocky, on the other hand, 4 IS-7s, double E5 and a CS, pretty straightforward.
Yeah, pretty straightforward here by Rocky. I think GDBV's lineup is a bit more diverse in terms of what the tanks actually can and want to do here. The biggest difference obviously being once again the 2v1 situation when it comes to the medium department. Batchat plus CS on one side against CS on the other side. Now we need to pay attention to the HP on the mediums. As you outlined, both the CSs with 2000 indicating spotting equipment and the Batchat as well, not having a hardening here, 1800 HP indicating spotting equipment as well, because like basically on the Batchat you want to have a stabilizer, but other than that you're kind of free what you take. Vikshare and Tomek exchanging spots, not really exchanging shots though.
And Sisa actually taking E1 in the bad shot. Listen, guys, it's not because he takes E1 here you should try it in randoms, okay? E1 is a mistake.
E1 is a bait. Vikshare, though, getting spotted out and getting shot up and shut down here. 1 salvo by the team of Rocky. Completely enough to annihilate that CS.
Yeah, that's great stuff for Rocky. Surprised Vic was spotted that long, but yeah, it's really bad for him now. Sisa is going to be forced to push down 1-2 in my opinion.
Yeah, Sisa is starting that 1-2 push, and that is going to be very, very good for them moving forward. Though Piotr starting the engagement onto Justice here. Sisa not spotted yet, probably thinking about going in, but he is spotted now, so Monster should be able to give him a shot of damage if he so chooses, as he doesn't now. Sisa opening up onto Piotr, probably enabling Justice to win that 1v1 for now, but the E5 is also coming in.
E5 is indeed also coming in, that is Monster, but the S-Kungs are trying to prevent this play, this exact play from actually happening. You can see Nearyu here missing shots, crucial at this point to hit everything you can. Of course, the gun at range being a little bit surely connected towards Mentos, but Mentos sets Lokir on fire in return in that S-Kung. And yeah, you can see Nearyu struggling there to find those connections, slight overpeaks on the middle of the map. The hole is won so far by GDVV. They're still down in HP though, and the Batchat nor the IS-7 is going to be able to leave that. And here comes Monster, here comes Brainbreaker and Tomek to shut down Justice, to shut down Sisa. And this initial move of picking up Vic is now paying such a dividend for the boys of Rocky, who shut down the hole, but now Lokir and Lexa seem to be the next two on the chopping block as Brainbreaker wants to pick it up. And yeah, the HP is even, but there's one big thing to remember here. It's on the 5-6 line. It's called the mouse. It has most of it.
Exactly. While the engagement seemed kind of even, while the HP seemed kind of even, the guns are not. And Rocky was doing the exact right thing. They were focusing every single tank that didn't have mouse in its nickname. And yeah, basically now reaping the rewards of that, as Nearyu here trying to do what he can from the backlines with his Super Conk, but obviously with the front of the tank angled down, the Cupola starts to be an easy pen for both the E5 Heat and the i7 APCR. We can see the tanks there focusing still on anything else but the mouse. But as soon as Tomek, as soon as Monster are going to come in as well, even though they're one-shots, well, they still have guns that can fire and deal damage. Even Cap has been started now, just an additional security measure by the team of Rocky. But yeah, looking good for them.
Yeah, I feel like this is the first round where Rocky was like really just ahead the whole time, you know? They picked up the CS of Vic, who did not seem to expect such a peak from the 5-6 line, and it almost became close there, Kian, right? This push from Piotr into the hole, this 1v1, I mean, I don't think it was the correct decision when the bad shot's unspotted, you know? Could wait for Monster, could wait for the CS to rotate across the K-line, which I think, yeah, it's Tomek, because Tomek was going K-line. You know, there's a little bit of too much, too fast. That could have costed them.
Yeah, exactly. Trash Panda now with another peak. I mean, Cap is going. That's probably going to end the game here before Nearyu dies, depending on if he wants to peak yet again. He takes another shot, is probably going to die here. Yuzek the one to pick it up. So both Cap and kill conditions here fulfilled by the team of Rocky, who put themselves up on a match point. And honestly, like, this was the first round where they really seemed like on top of what they were doing. Like it was their third round to take, but as weird as it sounds, it was like the first very convincing one.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, man, if you don't convert your rounds, you don't get to match point, which is exactly where Rocky's at now.
Exactly. So GDVB, the winners of the last tournaments, now up against the ropes here, facing tournament elimination. So they will want to do everything in their power to, yeah, basically prevent that from happening. On the other hand, Rocky there now looking very, very, very good in a very comfortable spot as well. I think first of all, we're going to take a look at the post-battle results to see that Barbarian was the one to pop off.
Yeah, Barbarian popping off in the 5. He has a good time, though, in this scenario, because the fact is that GDVV is pressured below the ridge because of Mentos' I7 position across the rails, which means you can't really peak as high anymore, which means that the E5 can just peak freely. And yeah, it has a big cupola, but it's not that easy to just flick onto it and shoot it, you know? He has that heat on towards the S-Conks, which he's going to be very straightforwardly penning S-Conks as well, because they turn their 30 pens. They are in the lower ground. He hits their cupola every single time almost. So yeah, good stuff from him there. Piotr on the bottom. Like I said, I think it was a bit premature to do this, but they had such a lead that it was really hard for them to throw.
Yeah, exactly. And I think the biggest problem there was that Vikshar was spotted as long as he was, and then a very, very good call coming out by the side of Rocky to just, hey, we peek, we take a bit of damage, but in turn we completely remove that CS from the game, which then in turn means that the medium department is a 1v1, and they then very quickly figured out where the Batchat was. Yes, Piotr did get clipped out, but in the end, like...
They were up on gun already.
They were up one gun. The Batchat has to go on reload then, and like, yeah, it's never nice when you get clipped out, but in the end, you rather have it happen to a heavy tank than to a medium in any kind of scenario. That being said, though, this means that the first two maps, Tundra and Prokhorovka, are now behind us, and we are headed to the squares and streets of Himmelsdorf.
Yeah, Himmel's not a bad map for GDVV, though. If there's one map I think they can bring it back, it would be this. Depends on their mental state of mind, right? Their composure, how they feel, because it's one thing getting outplayed by your opponent. It's another thing where you feel that you're kind of giving them rounds which they shouldn't win. At least Tundra comes to mind. And even that Prokhorovka, the first one.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. But I do agree, Himmelsdorf is a slither of hope for the side of GDVV, because if there is one map in the pool where it completely depends on you to make it 2-0 over it, to then, hopefully for GDVV go to tiebreaker, then Himmelsdorf is the map to do it on. That being said, though, it is never easy, especially against a team that is filled with so much competence when it comes to playing together as Rocky. So this is really the test for them. If they fail it, they're obviously out. And yeah, now everything depends on the lineups. GDVV bringing a singular IS-4, one IS-7, double mouse, one E5, and double CS.
Rocky, on the other hand, 60 TP, double 50B, an E100, an IS-4, a mouse, and an E5 to round it up.
Yeah, so that is 7 heavy tanks by the side of Rocky, but obviously 2 of them being autoloaders, and that is never a nice thing to play against if you're GDVV, because the 50Bs, they're very mobile, they constantly pose that threat of clipping out basically a whole tank on your team. The only tanks they can't clip out are the mouses because they lack the clip potential, but other than that, you can't really split off single tanks like you normally can against this double autoloader setup. That being said, though, the 3 super heavies by the side of Rocky getting sent towards the 2 cap, everyone else driving, booking it down 1-2 line. Justice already spotted in his IS-7 in the 8 line for that push, and now Vikshare there with a Humpty Dumpty does make it out though, and does spot 3 of the enemy tanks. He should drive away rather quickly because Brainbreaker is already on the chase.
Yeah, Brainbreaker on the chase there, but CS going in turbo mode is... I don't think you could chase him down. Monster there with the 100, good shot though on the crossing. Vic takes 1. Uzek took some as well. And how does GDVV react to this? Because it's a pretty split defense from Rocky right now.
Pretty split defense. Saisa there simply by, being up there threatening into the D-line, meaning that Monster, Tomik and Piotr, they have to be mindful of that angle here that is being presented to Saisa, who now once again spots Tomik, spots Monster, and Monster now responding with the move through the courtyard. Actually very, very aggressive movements by the defending team of Rocky here, who are right now down a bit of HP, but we'll have to see if Piotr and Monster are able to trade it back.
Yeah, and you can see though, 50Bs and E5 currently not in position to really help this. Lokier there in the E5 tries to get a connection against Piotr in the mouse. Not going to be happening at this angle, I would say.
Ooh.
Never mind, I take it back.
Good pen roll there, coming out by Lokier. Piotr trying to bait the shots. Is successful, at least in that regard, but obviously did take a shot of damage here. Now Lokier and Trash Panda do rotate over to the eastern side of the 8 line, and the problem right now here for Rocky is that the tanks that they have in the 8 line, yes, they're super heavies, yes, they have a lot of HP, but no, they don't really have the best of armor when it comes to exposing against this E5. So right now Rocky actually losing the deep spot into Banana.
Yeah, losing the deep spot. The 50Bs here are trying to get a connection on towards Sisa. They're trying to look for that CS63. Brainbreaker and Barbarian, can they get the shots? First miss, second miss already. Sisa now knows that he's getting shot at from the 2 lines by the 50Bs. The connection comes out. 1 so far from these 50Bs. Not as much as you would hope for. But then again, I think the shots they're taking are kind of tiny ones as well. Not the greatest of opportunity. The time is running, and so far, man, Rocky has this setup. It's working for them. Vic has all the way to A0. He needs to be sure to spot the 50Bs, though. He's currently not doing that.
Yeah, as I said, this double 50B threat is very, very potent, and you can't really split off your tanks like you normally would. They obviously don't know where Vikshare is. If they knew, it would be an easy pickup in A0 for them right now, because there's not really anyone that could help. Maybe Justice would spot the 50Bs doing that deep rotation, giving like an early warning towards Vikshare, but that is very, very problematic for them right now. However, they're not opting to go for the hill counterbush, which can be very concerning if you're trying to pull it off. And Vikshare now has the spots into the B line, so should be able to run in time. But here, Rocky just forming a little trap there with the 50B. Very, very happy to let the time run down. That being said, though, GDVV still up in the HP department.
Yeah, and the 50Bs here, Barbarian and Brainbreaker, I think they're going to be spotted out by Vic in a second as well, which brings 1-2 into action because the CS is holding the angle there. I was already going to blame him because he wasn't spotting the 50Bs, and if their team pushed the 8 line, they would be like, Vic, how did the 50Bs get there? He'd be like, I don't know. They must have hit a timing. They're still not spotted though, which makes GDVV here wonder, right? Where is the double 50B? We haven't seen them for a while. They were on 1-2 last. And normally they should have been spotted going to B7, but they're not.
Trash Panda and Lexa now, the two bruiser tanks, I would like to call them, on the GDVV lineup here, starting to drive through the 4 line, getting a good jump onto Mentos here. 1 shot of damage dealt. But now Yuzek obviously feels threatened here, and the IS-7 in the 8 line getting collapsed upon, but that means that the double CS-63 is able to shoot into the back of the 50Bs. Barbarian there with a good flick answer into Vicshare here. Sisa also taking a shot. The CS tank's not really the best at peekaboo with 50Bs, and now the double mouse driving through the middle of the Himmelsdorf square here. Right now, Raki and GDVB trading blows left, right, and center. The HP is still dead even, but now finally the first tank just to die.
Yeah, they want to overpush the 8 line here, but Brainbreaker with that clip going on towards Cisa together with Barbarian. I don't think Cisa's going to live for this. Oh, he might actually though. Barbarian wasn't in position just on time. Cisa shuts down Brainbreaker. Here come the mouses though for GDVV. This is tournament elimination on the line here. Trash Panda 731 HP. If Tomek rolls it, he's going to be dead. It all depends here. Can Tomek actually get the shot? Can he roll it as well? Barbarian coming in with his clip. Has 2 left. They do pick him up, but they do lose Tomek in return for that as well. And this wacky team is up in HP though. Barbarian trying to make it out in that 50B. Vic and the CS on the flank through the A-line finds Yuzek. That low HP E5, but Lexa here together with Near You has everything for their team. All the HP, all the armor. The cap has been started though, and they do have this team of Raki in a bit of a bad position right now, that they're all further away from the cap. Piotr takes 1 from Lexa. So for GDVV, starting to look good.
Yeah, indeed, GDVV starting to pull ahead in the HP department. Near You and Mentos both bouncing on each other. Near You now eyeing Piotr here. Sisa getting killed by Barbarian though, once again putting Raki 1 gun ahead here. Near You not with the best trades here, takes another one by Mentos. And now Lexa with that slow, with that lumbering mouse, trying to get his HP into the game, but he's now finding himself in a 1v2 against Monster and Barbarian, which is problematic. Barbarian though taking 1 shot here on the cross. That is crucial because Lexa, if he peeks now, should be able to pick it up. He doesn't get the reload though. Monster with another good connection into the mouse.
Yeah, the time here is starting to tick though. If Near You was to fall in that situation at IS-4 against Mentos, then they would not have time to cap anymore. Barbarian is gambling already. He's like, okay, I don't think they'll be able to cap. Vic now peeks Mentos, and if they find the kill, he does, but they have to find Barbarian, or they have to get onto the cap together. I don't think it's going to happen in 57 seconds. Somehow, is going to be on Barbarian to survive in that 50B. He's getting chased down by a CS though, but he's on the prowl, on the run. There's only 1 dying fast enough to get it, and Vic is a 1-shot.
Vic indeed is a 1-shot. So is Barbarian though, only possibly though, and would need a high roll by the CS. And now Barbarian, I think, is sort of weighing his options. Where do I go? Left, right, center. There is going to be tanks chasing after him, but with 26 seconds, Barbarian is going to possibly be the MVP for his team here in this round number 5 in between Rocky and GDVV. If he makes it, if he does survive, that would mean that Rocky is gonna win it, is gonna move on towards the lower bracket final. Vicshare and Barbarian might still be exchanging spots here, and Barbarian just ready for it, picks it up, does survive, and does put Rocky 1 match further.
Yeah, Rocky taking it here against GDVV, and I'm gonna put the blame on Cisa in the CS. I think it's deservedly so. He peaked A8 against Barbarian and died, and I think in this scenario you have to stay alive. You had the entire cap to play around from. Could put crap pressure there the whole time. Wouldn't have changed anything because he peaked from that corner and died against Barbarian, which means that Barbarian then later on only has 1 CS to face off against.
All right, so that concludes a second very, very quick match. We had 1-4-0, now we have a 4-1. Not really going the way most of us predicted, but Rocky really, especially in the last 2 rounds here, showing up. Although the last one, it was a nail-biter. It was very, very close, but now GDVV, last time's winners are eliminated from the tournament here. And Barbarian, after doing 2k damage and 3 kills, is going to carry it over the finish line for this combined Polish and Ukrainian team here. Monster there with a monstrous score, 5.6k damage by his E100 as well. So congrats for now to Rocky.
Yeah, they pick it up. Good for them. Could have been closer, probably should have been closer as well, but at the end of the day, they deserve to win. Making the difference on Prokhorovka and then Himmelsurf at the end. For GDVV, not looking as good as last term, and more mistakes than you're used to from them. Well,
honestly,
always the
Rocky
next
didn't
one.
look invincible either, right? There were mistakes by either side. It was just that Rocky was that little bit better at exploiting them. That all being said and done, though, this match is over. So I guess now it's up to the analysts to analyze. See you there.
Thanks a lot, guys. And well, we expected a close match between those two teams, Toxic, but it's going to be a good and convincing victory from the side of Raki. And we have to say goodbye to GDVV1 that were the finalists and the winners of the last tournament.
I mean, if we look at the first 2 games, maybe you could say that GDVV1 should have won both of them,
Yep.
which would put the current score into a 3-2, which is a bit more close, but they kind of threw their first game, the first round. So it's a 4-1, not really convincing from the side of GDVV, but Raki, as Ki already mentioned, also not looking unshakable. And I gotta say, if Raki doesn't step up and Gupa doesn't step up, I don't see much competition here for Opur.
I mean, how to say so? I have the feeling that Raki, they have a lot of ideas, but they're probably lacking some trainings to use these ideas in the best way. They are probably performing well when it's going accordingly, but we will get to see that in the replays. When it doesn't, like on that Tundra round, it was just dominating from the side of GDV1. But the replays are really toxic. We should just take a look at them as we speak. The first map between those two teams was Tundra, and we started with Raki on the attack, GDV on the defense, and both of those teams actually not meeting early, having the attacking team pushing north and the defending team pushing the south.
Yeah, very interesting attack strat here, not something we've seen yet. Raki opting to just full send it towards one side of the map and going for maybe a couple picks, which did work for them. They did get the picks, but they just lost so much control over the match and over the map for it that in the end, even though they got, I think, only the 60 TP, it didn't really work out for them great.
I mean, Daki mentioned that he would call that more likely a throw from GDVV1. I tend to agree due to the fact they're on defense and they have all the positions of the world. They completely surrounded Raki, but afterwards they were not capable of holding the greatest ones. Like they were missing the heal, for example. I'd say that they could have taken. And even though they had a great push initially catching that 60 TP, the trades were actually in favor of GDVV in defense.
And I mean, they did actually take the hill in the end, but they just kept on pushing in. But here we see the opening from GDVV. Very, very good adaptation. They punished the E100, getting into position with so much. Then we have Justus just taking basically all the map control by going into the D5 position. Piotr tries to repush, doesn't connect one of his shots, and is just dead in return. Raki really didn't perform on this game.
I mean, that's the sort of games we expect to see from GDV1. They were super methodical, they took their time, they had that great opening to take some damage for free on the 300 because they expected him to go on that position. So you could see that they're capable to be a very good team with like some advanced and calm tactics like this. And in return, Raki, when they face that, they struggle. You can see that they maybe have some signs of frustration. You can see Piotr pushing out almost on his own. We had a bit of a clan fiesta though at the end.
Yeah, a lot of shots whiffed here, a lot of bounces, misses. And I mean, this was really painful to watch. Barbarian, I think, 3 shots in a row not connecting. Lexa also bouncing. We were just putting our heads above our heads at this point, but GDVV coming in with the rotation with the IS-7 to finally clear things up. And at that point, it's just a pickup game. They're up 5,000 HP, they're up a gun, even 2 guns, they're up positions. So this was really a great round from GDVV and more of what we were expecting from them, but they didn't keep the trend going.
I mean, well, they were so far in front that it didn't matter much, but we can also say that DC5 on this position is actually very interesting. Yes, you have the cupola, but in those role situation later on when you just can face hug, for example, and try to just hide your cupola, just putting your gun into the enemy once, it can work. Well, that round, the first Proco round with Raki on the defense and GDV on the attack, we have to highlight that huge misplay from the STRV. Niu, he shouldn't get spotted at all there, and you're gonna see that Piotr is gonna keep pushing with his I7, chasing the CS at K1, and actually Niu is the wrong position. He's gonna get spotted now, as you can see, and that's actually what costed GDVV the round.
I mean, Piotr should have probably instead pushed at Niryu here to make sure to spot him. But then again, Niryu misplaying made it work out after all. Maybe Niryu should buy some coaching sessions from Jekifa. Jekifa knows the red line positions very well. He probably could tell him a trick or two. But Niryu's misplay here of getting spotted is probably what just cost GDVV the round in the end.
Yeah, I mean, having him alive at the end on that position is crazy because it's actually forcing GDVV to push into that hole in F2, since there's a tank that can crossfire them from the back the entire time. And you could see the trades over the 6-7 lines were not in their favor. Neither Tomic and Monster were just taking those kills and both staying alive in the process. So a dominant round at the end of the day for Raki, but also due to the fact of the fail of the STRV.
And I mean, this is basically the second round that GDVV had on their hands. They were able to win this just as they were with game 1, and they just kind of threw it on a personal level. Maybe too much greed there as well. We see a very nice deletion on the next match onto Victor at the start, and Raki just is so much up. You have an entire gun that you take out, that from here on, you basically just have to translate that advantage into a victory.
I mean, the lineup of Raki is very aggressive, right? What else do you expect? You expect them to push the 8-9, push the 2-3, or just go whole mid and wide pick. So I think that's a huge misplay from the side of Victor. He should have adapted, especially after the early spot he gets with the CS. And in return, Raki, that was the perfect play to take the lead. Later on, you could see that they were trading pretty well in the middle. They managed to only leave the HPs on the Skunk and the mouse of GDVV1 and end it with the cap.
And I mean, for GDVV1, not really much to do here. They can't really get to the decap, they'll just die. So either way, it's a loss for them. They lost this match basically with their opening, I'd say. Victor, not sure what he was trying to do, going for the spot run, sure, but you can't just run out whilst you're spotted. You will just get completely overpeaked, especially with a triple IS-7 setup like we saw Raki bring. Going on to Himmelsdorf, a very interesting map with very interesting opening. We have a straight 1-2 line aggression from Raki. Not something you see too rarely, but a very interesting execution here with the double B.
Yeah, I mean, GDVV, they took their time, and they maybe took too much of their time, because you can see that the first engagement is happening with 3 minutes 30 left on the clock, and that's not enough, because in return Raki is taking the trades, and you have to remind that they are on the defense. Even though that was not the greatest, they still managed to pick up that I7 in the banana. Bit of a fail maybe to not get the kill in that CS with Brainbreaker, just leaving him on the one shot, but at the end of the day we're gonna see that the time is gonna work in Raki's favor.
I mean, that's something you always have to keep in mind as the attacker, is that you're not only playing versus your opponent, you're also playing versus time. And that is something that GDVV didn't keep in mind here. You will be able to see that I think it was Barbarian in the end that basically just had to get out, since as the defending team, if the time runs up, well, it's your win. So you don't really care about killing all the enemies or capping, because you can't cap. You just care about not letting the enemy cap or kill you. And that's really a great move from Barbarian. It's smart to do, you know. And all he has to do here, realistically, is just keep on pushing across the 0 line, because the only enemy that will be able to face him if he does that is the CS, who has 390 alpha, so in like, let's say about 80% of the cases, he will not be able to shut down Barbarian with one shot, even if he gets it. So great stuff from him, getting the final victory.
Well, good stuff, and maybe a mistake once again there from the side of GDVV to not actually go for the cap. They decided to chase all of those things, but they didn't have enough time to do so. The eyes for the mouse, they would never catch the 50B going up on the hill, only the CS, but he was on a one-shot situation, and the 50B was not even a kill for him, unless he would be very lucky. So, good stuff. Good stuff from Raki. They're going to be moving to the next round of the losers bracket. They're going to be facing Grupa Speed. What's your take on that?
I think it's just like in the upper bracket. It really depends on what Grupa team shows up. They are a very good team, but also a very inconsistent team. They were very strong yesterday in one of their matches, and today they were the exact opposite. I think it was 4-0, the first match of today. So if they play like they did yesterday, I think they can give Raki a run for their money. But if they show up like they did today, maybe we're in for another slaughter here.
There's something even more interesting. Yesterday, those teams played actually against each other. It was Grupa actually dominating against Raki. I think it was 4-1 if I'm not mistaken. And now Raki is definitely going to be thinking for their revenge against Grupa. They are coming out after a pretty good and dominant round against GDVV1. Grupa, they had a bit of time in return to prepare, but I guess that the band picks are ready between those two teams. So now we're going to be going back to our casters to give us more details about that next match of the losers bracket, Raki against Grupa Speed. Kian and Daki, take it away.
Are you sick and tired of being relentlessly shamed for your lack of skins and loot boxes and other cool things? Well, don't worry about it. We've got you covered, Jimmy. Hi there, we're MillionPugs. You've probably seen our logo on stream, but here's what we actually do. MillionPugs earns you skins and in-game rewards whenever you shop online. When you shop with any of our partnered brands, you earn our own loyalty points, called Pugs. You then swap those Pugs for some spiffy World of Tanks loot like premium tanks, premium account access, and gold. Anyway, head on over to millionpugs.com now and sign up for free.
Well, hello and welcome back here with the casters. We are about to witness the next match that is going to be happening in between Grupa Speed and Raki. So a rematch of the upper bracket match we saw yesterday, where Grupa Speed ended up dominating Raki here. But the Raki that we saw yesterday in the match against Grupa was not the Raki that we have been seeing so far today, showing a completely different face.
Yeah, we'll see here though if this is down to GDVV not being on form or Raki just really being gaming. You know, they're cooking. This could be the case, but we'll have to see, man. Again, between these teams, you know, the ones who've watched today, GDVV, Opor, Raki, Grupa, any one could beat the other in a best of 7 if it comes down to it.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, all of those teams perfectly capable of taking the tournament victory here. Personally, I am siding with the community here, as in it basically being a 50-50, right? That being said, I think it mostly depends on how Raki is going to approach this. Because yesterday we saw them against Grupa Speed completely falling apart. Their second match was, I believe, a 4-0 though, so able to pick it up there, and today with a very, very dominant performance as well. So both of those teams here fighting for the spot in the grand finals, which would in turn also mean actual money, because only the teams that advance to the finals get money, with the winner obviously taking, I think, double. So there we go. Now, I think the pick and bans should also be ready. Obviously, since the teams didn't know that they were going to play against each other, they yeah, they had to do a live pick ban. So here we go. There it is. It's going to be a Ghost Town and Tundra gone here, which is kind of interesting because we saw that Rocky normally did not have any issues playing Tundra. Now opting against it here. Now the first pick coming out by the Polizia by Grupa Speed is going to be Himmelsdorf, followed up by a Sand River. Cliff then taken out. So we're going to be heading to Proco if it comes to it, and then Murovanka, the possible tiebreaker.
Didn't we see Grupa win 2-0 yesterday on Sand River though?
I think we did.
Against
yes.
Rocky. Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Rocky picking it now though, so I guess they identified the mistakes that they made, and will be moving forward with something of a revenge plan here, because yesterday in the end they did really look tilted when they were playing against Grupa. Hopefully for them that doesn't happen, but obviously we shouldn't discount Grupa in this match here. They're here for a reason. Yes, they have lost a match today already, I believe, in the upper bracket, but the comfort, obviously, of being in the upper bracket means that you have another tournament live here, which they're going to be trying to defend.
Yeah, they're going to be, cool down a little bit from their match against Opor. Probably, pinpointing their mistakes, but hopefully focused mainly on their preparation. They also had a pretty good indicator who they were going to play halfway through the last match, with Rocky being just ahead. So that probably led into the preparation as well. When it's 2-1, you can okay, it's probably going to be Rocky, and it's 3-1, okay, it's going to be Rocky for sure. And you have at least 20 minutes dedicated to just Rocky.
And the thing is that we have seen differences into how teams actually approach the gameplay. By now we know that GDVV, the team that just got knocked out, likes to play very, very heavy. Not so much for the team of Rocky here, but I see all the four of us finally agreeing on something, and that is a Rocky victory. Both Insane and Toxic, as well as I, going with a 4-2 scoreline. You're saying that it's going to be easy sailings for the side of Rocky with a 4-1.
I feel like Rocky is just on that momentum train, It's hard to shut down the momentum train. You have to come in really strong into the match to shut it down. And I don't know if Grupa is the team that can do this.
I mean, they did prove very capable of it yesterday, but as we outlined already, it entirely depends on the face that Rocky is going to show us here. The first map obviously being Himmelsdorf, which is, I think, a comfort pick for both teams, because, Himmelsdorf, it just is the OG map.
Yeah, it's indeed the OG map. And Rocky had just a warm-up on it as well. We'll have to see how both these teams approach it. I think what Rocky did, the super heavy lineup, was pretty good for them. This time around, going quite heavy as well, but the double 60B, the 50B, the E100, the IS4, the mouse, and the E5.
On the other side, Grupa Speed coming in with a singular 50B as well, double IS4, triple mouse, so very, very heavy on that department, and an E5 as well. Now, time and time again, I say it in 15v15, in 7v7, I am not a huge fan of the singular clip tank. Simply because you could become very powerful if you're high HP late in the game and you find those engagement against half or even less HP opponents. But at the start, you feel kind of helpless, right? You don't have armor, you have a bit of mobility, but you can't really take out enemy tanks with your clip. And if you want to do a full clip, most of the time you expose yourself, you take damage in return, which then lessens your potential later, and you just can't remove enemy guns from the game, which normally with a double 50B, for example, or 50B batch at something like this, it's easily possible.
Yeah, it's indeed easily possible. You can see Rocky changing their way of defending, though. Last time was a courtyard 8-line defense, kind of. This time, mainly 1-2.
Mainly 1-2 indeed. We see the double 60 TP, the E5, and the IS4 played by Uzek, all of them moving up through the 1 and 2 line. Elian there in the mouse taking one shot by, I believe, Piotr. So a good connection coming out from Piotr that has 3,440, not 3,550. So maybe rocking a bit of different equipment, or possibly forgetting the field mods. Not sure there.
Probably experimental HP.
Probably, yeah.
Because Solo and Fnac also have it.
Alright, now Marcel here, we can see him driving over the zero line in his 50B, trying to get more information, and now Tomic and Brainbreaker pretty close to Elian. They know he's there. He is right now not aware of the possibility of so many tanks by Rocky being this close to him. Tomic now deciding to go for the peak, and both of them ending up with a trade here. A bit less than 700 by the 60 TP, but obviously if you're a mouse, you don't want to keep on those trades.
No, and Elian doesn't want to trade against the 60p at all. That's very true, because the rotation coming though in the meantime, Grupa is starting to re-pressure the south here, but Barbarian, Brainbreaker, Mentos, Uzek, they're all there. I mean, 5 out of the 7 tanks are there. One of on the hill for Grupa, so Monster and Piotr will get involved into this game at some point. They're trying to push out the K-line, but they've just taken damage so far for this. Barbarian and Brainbreaker now just going to be crossing over in the 60p and 50b, holding down the angles, and for Grupa, this is not where you want to be, you know. You have that 50B on the hill, Brainbreaker trades with the mouse. We said about it, you don't want to do that in the mouse because you do get that higher alpha gun facing against you. Miku and Gursky there, a little bit of trouble in that E5 and the Ice 4 respectively, as Uzek and the Barbarian are creeping up in that 50B Ice 4 combination. Barbarian with 3 shots left. If he makes a full clip here, that'd be huge. Franek now trying to cross over though in his mouse. Brainbreaker shuts down Miku in that E5, who was kind of left in no man's land, and here comes Monster as well in the E100 arriving. Piotr in the window, just laying down the law from the back lines. Marcel finally joining in from the hill. But when he arrives here, he is in an impossible situation. No way really to repush for him, and Grupa just kind of stuck.
Yeah, kind of stuck. We can see Piotr continuously putting in the shots from the backlines, probably deciding to also join the fray here as Marcel in his 50B peaks, going down towards a one-shot immediately. Barbarian also fully reloaded. Gursky here in an impossible situation. The K-line crumbling for the side of Grupa Speed, and now it's all the Rocky tanks driving in. The mouse starting to melt here, finishing probably rather soonish as he's down towards a one-shot, and now only Elian and Twist remaining here with a bit more than 2k HP in this match here. Piotr hasn't even joined completely here, but he would still be very, very, very healthy if it came to it. But we can see that's not going to be the case as Rocky storming into this lower bracket final here, really putting on the hurt, and Grupa melting away.
Yeah, this is the momentum kind of thing that I'm talking about. Rocky come off a big win against GDVV, which they probably consider a better team than Grupa. No front to Grupa, it's just, they won the last tournament. Now, coming into this match, winning the first round, they're hyped, they're pumped. They're all having a good time, probably. And they get an easy round from Grupa. It's, Rocky, good positions. Grupa trying to repush there, but repushing into this 5-man setup from Rocky with the tanks they have available, double 60 DP and Ice 4. 50B there as well, and an E5, it's hard, man, especially with mouses as well. They're not the fastest tanks to repush. And Miku in the E5, he's kind of left to, he couldn't push, he couldn't hold. Piotr in the mouse actually just shooting him from behind, from a window, sniping with a mouse. It was all great for Rocky. They had the setup.
I mean, look at the scoreline, 7-0. That is as clear as it gets here. Obviously, Brainbreaker with that high HP, with the good trades, able to pull off top damage. But in total, Rocky just as a unit performing well here. And even though Piotr was kind of wasn't really able to contribute his HP with the mouse, he was still contributing the DPM, right?
You gotta take into account, you're looking at Piotr being out of the game. Marcel's on the hill on this 50B. I know which one I prefer, the mouse sniping from a window and actually hitting shots, or the 50B being on the hill being like, yeah, can't do anything. I'm going to come off the hill. By the time he arrived on the K-line, Barbarian was already reloaded because they killed Miku beforehand.
Yeah,
Peaks, he dies.
I mean, the only shots that Marcel realistically does from the hill are onto Piotr in the mouse, who realistically
Piotr could take
doesn't
the whole
really
clip
care.
and don't care, bro.
Yeah.
He could literally go sideways to the 50B and be like, I don't care, I'm just going to shoot the other guys.
Exactly. So, in the end, Rocky there with a good opening, with good reactions, with good trades. I think that Grupa just also wasn't expecting for Rocky to be this aggressive this early on in the 1-2-3 line and then transitioning into the lower streets of Himmelsdorf.
It's
into
the big
Mercedes.
spot missing. You know, like even GDVV had it in the last game. K7, they're on the corner. They had an IS4 playing from there. So you spot this 60 TP and other tanks trying to go towards where Alien is. Krupa didn't have this. They weren't aware that the 60p of Tomic crossed, that Brainbreaker crossed, that Barbarian crossed, because normally this is spotted.
I mean, Barbarian was spotted crossing into K-line, then he even took a shot for it. But at that point in time, Yuzek had run away from the K-line with a very good reaction, then able to repush almost full HP into that K-line together with the 50V, which makes it so annoying to engage, right? Because every engage you pull off, you're gonna bleed heavily against that 50B. And this is one of the very, very few instances when the singular clip tank actually makes sense, when it's paired up with a single shooter, and then basically you make it impossible for the enemy that have similar numbers to get a good engagement off against you. So everything going the way of Raki. Currently 1-0 the scoreline, but Grupa Speed, they do have a say in this matter. It is a best of 7 here, and they're trying to remedy the situation with a bit of an unconventional lineup. Then again, 60 TP, double IS4, double mouse, and double Mino.
Rocky on the other hand, E100, i7, mouse, 277, double E5, and a CS on their attack. That double this is a hold. This is a turtle normally from Grupa. Although they could still pressure Courtyard, put a Mino in like D4 and Mino holding 8 line maybe, but I don't see it.
I don't see it either. That double Mino obviously being an elephant in any room. Meanwhile, though, Raki sending triple heavy tank, that is W5-1277, up the hill. Brainbreaker headed towards the 8 line together with Monster, Piotr, and Tomik starting to make their way over the K line here. And the double Mino giving a very, very wide berth, and now looking to actually counter someone going up the hill. Very, very interesting stuff coming.
Look at their equipment
coming out of Grupa, and yeah.
You saw it, low noise?
Yes. That is interesting stuff coming out, but obviously it's only going to work if someone actually peeks there, and we can already see that the easiest tank to penetrate would have been the CS, and now they see the CS is on the other side as the IS-4 just received a shot by him, and now the Minos are starting to continue down the K-line. How effective, how good is that going to be for them? I think Raki catching a very good timing because the mouse is not spotting the B-line.
Yeah, and if these Minos get spotted on the crossing... I mean, the Mino is great, but they don't win this 3v2.
No.
I mean, they won't get spotted because of the low noise, I guess. Low noise working in their favor. The issue is that there's 3 tanks in front of them.
That is...
I mean, if they get to side scrape, though.
This is so weird.
This could be huge, though. If the Minos side scrape on the corner, they do win this fight.
Now... They do know about Mentos. I'm not sure if Barbarian or Yuzek were spotted yet, so the Minos for the time hesitate. Maybe they're also just waiting for the tanks to come in here. Mentos starting to do that now. Barbarian and Yuzek also following. The Minos... Oh, what a timing. Yeah, they are spotted now, so they're going to hit like a truck from behind. The triple heavy tank by Raki, they're going to need to clear that street as soon as possible. The Minos not spotted yet. It's going to come as a nasty surprise.
Twist and Alien revealing in the Minotauros, putting Yuzek into the grave. 65 HP remaining on him. Now Twist and Alien starting to repush. Not sure if this is the 100% right move, but the entirety of Grupa has come in. The Barbarian's now forced to pull back in his E5. He takes 1. He's going to take a second from Alien there as well. You could see that those Minos, they do hit hard. And this Grupa speed timing here kind of catching the boys from Raki off guard. Barbarian takes 1 from the 60p, lucky to survive even at this point. And Tomic in the CS currently not really in this fight whatsoever. And all of Grupa's tanks are here. Barbarian forced to push into the road. Mentos Yuzek are a one-shot.
All of the tanks here by Raki in the 8 line are one-shots currently, one of them finally falling. Now Elian starting to eye towards the other tank that is still remaining here. Gurski with 2000 HP still remaining in the IS-4, now jumping into the frame. Miku does fall, but in turn Brainbreaker and Yuzek bite the dust, leaving only 3 tanks alive for Raki here, with Tomik trying to do what he can from the sidelines with that CS. But the superior amount of guns for Grupa Speed, it is what is making it impossible for Raki to win this round here, as Monster also falls. Grupa Speed with a very, very interesting Mino strategy, and with good timings, able to defeat Rocky.
Yeah, I thought maybe that not peeking was going to cost them. If they all drove into 8 line, the guys coming off the hill, then they would be kind of useless, but they would still hold the crossfire though. But it could be a different game then, you know? But luckily for them, they stopped to shoot at the mouse and the 60 TP, which meant that Yuzek just got kind of exploded. It's a good preparation from Grupa, knowing that this low noise setup apparently on the Mino allows it to cross over A5, allows it then to cross over A8, and double Mino, man. Every 8 seconds, 530 close range. You have to aim a long time to pennant as well in all of the tanks, because you can only hit the lower plate of the well-engineered Minotauro.
Indeed, the Italian engineers here working well and working in Grupa's favor. We can
Better
see
than the Ferrari ones.
that is indeed the case. But yeah, good timings, very, very good decision making. I feel like on the team of Grupa Speed, and we can see Elian there, top performer for his team, 4.5k damage. Indeed, that Mino clip in close range can be brutal, can be devastating. Perfect shooting as well, 999 coming out from.
What are you
Elian.
saying no for?
I was desperately trying to avoid the joke, right? And you just make it.
It's fine, yeah. But yeah, it's a big surprise there for Rocky. It's really good though. It shuts down that momentum a little bit.
It does shut it down. Then again, like I think as soon as Rocky saw the double Mino behind them when they were pushing in with the triple heavy tank, they were like, well, it's over. They were
probably screaming.
Yeah, it was like screaming where the hell the Minos suddenly came from. Anyway, that means Himmelsdorf is going to be left behind us with a 1-1 scoreline. Both of the teams here winning one round, which means now we are headed to Sand River, which yesterday ended up being a very, very good map for Grupa Speed. Now though, Rocky picking it.
They'll probably have identified their failures and mistakes that were made on this map, which were plentiful, including Monster deciding to take the up is down approach in his STRV.
Yeah, I mean, he was just trying to, take a look at the game from a different angle, from a different perspective. Also, I think they will be adjusting slightly, like the decap 60 TP that Piotr was playing. I think there was... the best thing that could be said about it was that there was a lot of room for improvement, with how he was playing the position. But yeah, if they identified those mistakes, if they're able to switch those off, not make them again, it's gonna be better than yesterday, at least.
I mean, you would hope so. If it's the same as yesterday, it's 2-0 for Grupa in quite a quick fashion. But I don't think so. I mean, these teams have had a whole day and night to, recollect their thoughts on how to approach, identify the playstyle of the opponent, play around it, potentially have secondary strands. And they're like, okay, it doesn't work. We'll just use this instead, It's not common to have only one strategy on a map.
Yeah, and the most important thing for the teams, obviously, is to have multiple approaches for a single setup, right? You don't want to play the same thing with the same setup. Then again, here we are with the lineups. Grupa Speed coming in with one IS7, double 277, one S-Conk, one E5, and the double CS.
Rocky, on the other hand, rocking double CS of their own, 4 277s and an IS7 to round it up.
Now, I think Rocky's setup is sort of easier to execute just because you don't have as many specialized tanks. That obviously in turn does mean though that Grupa Speed, they do have those specialists. They can play positions very, very effectively. Namely, the S-Conk Haldan is obviously always a force to be reckoned with. Now, Marcel there opening up in his CS there with a fairly standard, I guess, spotting run at the dune here. He's probably going to find Brainbreaker, Piotr, maybe even Mentos. Barbarian and Yuzek, though, aiming towards that and do get a connection, a good one into Marcel.
Yeah, one of the two connecting, some free damage on the CS is always nice. But you see Piotr just immediately take the dune away from the boys of Grupa, which is probably adding a lot of pressure to them really, really quickly. He'll spot every rotation across the A-line. And he will see if Miko and Elian try to do something. He can also shoot towards 0 line. It's just a really nice position to have in general.
Yeah, indeed. You get the proxy spot onto the Super Conk, and obviously, since you have that very sturdy turret, you can also peek over the dune to get a bit more information for essentially free. Raki here, mostly oriented towards the north. We still see the double 277 there in sniper positions close to their own spawn. They have a singular CS tank in the south that is trying to spot, trying to gather information. And now Grupa here fancying themselves maybe a little bit of a push in the south.
Can't really hold like this if you're group up, because you see the S-Conk rotating Franek. That is because he can't sit at the 6 anymore. He's not spotting the approach from the middle, which means that they could walk up on him with 4 heavies, 5 heavies even, and just delete him. Once that happens, it's game over, right? So because they lost that info, he's forced further back. But that in turn also opens up just a straight crossing from Raki into the A8 positions with the other heavies, because he cannot spot everything where Franek is. It's allowing a rather large hole in this defense. And gotta remember, Grupa is not pushed up on the K line. It's why they're starting to take some map control, because they have to. If they don't, they're just going to flat out lose. See now, Barbarian and Usek, they're taking this road. That's what I mean. It's not spotted. They can't know about it. That's why, as a defender, when you start losing this part of the map, you have to make some sort of a play, usually across the K line. They're not doing that. They're rotating back to 0 line. That could be a disaster.
That could indeed be problematic here, as Barbarian and Usek both start driving into the cap. Meanwhile, Monster trying to put some crossfire from the sidelines if someone would be coming from the northeast. Grupa caught a bit of guard, caught a bit in a predicament here. Marcel now with a long rotation through the 0 line, but the timer is on, 40 seconds here. And obviously at any point in time the Raki team could put a 3rd tank there to put even more pressure onto Grupa's speed here. We see the reaction coming in through the middle with the tanks by Grupa, double 277 and the CS pushing there. But now Monster is actually going to start moving against Elian and Miku, who are going to have to try and get those resets. But now the big no-you coming out from Raki, leaving the cap. And this is going to be very bad for Grupa speed, because they simply have less tanks in this northeastern part.
Yeah, Grupa getting caught off guard right now. They're a bit slow. They're a bit complacent on the moves that they have to make. Miku is going to play the price for this hesitation of not taking map control back when you stop spotting the north. Good roll from Elian though, 450 on Brainbreaker. One more peek could shut him down, but Usek there coming in quickly to shield. They'll find Elian. Marcel's already going to have to be running at this point. Barbarian missing a shot. Have to connect these at this moment in time. Elian is a 2-shot. Monster will probably stop to give the shot here. Elian down towards the 1-shot. Marcel now on the run. In the meantime, though, you can see the repush on towards that 277 of Piotr, who was left behind. Not too sure why he didn't try to take distance. He's going to get caught. But even then, though, the middle push from Grupa Twist here in that CS63 is getting removed. And that will put the rest of the Grupa team in a crossfire, though. But Grupa has done a really good job at shooting.
Yeah, Grupa has done a good job at shooting. They're still up in HP, but Twist is maybe going down rather quickly here. Tomic peeking does not get the connection, so Twist is making his escape for now. Monster, though, very, very healthy in his CS, is probably going on the chase rather soonish. Now Click and Gorski both are starting to rotate over. Twist does get picked up by Mentos here. And now Raki still ahead in the gun department, but the HP are dead even.
HP are dead even, but they can hold the 0-line repush if they play it properly out. They're kind of missing the spot right now, though, because Barbarian is running away. Monster's not seeing it. Gursky and CLCK, they're hitting a timing here, which might end up in their favor if they can find Usek, but Monster's running away. Usek is now running away as well. They have seemed to realize the potential of what could happen here. They're getting back towards the cap. If Monster gets caught on this runaway, though, that could be huge. He gets spotted out now by Gursky. Can Gursky connect the shot? He cannot. Cap has been restarted. And I think now Raki realizes that this north threat is one that they have to consider. Monster down towards the 1-shot. He's going to be forced back behind the corner. Gursky could even try to cross over and get a position. They're pushing on towards the S-Conk instead. And that is a big moment here, because Franek in that S-Conk is going to be trying to hold as long as he can with Marcel in support in that CS63. Can they shut him down cleanly? Can they pick it up? Franek dies to Usek. The ignite from Marcel, though, on the back of Barbarian is going to be huge. He's going to get one more as well on him driving down. down towards the one-shot now. And Grupa, yeah, they only have 3 tanks, but they could very much win this game at this moment in time as Marcel shuts down Barbarian. TLCK down towards the one-shot himself, though, needs to make this last shot here against Mentos. He does on the move. Mentos not retaliating, not getting it. Speaking over now, can he get it? No connection from Mentos on towards TLCK. Grupa here can potentially hold on.
Grupa here holding on by a thread here as Click not getting picked up by Mentos, down towards 16 HP, possibly even an HE one-shot, but Marcel from the back lines is the looming threat here. 1 minute and 33 seconds are all that Rocky have left. Once again, the cap siren does start ringing here as Mentos also gets shifted over there. Marcel now getting pushed by Tomik. This might be huge if they're all aiming there. Marcel now does get spotted here. Tomik not yet. So Marcel probably unsure as to where that spot actually came from. Tomik does get the pickup. That is going to reveal his position, but he's not a sure one-shot for Marcel. Cap down to 36 seconds here, and Gursky the only gun remaining close to the cap, meaning that he can get just gunned down by the superior amount of guns that Rocky have right now. Yuzek coming in with the overpeak, gonna give one to Gursky. Now Brainbreaker does not get reset here. Gursky taking another hit. Yuzek starting to go for the ramp, does get the kill. And Marcel now left standing here, but who's not going to be left standing is the cap, as it's firmly in favor of Rocky, who are going to finish off this game here and going to end up on a 2-1 scoreline.
Close though, closer than it should have been in this regard. And Tomek shuts down Marcel as the very last one. Grupa did a good job at shooting there. There's again an issue to identify that 277 on the June. Piotr, when you're repushing north, you know you can get repushed yourself. You should always be taking distance either towards the A line or go with the rest of the team. You don't sit on the dune there because you always get repushed. It doesn't matter how. You can run down A line, you can go with the rest of the team. Either of the options works. Staying is a mistake. And then they weren't spotting the zero line repush, and that almost costed them quite a bit.
Yeah, exactly. Grupa there with good rotations. I do agree as well that Piotr cannot just hang back there. He needs to go with the others to contribute his HP, his DPM into the fight, and not open himself up to a repush here. Not even the best shooting coming out by him, but maybe he was also, busy leading, and in the end, since his team won, he is still in the right, even though he maybe did a slight mistake there. But in the end now, this means that Rocky is once again up 2-1 now. In this match here, and Grupa, they will have to try to come back in this game number 4 on Sand River. It seems like Rocky have learned from their mistakes.
It shouldn't even be close here, and I think this Grupa, then the analysts will touch on it as well. It's what I said. It's when the Escon can no longer spot because you can take A7 away, pressure him down with even one guy, come out of the middle unspotted and even kill him. You have to start probing other parts of the map. It doesn't really bode well for you if you're not taking that at least slight map control towards the south, for example. And it's still risky because you're missing a lot of tanks. But as you could see, there's always this potential for this unspotted push coming out from Raki, which they did, which would have won the game a lot more convincingly if Piotr wasn't sitting there to get picked up. It is what it is. They would just straight up lose. And that's because they're too slow for anything. If they push down the middle, they're not even on time to reset anymore.
Yeah, and I think there is kind of a pattern emerging here, or starting to emerge on Sand River, where a lot of teams are securing the control over that cap that we just saw, and then they just need to hit the right call, the right timing, with essentially driving off the cap to get the overmatch onto some other tanks, because this southern rotation to basically get the resets is always a bit late by the defender, because they can't really do that. At least with the defenses that we have seen. Basically, you're lacking the spot in the south, so you can't really blind push there, and you don't even see the tanks crossing over north towards the cap. You only get the information basically when the cap siren turns on, and at that point you're down to like 50 seconds if it's 2 tanks, or even 30 seconds if it's 3. And that is just not enough time to do a long south rotation.
Yeah, to continue on this, if Monster just drove onto the cap and left Brainbreaker to spot everything, which was possible, it instantly goes down so low that the Ilion and the i7 would have to repush so early, even earlier than now, which would have been an even better overpush. But yeah, that was then, and this is now. Group of Speed looking to equalize with double i7, triple 277, an e5, and a CS63.
Meanwhile, Rocky coming into this one with a 60 TP, 4 277s and double CS. So mobility advantage, light tank, or not light tank, but mobility and medium tank advantage going over to the side of Rocky here, having 2 CSs versus 1. We can also see that the CSs, at least for the side of Rocky, are rocking the HP equipment. Meanwhile, Twist, on the other hand, seems to be going the spotting route. And now a different kind of opening that we haven't really seen before in this tournament, in those playoffs. Double IS7 getting sent in towards the middle, towards the ridge here, but the triple 277 is very aggressively starting to drive down the dried out riverbed. Don't really find anything though. Mentor's not really spotted. He obviously has the low noise here, so he's gonna be quite stealthy.
Yeah, he's going to be quite stealthy indeed, and he does spot out Franek in the e5. Brainbreaker there in a position. Ooh, Mentos taking 1, taking 2 even. CS respotting him in return. That's Swiss with that superior spotting setup. And he will not be finding the 277s in the middle of the map, though. Brainbreaker will be now forced to hightail it out of there. Of course, doesn't want to sit in that position with a 277. Bit too risky.
Now, Twist here has the low noise and the optics as well, so is going to outspot both of the tanks from Rocky here in the south with the superior amount of distance, has the rammer as well, so is not going to be too afraid. And this triple 277 push that is unspotted through the south here can be very, very dangerous for Rocky, since essentially they're cutting off the southeastern CS from rotating north. He would be paying too much, or probably pay with his life for that. They are starting to get close towards the cap. Ilion does get spotted, however. They are continuing through to the 0 line, and now Mentos is in big trouble.
Well, Mentos is going to readjust to the hole. They haven't cleared it. He's going to be hard to push there, even for Twist. Yeah, Twist is up HP, and that's why you see Marcel getting pulled, getting diverted towards it. But diverted is his health points as it goes down to 1.1. Yeah, now Twist will come in, but this is already something that Rocky's quite happy with at this moment in time, because they're getting damage out of this. They haven't been able to establish... Gursky on fire in the IS-7 there, that's below Piotr there. That's 60p doing the big damage, and now you see Monster and Music coming in as well, but Barbarian from the outside. It's the IS-7s that are going to be the play from Rocky to push on. Mentos will fall, but this is costing so many times. You see Marcel, you see Twist, Ilion, CLCK, they're all in that area of the map. They're losing Gursky immediately. Mentos still alive, trying to draw the tanks, and he's doing a phenomenal job at that, as Twist will now come in and shut him down, but not at a limited cost. Marcel actually has to do the shutdown, and as we can see, Miku is gone. Gursky's already in the grave for a little while. And yeah, they'll find Brainbreaker in turn. The HP will be pretty even. But the tanks from Grupa, they're not really together. Franek now in the middle. That full HP E5, he's going to be the next one on the chopping block, as Monster, Yuzik, and Barbarian realize Grupa's speed is too far away from each other. They don't have the speed to cover all of this. And Franek on the run. But he ain't running from this one.
Franek indeed is not going to be able to get away here, as Barbarian furiously storming behind that E5 that is trying to get away but is not going to make it. Franek, one more shot into Yuzek, will maybe be able to pick him up if Monster doesn't block him. There he goes with the body block. Good job by Monster here to secure the kill onto Franek. That all being said and done though, the HP, it's still very, very even, and Tomik is probably going to be the next one to fall here, as Ilion takes aim, removes him from the game, and this is still a game that is up for grabs here, and I think Twist is going to be the difference maker here, as he's the only remaining medium.
Yeah, Twist with that rotation, but also with that stealthy setup, which may help him survive ever so slightly. Ilion gotta be careful. He's still spotted in the 60p. Piotr finds an angle. Doesn't look like he does, though. Barbarian now starting to readjust as well. Piotr is the weakness in this, but also the issue. None of them can push him. I mean, Twist could try, but 779 versus 750 alpha, it is never a really comfortable decision. So, like, yeah, Piotr is the weakness because he's the only one holding the B line, but at the same time, he's also a strength.
Yeah, Yuzek now going to F1. He's on 410, so it's also a gamble whether Twist will be able to one-shot him here. Monster there getting spotted out. Yuzek also, so Twist gathering information here currently. We see Marcel and Click on the long rotation. Click is maybe even fancying himself a bit of that sweet cap of that efficiency to be able to move forward. But, well, realistically, who's going to spot him?
Barbarian will just drive down in the middle again. He has 1,000 HP on the I7. You start the cap, they know where 1 out of 4 tanks is. They know that Yuzek is spotted, they know 2 out of 4 tanks. They know that there's going to be 1 in F9. It's only 1 tank that you have to account for. That could be in a curious position, you know?
We do see I7 and 277 with the rotation towards the northern part of the map, and it is important to highlight that basically 2.5 minutes here, the trump card that Grouper Speed has still remaining is that CS that has the mobility, that has the spotting potential to generate shots here and there to generate an HP advantage, but they're not able to utilize it properly currently here. The CS not really finding any results over the course of the past minute, and that is going to be the issue moving forward. However, Yuzek here is on a one-shot with that 277 and is also spotted. I don't think he knows that, but Marcel should be aware that Yuzek is aiming his way. Oof.
That was risky. Marcel doesn't have a choice, though. He has to peek, and Yuzek almost connected in that one. You know, Yuzek getting given up. It's like, okay, you can have Yuzek. We don't want Yuzek anymore, so take him. We'll try and play the time, because 1 minute 30. Monster not taking 1 from Twist, though. He's potentially a one-shot here. Those 3 guys from Rocky are now going to try and play it out towards the time, just like they did against GDVV, if you remember. They're going to try and play it that way. So they know where 1277 is, they know where another one is, and they know where the CS is roughly. Barbarian running into Twist, though, could be huge here, but Barbarian's going to be spotting out Twist. He gets the info on that. There is a 277 in A1, though. Piotr actually picked up Alien. He actually got Alien and Piotr in the 60p. Huge play off screen. Super, super important for his team at this moment in time, because Barbarian's getting surrounded. But Piotr now breaks kind of free. He has another 1v1 against the A277. He's 542. He does not connect the shot. CLCK also not connecting his either. Will probably be forced to go for the peak at this moment in time. He has a few more seconds left before Piotr comes off reload. 2 seconds left now. CLCK needs to be hella careful here, but 30 seconds left. Piotr might just go for this one. Fancies himself a little bit of that 277. Does he connect? He does! That's the kind of performance they need from that man in the 60p. 3 kills and staying alive, and with 20 seconds left on the clock, it looks like Rocky are going to put themselves on match point here.
Yeah, indeed. Monster is never, ever going to get picked up by the 2 remaining tanks of Grouper Speed. And yes, it was a close round, but in the end, Piotr there with a beautiful play, securing the victory for his team. 1 second remaining. Yes, Marcel does get the last second kill, but that still leaves Monster standing on their Sand River defense. Yesterday, they lost the map in, well, an embarrassing fashion, 2-0. Today, they're getting their revenge, and if you're a grouper, that is so annoying. That is so... yeah, that must be tilting.
To the wire. I mean, really, two rounds that could have gone either way, but it's Rocky coming ahead with it, man. And, you know, it is... You know, you could say mental staying at K9. If those 277s don't push across, but they clear 0 line first, they just kill him for free. Now Mentos ends up doing at least 2k and taking a lot of time. And the rest of them, yeah, they tried their best, man. They did really well. But I think a crucial moment there is Piotr just actually, you know, we've criticized him a lot so far because he hasn't really had the best performance. I think that's fair to say. He's made a lot of mistakes. But in this battle, he does exactly what he's supposed to do and more. 3 kills, 5.5, kills Alien. Because if he doesn't kill Alien, he gets flanked by the 277 of CLCK and he just dies. Because, you know, it's a 60p, you know, he can't turn his third either way.
Yep. No. We did criticize him, and I think rightfully so, but in this game he actually, you know, took out the wheelbarrow and carried it home. So good stuff by him. And now that leaves Himmelsdorf and Sandriver as the maps that we have already seen. So we are going to be headed towards Prokhorovka, a map that we have seen Rocky play already today, and they did so in a very convincing fashion.
They indeed did so in a very, very convincing fashion. And yeah, I mean, this could have broken Group out, to be honest. It's when you lose these kind of games like twice in a row, where it's like really close and could go either way, and you lose it twice, it's demoralizing is the correct word.
Yeah, indeed. We saw it yesterday, what happened to a demoralized Rocky, where they ended up just completely getting rolled in the upper bracket. Now in the lower bracket here, they seem to have adjusted against Grupa. They're getting those close wins that basically they just serve to hype you up even more, because at that point in time you just feel like you're getting rounds that are easy, but you're also getting those close rounds, those crunch time rounds, those crucial points that are going to carry you through the tournament. So I guess spirits are going to be very, very high on their TeamSpeak right now. And you said it, match point. So from now on, every round that Grupa loses is going to throw them out of the tournament.
That is indeed what is about to happen. But Grupa, if they have something to say about it, are not just going to accept this fate. They're going to try and make their own destiny to at least pick up this first round of Proco, second one, tiebreaker. It is possible, but it is a hard ask for any team. And it's going to be Grupa, though, to try it with double IS7, double S-Conk, an E5, and a double CS.
For Rocky, however, we have the quadruple IS7 Barbarian with the E5, then we have one CS and an STRV.
I hope Monster knows the bush is better than near you, at least.
Let's hope so for Rocky. We'll have to see. Obviously, Rocky needs to respect that the double CS could be pushing the double IS7 somewhere if Grupa Speed chooses to do so. I would say a pretty passive opening by the side of Rocky here, sending only the CS towards the middle, the rest of the tanks still staying on the K line, probably looking to transition into a 1-2 line push, and indeed Elian is the one to be pushing double IS7 for the side of Grupa Speed in towards that 1-2 line. Tomek here spotting out, well, 4 enemy tanks. That's actually quite good for them.
Yeah, but this 1-2 push, Dokihan, it's running into, well, 6 tanks.
Yeah.
And I don't know. Yeah, well, if they go into the hole, they have a chance.
Yeah, hopefully for them they divert. Lamentus and Brainbreaker spotting out Gursky. Oh god, this is going to be so weird. Elian getting spotted is disastrous for the side of Grupa Speed. The CS63 just melting away like ice in the sunshine. And now Gursky there with the 3-line transition is going to stay alive for now, but that is a lot of tanks by Rocky in the 1-2 line that could threaten to collapse at any moment in time. This is where Gursky is starting to drive away. Barbarian there in the back taking a shot. Gursky is probably going to get a salvo, but the entirety of the Rocky team does seem to get double-tracked as well on the ridgeline here. And yes, in the middle there is Franek, there is Miku starting to farm away. But this yellow blob, it's a train that seems to have no brakes.
There should be no breaks here either. Yes, Miku and Franek, they're making the peaks, and I would disagree with Rocky pushing towards Gursky. They had him already. Continuing down 1-2 was probably the better play for them. Surely they pick up Gursky, but look at the HP deficit that they put themselves on. It's not huge, but it would have been a lot different if they just plowed down 1-2 Kian. There's not much that this Grupa Speed lineup could do about it, right? If we're honest about it, what could they even do against it? I mean, Silsuke leaves the hole here, might take one more from the STRV. He does do so indeed. But yeah, that's the only thing I don't disagree with there from the agreement from Raki is pushing inside that. I think they continue down 1-2. The game is over already. But Elian, my man, he switched mode in front of them.
I mean, considering how this opening basically started off, I think Grupa Speed is still in... I mean, they're in bad shape, don't get me wrong, but considering how the opening started, they made the best of it.
Yeah, and I think it's very lucky that Raki continued on to Gursky. I think if they don't continue on to Gursky and just go down 2 line, jump the E2 hole with 1 or 2 pushing down key, the STRV has a field day, into people peeking as well, and you cannot get repushed. This doesn't change that Grupa is still in a serious amount of trouble right now.
Yeah, they are in a hole that they dug themselves, basically, with a blind 1-2 commitment, losing 2 tanks here, essentially, in the process. And Monster, he is very crucial for the team of Rocky right now, because he is the one preventing, basically, all the peaks from Grupa speed that they would like to make onto the IS-7s, onto the E5 in the middle. We see Twist has made a big rotation here in his CS63. He does have more HP, so Tomek would possibly be the one outspotting him. We'll have to see. And Tomek right now putting in shot after shot into those tanks in the middle, starting to drive onto the hill here. Is going to get spotted, though. We'll have to see how many shots from the heavy tanks are actually connecting. None so far, but Twist is going to be the one that puts the first shot into Tomek. Tomek now bouncing means that Twist can actually go for this commitment here, go for the 1v1 fight, is going to trade away at the enemy CS, is probably going to get out ahead.
Yeah, I don't know why there was no shots from the middle of the map on towards this, but this will react. This will force a reaction from Rocky at the very least. I mean, Tomek is doing the best he can. The rolls here, if maybe Twist gets a bit lucky. No, not working out for him. He's going to take at least one more shot of damage for this. So down towards 600, but Guzek picking up the Eskunkin, but turn Twist does find Tomek. But look at the STRV. This is what I'm talking about. It will force a reaction from Rocky. And yeah, you have that CS win in the fight, but everywhere also on the map, the STRV takes down the 2-line, shuts down the middle with the rest of the heavies, because Grupa simply does not have the tanks available anymore, because they were already down 2. Twist is taking a 1v1. It is a huge overmatch from Rocky, and Rocky in spectacular fashion are going to put themselves in the grand finals with a 4-1 scoreline over Grupa Speed.
Very convincing stuff here coming out by the Rocky team. Yesterday they weren't able to best Grupa Speed, but today they ended up with a very good showing here, putting themselves into the grand finals, where we already have the boys from Opur waiting. Now double or even triple cap getting started to just get this round done with, to put the last necessary point on the board. Twist dropping down towards a one-shot, his last moments in this tournament. And yeah, 20 more seconds is probably all that it's going to take. Twist driving down is going to get picked up by Barbarian, locking in the 4-1 victory for Rocky.
4-1 victory for Rocky. Deserved at the end of the day. They just won more games. Again, though, I have a real question why Alien decided to change modes in front of IS-7s. The ideal play for them there is to either jump into the 3-line, which they would probably get the repush for, or go into the E2 hole and Alien just runs away, where he switched modes in front of the entire team from Rocky.
Yeah, also, like, basically, Grupa, they did sort of a risky strategy, because that was essentially a blind 1-2 push with limited forces that found, well, beside the entirety of the enemy team, they found death. And with the death of 2 tanks, like in 7v7, it's almost impossible to come back. Even if the HP are sort of even, which we saw, it's kind of impossible to come back, because like 2 guns more in with 7 total available is just so much.
Yeah, and after that, I mean, for Rocky, pretty straightforward, right?
I mean, there was a point in time in the middle when like the heavies by Grupa started overpeaking, started really getting damage going, where I was getting kind of concerned for the side of Rocky again, but they weren't able to convert that into kills. So in the end, smooth sailing for them, which means that we have a finals coming up, which is going to be Opur against Rocky. Just before that, though, I think first of all the analysts want to have a word to say about the match we just spectated. Insane, Toxic, take it away.
Well, thanks a lot, guys. And Toxic, that's a victory from Rocky, so they took their revenge from that defeat against the group they had yesterday.
They did, and in quite a convincing scoreline, 4-1. Not quite what we were expecting, to be honest. However, great performance by them. Some rounds did look a bit closer. Maybe the scoreline doesn't really reflect how the games went, but I mean, in the end, it's Rocky picking up the match, and we will have 2 Polish teams in the grand final of Opur versus Rocky.
Yep.
What's your take on that?
Opor versus Raki. I mean, I've been pretty much impressed by Opor in the finals of the winners bracket, I have to admit. Group A didn't come up with the greatest performance, but you could see that against Raki in that losers bracket finals, those matches, all of those rounds played, they were very close. In return, the finals of the winners bracket, I've seen Opor completely dominating. They had solid playstyle, good tactics, great reactions, so I assume they had good communication on top of it. So Opor coming up from the winners bracket, they have the slight advantage of picking them up straight, so they're possibly going to go for Raki's permaban. So I'd say that Opor is going to take a comfortable win in the grand finals.
I mean, it's not only them having the advantage of instantly picking a map, it's also they still have this morale boost from their first match, right? They stomped Grouper Speed 4-0, the matches weren't even close. Especially the last one was just such an outplay. So Opor should feel really, really comfortable going into this. And I mean, they have been in this spot, so they also kind of know how to behave in a final situation. So I do expect them to have the upper hand if Raki doesn't step up from what we've seen so far from them.
I wouldn't necessarily say that. I mean, Daki mentioned something which is momentum, and I think that it's definitely on Raki's side. They have won now 2 games in a row in a very convincing manner. Now they're in the grand finals. They know that it's the last match of the day, last match of the tournament, and I actually feel like with the gameplay that they have, the playstyle, they like to gamble, they like to take some risks, but in return, they are good at reading what the opponent is going to go for. You could see, like, on the rounds against Group SP, they were expecting them to play some sort of openings and countering them in their playstyle. So I'd say that against Opor, it could work out, even though Opor, they just had time to chill, watch the matches, watch what Raki would do, if they would go for some similar tactics. And I have to remind something else, is that in the past, there was a team called Olovnitsi. I mean, Raki, most of those players, they were in this team, like you can say Piotr, Monster, Mantus, etc. And they actually faced Opor in some grand finals where Opor actually took the victory in the winner's bracket in the past. And they managed to actually come back all the way from the loser's bracket and take the victory. And I'm scared for Opor that it could happen once again. But this time, I expect them to be much more prepared.
I mean, one thing we didn't touch on yet is that Raki had to show a lot of strats, right? They played so many matches already. They dropped into the lowest bracket on their first match. But before that, let's jump into the replays of the last match.
Let's take a look at the replays like you said, and we were starting on Immersdorf, and we had a brawl essentially happening between those two teams. Raki going for some aggressive defense and just joining with the mouse of Piotr in the D4, D5 window to actually have the angles over the fall line, and you could see that Group SP, they were just slowly getting out-traded.
I mean, slowly getting out-traded, but very convincingly getting out-traded, I would say. It didn't really look like these two teams were on the same page of how the game is played. I mean, we saw after a very short time already here, you can see a 3000 HP lead. The guns are just going down, and the Baron just has the time to reload in his 50B, basically for free, which is not something you usually want to allow. If you have an autoloader in the enemy team, you do want to be taking him out either before or after his first clip and not allow him to do more than that. They didn't manage to do it, so as soon as he comes out of the reload, basically, the match is just over.
I mean, good stuff from Raki. I like that aggressive opening, and taking in consideration what Grupa did and how they reacted, it worked perfectly. You could see, like I mentioned it again, the mouse having the full control over the fall line. So you pressure those tanks over the tree line, you force them into that street, and then you have Piotr having all the angles on them, on their back, on their side whenever they back off. So it's well executed from the side of Raki. They have a very slow lineup, but they were essentially covering each other the entire time.
Yeah, they were covering each other, and there's also very good focus fire, probably very good communication. On the next match, however, they kind of fell for a trap here. Group Speed managing to get those Minotauros across there due to the low noise exhaust system that they were running. And I think he hadn't mentioned it, as soon as these Minos get spotted, as Raki are just like, oh, we messed up. Because the clip potential of these tanks is just so devastating. They hit you for 530 alpha each 8 seconds. And there's not just one of them, there's 2 of them, so getting out of that situation alive is something that's really hard to do. Varian manages it, but on the rest of them, it's not looking too bright.
This is what I mean about Raki. There's nothing very impressive about the way they play tactic-wise. they just have some very straightforward openings where they just want to push and take those brawls because they're confident in their skill and in their decision making, their communication. And that was the case there. They were a bit careless pushing down the B line with 3 E5s without checking the A line beforehand. And you could see the double Mino there in this trap worked perfectly for Grupa, actually managing to get 1 run on the board.
Yeah, 1 round is all they got though this match. And I mean, they did get the 1 round very convincingly. We gotta give them that. It was a cool strat, cool to see the adaptation of having a low noise exhaust on those Minos to get them across. But in the end, it didn't really account too much, because looking at the next match, we kind of saw them just getting not out-rotated, but kind of outplayed, I would rather say. You know, you have Raki really setting up here in the top with the cap, and just deciding to go for that repush, whilst the Grupa speed tanks in the middle just push into nothing.
Well, from Raki you have 5 tanks pushing into 3 or 4, I should say. And at the house you have like 3 tanks out of the fight, and just Raki has distance to CSs. So when you see that, when you just watch that minimap, you are gonna give more credits to Raki. They managed to just make this push and get it done, taking Miku to start with. And you can see the 2-2-7-7s from the side of Grupa, they're rotating now, but they're very late to actually make it work.
It takes so long for those tanks to get there. They have this uphill terrain that they have to drive across, and every single second that they give to Raki to clear this up is just a second that's bad in terms of trading for Grupa. And the 1 CS that they have on the lower side will never win the 1v2 versus the other 2 CSs, so they don't even win the other side. So what's left for them to do is really nothing, to be honest. They just can kind of crawl back into their corner, which is what you see them do here. But then if Raki just rotates properly, there's no way Grupa wins this.
I mean, it was close, I guess so, because Piotr kept on taking 1v1 with the skunk in his 277. Meanwhile, he could have just joined his teammate over the A-line, over the North. Instead, he stood, he waited, and you could see the reinforcement from the double 277 at the end actually getting the kill on him. So it was close. At the end of the day, when you see that picture with the double cap, it's not really close. But Raki, they could have thrown that, to be fair.
Yeah, I think what really sealed the deal here was the rotation of Tomic, being able to pick up the tanks in the back and also to distract the CS. On the next match, Raki in their dev, Mentos had to run very, very early into the KA0 dip, because Grupa actually opted for a middle push. But they got a lot of damage out of this position of Mentos. They also got a lot of time out of it, so they were able to kind of pick up the entire map that Grupa speed just left open by having their tanks split up so much. And it's basically the same as last match. They just have some tanks out of game, and Raki is just happy to take the entire map in return.
Yeah, they're taking the full map control because they push with those heavies over the mid, and then they also managed to pick up Franek in his E5. So they're gonna lose a CS, but they need 2 tanks to chase him and kill him. This is the same about the 277 in the E0 hole. In return, they're not capable of covering that guy on the mid, so maybe it's also a misplay, we could say so, from that E5 to actually not take distance on his own and stay there for too long. And at the end of the day, once again, a very close round between these 2 teams, even though we were favoring Raki. I have to say that match, the scoreline was 4-1, but between those 2 teams, most of the rounds were very close.
I mean, what really sealed it here was Piotr in the end. He killed Elian with a pretty lucky shot, and then therefore was able to take on the 1v1 at the end versus the 277. That's what really just ended the match. Grupa speed on their Proco defense, opting for a blind 1-2 push, and Elian going for an interesting play here. You want to elaborate on that play?
Yeah, we were talking about Elian dying from Piotr in his 60p, and well, that's very ugly what we see currently on the screen. I mean, it's a huge mistake. When you see an IS-7 pushing down the 2-line like this from the side of Raki, it's pretty obvious that their tactic is going to be that 2-line push all the way, especially when they run that 4 IS-7 with the STV that can take over like G1, F1 afterwards. So it's a huge mistake. I mean, if he actually bailed with those IS-7s and went for the hole at E2, E3, I think the match is pretty even between the 2 teams. And Daki also mentioned it afterwards. Raki kept on pushing into Gursky. Yeah, they're taking the kill, but they're bleeding hard for it.
They were bleeding hard for it, yeah. But I think, in general, I don't really like this play from Grupa speed, right? You have your enemy team on match point, which basically for you means you can't allow yourself any mistakes, and your strat is to just go for a blind push. I don't really understand that approach, because it's basically a gamble you're taking.
Yeah.
And it didn't work out for them, as we can see. I mean, they managed to make it look somewhat
Yeah.
close, but I think it was more a case of Raki starting to throw a bit, rather than Grupa playing really well.
I mean, let's be real. On that map, it's not that easy to win in the defense. If you want to go for something that is passive, you always have like some weaknesses, like the 5-6 line, 9-0, 1-2, wherever. So they opted for something aggressive. It's risky, yeah, it's gambly. But at the end of the day, I think they're losing on the reactions. They're losing on Ilian actually not bailing from the two lines instantly with the IS-7s. They would take a bit of damage, that's for sure, but position-wise, they could have even used that CS to straight up take the other side of the rails. They could have completely surround those tanks from Braki and force them into pushing into the two line and actually take the victory. So I guess there, the tactic was okay. The reaction was not on point.
I mean, the tactic was okay, but still I think I would have preferred something like maybe a middle shootout that they could opt for, or maybe even a push over the middles where they wouldn't continue on the 1-2 line, but rather commit into the 3 line then, which wouldn't have worked versus the STRV in that scenario, but just in general, I feel like playing the middle is much more safe as the defender than just YOLOing straight.
Safer but much harder. Anyway, that was not the right decision from the side of Grupa, as they are losing and just quitting this tournament. It's now the grand finals between Raki and Opor, but before that we also have a major announcement. Toxic, we're gonna have the WoT7 tournament, the next one from July 28th to 30th and 30th. And it's gonna be the qualifier also for the WCI. We'll have one team from Europe qualifying for it. That's a huge tournament that's gonna be happening at the end of the year, likely in China as a LAN, and the prize pool is pretty massive also.
Yeah, the prize pool is 1,000 yuan, as far as I know, which translates to about 130,000 euros. So you really do want to be winning this WoT7 tournament. I expect teams to prepare a lot for it, and maybe we'll see some new teams there. Maybe we'll see some old teams come out even stronger. You know, teams like Grupa Speed will probably get some retaliation chances there.
Yep.
But it's going to be very interesting. It's also going to be the first time we will have a 3-day playoff stage rather than a 2-day playoff stage, which is also very interesting to see. So I'm really looking forward to that tournament.
Maybe including some NA content. Actually, it's 3 days. I'm not fully certain about that, but yeah, it's going to be anyway one team from all of those regions qualified on top of some teams from China, so NA, APAC, EU, and that's going to be one of the biggest WoT7 tournament we have, because you said it, the stack is amazing. So it's like just a ticket to go to China straight up to play a LAN, but also 1 million yuan, which is roughly like 130k euros, so that's massive, I'd say.
Yeah, it doesn't really compare to the prize pool you have in these normal WoT7 tournaments. For those who don't know, in the normal WoT7 tournaments, the winner team gets 6,000 euros, the second placed team gets 3,000 euros. So the step up is quite large. So as I said, I expect teams to really be try-harding for this tournament, prepare a lot of strats for it, train a lot for it. And I'm very keen to see the gameplay level that we will be able to reach.
Back to the MillionPugs WoT7 11 tournament. The grand finals are just there. I think that the teams are just getting ready to battle for the win. But before that, for the last time of the weekend and the day, Toxic, we have to hear what our casts have to say about that match. Kenadaki, take it away.
Are you sick and tired of being relentlessly shamed for your lack of skins and loot boxes and other cool things? Well, don't worry about it. We've got you covered, Jimmy. Hi there, we're MillionPugs. You've probably seen our logo on stream, but here's what we actually do. MillionPugs earns you skins and in-game rewards whenever you shop online. When you shop with any of our partnered brands, you earn our own loyalty points, called Pugs. You then swap those Pugs for some spiffy World of Tanks loot like premium tanks, premium account access, and gold. Anyway, head on over to millionpugs.com now and sign up for free.
Well, hello and welcome back for the last time of today for the grand finals in between Opor and Rocky. Rocky here coming from the lower bracket. It's going to be a best of 9. I hope it's going to be a cracker of a match as well. Opur so far in this tournament not really showing any signs of weakness. Rocky, after a pretty disappointing first match in the tournament for them, since then also a pretty flawless record. Community predictions, Ducky, going slightly in favor of Opur, but basically 50-50.
I don't think slightly is enough. Opor has shown a tremendous form throughout groups, playoffs as well. Today, dominating Group A. I don't think that 51% is fair. Opor, if they play like they did so far, are ahead quite a margin in their current form than Rocky. The analysts have mentioned already, Rocky, they're playing some good World of Tanks. They're playing some good World of Tanks, but what we saw from Opor was more than some good World of Tanks. It was great World of Tanks, actually. But the maps are everything that will decide, and Opor has chosen, because they come from the upper bracket, they don't have a second chance. Like, they don't have a second life like the other teams did from the upper bracket. What do they get as a reward from that? They get to pick the first map. Now, this is also a big moment. They get to decide what gets played first. There's no chance of Rocky banning it. They chose Sand River, which they saw Rocky play in the last match and yesterday.
Yeah, indeed. Sand River being quite the curious pick here for Opur. Simply because Rocky in the last match, we saw them pick it first as well. So we can assume both teams are going to be very comfortable on this sandy, duney map. Then Opur taking a Prokhorovka, just seeing Rocky with a very convincing performance on there, not wanting to play there. Then Rocky coming in with their own pick of Himmelsdorf. We saw it being split 1-1 in between Rocky and Grupa, but then again there was this very well-timed Mino flank that probably is going to be the only time where we ever see something like this. But yeah, wanting to step it up a notch on that map, then banning out Cliff. So Cliff is not going to be part of the map pool of the finals. Personally, I'm a bit disappointed. I always like watching and casting Cliff. Then Opur coming in with the Ghost Town pick. Not surprising, I think. Historically, they're a team that excel on this map. Moravanka then being picked up by Rocky, if we even get to it, because remember, this is best of 9, which means first to 5, so theoretically it could end on Ghost Town already. Steps then being removed, leaving Tundra as a possible tiebreaker, which is also kind of curious that both teams are fine with Tundra, because the map is sided.
Yeah, that's interesting. But yeah, best of 9, first to 5 for the ones of you that count like Kihan does, with a hand, that's all the fingers on the hand, all of them, right? Kihan, that goes for you too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm taking notes.
Wait, you can write? Well. Wait, hold up, you've been taking classes?
You know, you gotta surprise people sometimes. Obviously, also, we are gonna be giving just a slight bit more time towards the two teams to prepare. I mean, not that Opur realistically needs it. They started off the day, and then they essentially were able to lean back, get a bit of popcorn, watch the matches, and wait to see who they would actually have to play against. But for Rocky, it is now the third match in a row that they actually play, so they did make it kind of easy on themselves simply by winning the other two matches so decisively, both of them 4-1. So they have played, I mean, only in quotation marks 10 games, but still, it is obviously a lot of strain on, a lot of pressure on you as a player. And even though like the burden of the FC is kind of shared in the team of Rocky, it still is a lot of strain that those players undergo. That being said and done though, map video indicating we're gonna get gameplay soon, and the predictions are pretty sided. Both Insane and I saying it will be a 5-3 for Opur, you're saying 5-2, and Toxic once again with a brutal 5-1 scoreline.
Yeah, Toxic believing in the 5-1. It's copying a match sheet. Because, I was doing 4-1s the whole day.
Mm-hmm.
Worked out a little bit for us. Yeah, everybody go on the Opor train. I think that's fair. I think that's just giving credit to Opor. However, I will give everybody a history lesson, I guess. There was this team called Holovenitsi that once upon a time also dominated Opor at different points, because Opor was doing greater than Holovenitsi had every answers for Opor. And absolutely wipe the floor with them in the finals. Now, a big core of that whole Vanitsi team is in Rocky. So they have, in the past, shown that they can completely outplay Opor. And Opor is going to try to play here, though, with a Mino and SCRV, double 277 and triple IS7.
And on the other side, we have a Rocky coming into the grand finals of the MillionPugs WoT7 number 11, and they're doing so with a single IS7, triple 277, a VZ, and double CS. Now, both of those teams in the past have been able to set the old standard, but who's going to be able to set the gold standard? We are about to find out, as Rocky is opening with 6 tanks into the middle of the map, splitting off 1 CS, and Oppo are going with a bit of a heavier split, double IS7 towards the 1 cap, a lot of tanks including the STRV towards the 2 cap, and the Minotauro on the 0 line.
Yeah, the IS7s, their Ketsa and DJ taking a particular pathing to get towards the middle of the map, but Rishak, Panda Fury, and Tsek are just going to be kind of trying to push through. But a lot of the Rocky team is there. Yuzek takes one as the very first one. This double IS7 trying to cut the cross, and Yuzek there in his 277 feeling the pain. The opening here from Opor, it's beautiful, it's great, and it may get Yuzek a date with the grave. Luckily, Laurel's making him survive ever slightly more, but here comes Rocky with the repush from the front until side. Monster Barbarian, Brainbreaker, Piotr now moving on towards Rishek. He's not having a good time in his 277 either, as Panzer Fury now trying to make it out in his 277. Smart decision there from Fury to run away, and now the Rocky team chasing on the move, and Piotr's the first shot, setting him on fire, but in return, Piotr gonna be burning to a crisp. Fury does make it ever slightly further away, and Opor here with the HP lead. Piotrix has to be careful now, though, at this point, is going to be in the driving seat at this moment in time.
Yeah, Rocky here with the relentless pressure, but have they bitten off more than they can chew? Right now trailing in HP, getting another kill, finally equalizing the score in the kill department. Piotrix now backing off here, and he's having a hard time because all of those tanks on the enemy team, they do have very, very high caliber guns, meaning they're able to overmatch him. Orzik there with his IS-7 driving away. Mentos on the long flank through the south, and this is very important because that CS from the other side will be able to provide those backstab opportunities here that Opor with 2 TDs and triple heavy tank will not really be able to answer. So Mentos right now the key player that is driving to the handy positions that we have to watch now.
He's going to be taking a lot of map control here, and the issue for Opor is that they're kind of stuck in this area. I mean, Ketsa is now relocating to DJ, or Czech starting to relocate to the 0 line, and they're going to be kicking themselves about those initial low rolls on Yuzek. He did 1 more shot of damage because of it, but it also means Rishek does 1 less shot, you know? All of those make a little bit of a difference. Usually it doesn't matter. In this case, a little bit, I would say it does. But now Tomek coming closer, DJ and Ketsa starting to repressure though, want to take back some control. But Piotrix there in the SCRV really stuck in a really rough position.
Yeah, I think the saving grace here for Rocky currently against this push of DJ and Ketsa is going to be that Barbarian actually holds that angle. He's going to be able to get the information onto DJ and Ketsa, pushing there with the double IS-7. There we see them getting spotted. Monster now also starting to readjust here, and DJ is driving over with his IS-7, takes 1 shot for his trouble. That was a pretty low roll by Monster there though, and the IS-7 of DJ now is just lording over the enemy team here, being in the hold down position. Brainbreaker already with the push onto Tsek, starting to trade the HP away here. But the problem is that Monster now has been reduced to a 2-shot. Mentos now starting to engage with the Minotauro of Orzik, but that one is still pretty healthy, and obviously to no one's surprise has good front llama, so Mentos is bowing out of that one.
Yeah, they're trying to find Tsek here because DJ and Ketsa are moving on towards the Barbarian. Piotrix yet still alive in his SCRV on 400 HP. Ketsa from the side. The team captain shutting down Brainbreaker. Tsek now going for the fight against Monster. Wants to do the maximum amount of damage he can before he falls. Orchek starting to repush that CS63. Ketsa, DJ find Barbarian. And now though, Tsek probably going to find Monster as Monster does not connect. And it's going to be 2 tanks left standing for Rocky. But it is going to be Opor picking up the first round. And I will say, their opening was formidable. And I gotta say, man, those low rolls, they made a little bit harder life than it had to be, but still, they were ahead the whole time. I think Mentos could have done more, though, in this CS.
Yeah, I think it would have been better for Rocky if they were able to like just slow down the game, but the fact that they had essentially committed in those heavy tanks onto the 2-cap and then weren't properly able to like evacuate the low HPs again, that was what really cost them here. Tomic trying to trade against Ketsai, DJ in the meantime picking up Mentos, and now Ketsai is probably gonna be the one that secures the first point for Opur. It's gonna be 1-0.
I think for Rocky there, allowing Opor to repush zero line like they did was not good. They had to, for me, in my look of things, but I'm just a measly caster nowadays, establish Mentos in a position where he could counter the SCRV and the I7, because you can do that from like roughly the middle, hold the zero line repush, and then go for the scap. Get Tommy close enough and don't let the I7, because then you would have Opor boxed in. Now Mentos drove into the base, he faces off against the Mino. He's not winning that. We all know he's not winning that. At best, even if he kills him, he takes 2-3 shots. So I think they were a bit hasty about getting on the cap and not utilizing that CS that was for free on the south. Nearly enough.
We can see here Yuzak obviously bearing the brunt of the damage initially, not really finding any kind of success. But in the end, the opening that we saw by Opur really countering a lot of the stuff that the team of Rocky were trying to do. Bit of a disappointing outcome for the Minotauro, honestly. But then again,
he was alone, though.
He was alone, and he bought enough time. That was, I think, the most important factor, that he was able to buy as much time against the CS that was flanking through the south. That was really a gigantic threat towards the Opur tanks. But yeah, in the end, just Opur doing all the right things and immediately breaking sort of the flow that Rocky had going for themselves, right?
Good opening, though. I mean, if you look at Opur, it's a set piece, right? I think they had a pretty good clue what Rocky wanted to do.
Yeah, I mean, that is something we also really haven't touched quite yet. That is one of the topics. Basically, the players here playing against each other. They know each other. They play together in 15v15. So this is really where the mind games start going. Like, hey, we know you play like this. They probably trained against each other even. So this is where the trainings then become useless and you need to start inventing new things.
I mean, there's always this point that you can meet your training partner in the finals. There's nothing you can do about it. This is why you usually have more than one training partner. But yeah, for the Mino there in that game, bro, he's like driving zero line. Everybody's annoyed. He turns this Mino around. He starts driving north. By the time he arrives, it's like, no, Orchak, you have to go back. So you turn yet around again with the Mino. You start driving back once more to the initial position. And then the only thing you get to shoot is this little CS being annoyed.
That even can run rings around you if you leave like any stones behind you. So, yeah, Ozek probably not having the most fun in the game we just watched then again.
Winning over fun, though.
Yeah, exactly. His team won a round, so he's going to be happy regardless. And we are going to be seeing which team is going to continue with being happy. Is it going to be Opur, or is it going to be Rocky that are still looking to put a point on the board here in the finals then again? It's early days. It's round number 2 in a best of 9.
I will say, though, it's really important. It's like an advantage to pick the first map, right? You get to play what you want to play 100%, but at the same time, it's also a disadvantage. Yeah, if you lose this 2-0 and you picked it as first map, you're never happy coming out of it because you really wanted to play it.
I think that happened actually in a lot of the past tournaments that we saw, like both 7v7 and 15v15, where the team coming from the upper bracket was basically picking a map without the possibility, the opportunity for the enemy team to prevent it, and then they ended up losing it 2-0. That's not going to happen today, though. We are in for round number 2, and Opur is coming into that one, looking to put themselves on 2-0, bringing an IS-7, 22277, an E5, and double CS.
Rocky, on the other hand, double 60 TP, an IS-7, double 277, and double CS. I think last time against Group had only one 60 TP, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was only one there. So going for double super heavy with pretty high alpha. Obviously with the disadvantage of having like a derpier gun, but like in drawn out hull down engagements, the 60 TP fares very, very well here. Tomek there with the usual Dune spot. We'll see if Opor is able to punish it like we saw Raki do earlier. But they actually don't really have snipers there in the back. They don't really have anyone to shoot. They're all on the move. Triple heavy tank by Opor already getting spotted in exchange. Yuzak and Tomek are seen.
I think Rocky has to be really careful here because this is exactly the same opening as they did against Rupa, if you remember. And that is kind of risky for the fact that this 277 here, where Yuzek is, can take a lot of damage for trying to run away. And that's the danger that I see in this. It's the same opening, and Yuzek feels the price of that. And that's why you got to be careful with doing the same thing twice, because now look, Piotr taking double as well. But that's going to force a repush again. Just like against Grupa Speed, if you remember, they also repushed the double IS-7 here. Maybe they're confident with this, but because here comes Barbarian, here comes Monster, and the rest of the team going over. Piotr is the one down to low HP, but he'll be able to walk back behind that ridge rather quickly and survive. And now there has to be an Oppo reaction here. They have to get into crossfire. D5 coming in as well. Barbarian is the one that is going to be battered by that crossfire. DJ trying to escape and getting set on fire by that 60 TP. Barbarian explodes though, and Opor is doing a decent job here trying to keep the guns alive, but it's still going to be Rocky to clean it up.
Yeah, Raki indeed with the gun advantage now here. Piotrik's probably the next one to fall to the grave. Monster already on his way to farm Tsek here, who's down to 1200 HP. Brainbreaker there in the middle of nowhere, but still a lot of HP remaining on him. And Raki indeed with a very solid defense here. They did get the early damage onto Opor. Yes, they did take a little bit of damage, or rather a humongous chunk of damage for that repush, but in turn they get out 3 out of 7 guns from Opor. The HP still kind of close, but we outlined earlier already how big the advantage of having more guns in the game can snowball against your opponent.
Yeah, and especially because they have a lot of heavies still, the double 60 TP, even though they're low, every hit is minus 750. So now you have to utilize that double CS, and you gotta be careful because if both CSs get spotted, that is Rexar gone out of this game. They will repush him with the 3 tanks that they have available.
Yeah, both teams still having the double CS, and those are going to be the valuable assets that have to make the decisive moves, that have to establish the map control. The heavy tanks are going to be the one that do the actual fighting, but the CSs are going to be the ones that create the engagement, that basically prepare the battlefield. And now Monster and Yuzek and Mentor starting to form a little zero-line push, and Rexar probably doesn't know what's coming for him.
Yeah, but this is good from Rocky. They also realized that there's probably going to be a rotation out of Opor right now with the CSs, with at least one of them. And they're taking that as a moment to actually just go for it. And Ketsai peeking here gets one from Tomek. They can take one from the 60 DP of Piotr as well. A big shot coming out there. Rexar trying to tank in the south. He's doing a good job at it, but he's going to fall nonetheless. At some point, they're going to get those connections. And now just 3 tanks left standing from Opor.
Another tank being removed from the lineup from Opor here. Only 3 tanks remaining and not really a lot of HP to work with either. Brainbreaker, they're still tanking like a champ in the middle. Piotr on the overlook is able to cover his 60 TP buddy. Mentos there taking 1 shot of damage in his CS. Probably even a good blind shot by either Pan's Fury or Ketsai. But the fact remains that Opor has to attack still. Brainbreaker taking another shot here down towards a 1 shot. But yeah, it's difficult for him. He was out in the open, Tsek able to shut him down, so at least a 2nd kill for Opor, but there is a mountain to climb still for them.
Yeah, I think Brainbreaker just wanted to go shoot somebody, to be honest, by the looks of things. He was very safe next to that rock. Like, very, very safe.
Yeah, normally he should be able to survive, I agree. That being said, Raki now kind of complacent, sitting back, defaulting back to defensive positions. We can see Monster, the only one spotted currently in the south, but he's still very, very healthy on 1200. That being said, double CS overmatch could easily remove him from the game. That's like 2 salvos by the CSs. Pan's Fury now starting to move through the middle with his E5, so the attention by the team of Opor shifting towards the 2 cap. But yeah, it's an unlikely victory at this point for them.
It's still going to be super hard. They need Tsek and Ketsai to kill Monster without either of the 2 dying, and preferably without either of the two going down towards the one shot as well. And it looks like they're actually just going to push under instead.
Yeah, the thing is that Yuzek, I think he even has a bush there. He should be outspotting them, so that isn't even... Ah, okay, Yuzek pulled back behind the stone, because before that he was standing on the right side of it, where you see the little bush by the stones. Panzfury now getting spotted here, which means that Yuzek and Mentos are obviously gonna readjust, and that isn't the worst thing for Opur here. Yes, it is a 1v2, so that is kind of bad, but Mentos is a one-shot, Yuzek is only a 3-shot, and that E5 is has a lot of DPM. Yuzek trying to peek, trading 1-for-1. At this point in time, I'm not entirely sure I agree with this. Mentos now with the white peak, starting to establish crossfire, however.
Yeah, Mentos actually makes it across as well. Piotr hits one more on T-Sec for a large amount of alpha, which also will probably mean Yuzek will face him in a second. If not, it would be not the smartest move from Yuzek. He's going to do that now. Mentos coming in, though, gives one to Panzerfury. It's the crossfire here. They know where all the tanks are from Opor. And Opor gave it a good shot, but even if they find Yuzek, which they might, Piotr is coming and looking for Panzerfury. T-Sec finishes off Yuzek. Monster gets T-Sec. Piotr shutting down Panzerfury with that 60 TP. Leaving just Ketsai, the lone survivor here. And it's going to be Sand River split 1-1 between these two.
Yeah, Ketsai, the captain of the team, trying to do what he still can, but, well, it's not going to be a whole lot, as the remaining Rocky players that are still surviving are starting to close in. Would be over in like 1 minute and 5 seconds anyway, but we can see finally render distance established. Ketsai has to move down. Monster almost with the self-kill, but yeah, Ketsai, maybe he has the reload. Oh, he actually bounces. So Monster is going to finish off the battle. Rocky, in turn, able to equalize it. 1-1.
Good equalization from them. And yeah, it does look like they have this defense pretty under control. I mean, yeah, Yuzek took a lot of damage, but then it's straight repush though. Like, it's double 60 TP and the heavy's repushing to the 3 below. And even if you shoot well, which they did really shoot well. Piotr took a lot of damage on the first peak and went down to 500 on the second, but you still lose 3 tanks.
Yeah, and 3 tanks, we already said it, 2 tanks is a huge amount of firepower to lose, 3 tanks obviously even more so. And Piotr once again on top of the scoreboard here, 4.3k this round. And if you basically get the opportunity to do what that 60 TP likes, like just come over the dune, put a big chunk of alpha in, and just, you know, go back, reload, rinse, repeat. That is really where the 60 TP starts shining. Yeah, not sure what Brainbreaker was trying to achieve with his move towards the spawn of the attackers, but in the end, it didn't end up hurting the team of Rocky. That, yeah, did end up winning this round. So 1-1 after Sand River, which now means I think we can have another look at the pick and bans to refresh our minds what's going to be the next map. And I think that was yeah, it was Himmelsdorf, as we can see. Himmelsdorf always, obviously, a very nice map to watch.
Yeah, and again, a map that could really easily go 1-1. Ghost time should be the deciding factor here almost, I think. Whoever comes out on Moravanka with 4, I think will win the game. Let's put it that way. Because I do really expect either team to win 1 on Mura.
Yeah. I mean, Himmelsdorf also a map on which you can go 1-1, but like 2-0 is firmly within the realms of possibility. And having watched the 2 rounds that we have seen now on Sand River, I believe either team should be capable of taking a 2-0 there as well. It's essentially a flip. Like on Sand River, it seemed like they were pretty evenly matched. Although I have to say that the Opur defense victory was a bit more comfortable in my eyes.
Yeah, I mean, this last game could have still gone everywhere. A few bounces, like a 60 TP non-connection, 1 or 2, and we're already looking at a different thing, for example. But that has been done. The future is coming up. Himmelsdorf is going to bring us to us. Let's see what kind of tanks Opor decides to go with, we kind of have a rough idea what Rocky wants to play. The question is, how does Opor approach this Himmelsdorf? They played it a lot of different ways recently, even with a lot of 60 TPs, so I'm kind of curious what they're going to pick.
Yeah, we'll have to see. So far, the lineups that came out on Himmelsdorf were mostly expected, except for that double Minotauro. That obviously ended up working out, but yeah, myself, I'm also kind of interested as to how the two teams are gonna approach it. We've already also seen that there were like different gameplay styles in between the teams, so I'm very interested in how they are gonna approach it now against each other. We said it already, they have probably trained against each other. With different kind of lineups, so they will have a rough idea of what the opposing team most likely would like to play. But then again, this is where the mind games come in, right? If they think that the enemy is going to play a certain way, they will be able to counter that, which is then again where the counter can come in, and round she goes, right? So... Ooh, okay. So another tank being added to the tanks played in the playoffs. It's going to be the triple 113 for Opor, the double 60 TP and double B to finish it off.
To finish it off, indeed, versus Rocky. But the 113, the E100, the Mouse, the i7, the double E5, and the CS, 113 is a great tank, but it does struggle against some of the tanks that Rocky have brought, though. HP is dead even.
I mean, the 113, personally, I never liked playing it, because the gun handling always spoiled it for me. Those guys probably not even running V-stubs, which doesn't make it better. The 113s and Brainbreaker in the 8 line do exchange spots here. The 50B staying unspotted for now. The double 60 TP by Opor going towards the 8 line. 113 by Panzfury playing the D56 window. So we'll be gathering information on the Southern Crosses. That being said, though, there is a hit squad moving through that 8 line consisting of an IS-7, an E5, a Mouse, and E100, but they're all spotted. This means to Orzek that he will have to draw back. Seems to be very, very well covered here.
Yeah, and it's an immediate reaction from Rocky. They see that double 113. They know that the 50Bs are probably with them. They're just pushing down the 8 line. They're also coming from the hill with all of their tanks. They gotta be certain that they can make a good play here together, because the 50Bs, man, and the 113s, they're coming. They're not slowing down. Piotr Sketsa, gonna find monster here.
Yes, indeed, and that E100... Ooh, I think there was one bounce by Piotrix here, which means the 50Bs don't have the clip potential anymore for that E100. He's just gonna soak up those clips for now. Orzek, though, in a big trouble. Mentos and Brainbreaker both throwing shot after shot after shot at that 60 TP. Now Barbarian want to have a piece of that as well, eating 725 to the face as well. Orzek, the first one to drop to the grave, and now Panzfury here, sort of in the open, does get Amarak. 113 and Amarak name a more iconic duo, but Rocky, they're not looking to stop here in that D-line, continuing with the push.
Yeah, now T-Sec is the next target, but here comes the 113s, here comes the 50Bs from behind. Piotr and the Mouse is the one that they're gonna go for, but not before he picks up T-Sec in his tank in the 60 TP. Now Ketsa needs to be careful, fuel tank damage. DJ trying to push in, trying to pick up Barbarian. He will not find that. Readjusting, backing up Tomic in the CS there, lingering. But a good shot there from DJ back towards that CS, and now it's settling down 5v5. Slight HP lead here for the side of Opor, but Brainbreaker and Yuzek, they seem to have found a good engagement there against Panzerfury, but Brainbreaker getting tracked, getting held, Yuzek not connecting, hitting the gun there of the dead tank, I think, which will mean that Piotrix is now the white shark in the water waiting for them to make that peak again, right? Peak that again, Piotrix will be there. DJ is trying to survive though, but his position is now compromised by Barbarian. But now Getsai coming to try and support him as well in that 50B. But now though, look at it, Rocky. They were down a little bit of HP. They have made some phenomenal trades, put themselves in a better situation. Now Tomic going forward to try and get DJ out of the game. He gets the roll as well. Important. Ketsai down towards 600 as well. And it's all on Piotrix really here. And Rexar to bring it home for their team, as they're the only ones left with any HP whatsoever. Piotrix takes one. Ketsai takes one. Now Rexar, Panther Fury trying to react. But this close engagement, it's going Opur's way as Yuzek finds Ketsai. That's another tank down and out. Brainbreaker now wants to retaliate on towards Panther Fury. He will not get it. But now Rexar wide peeking the Ram as well. The Rexar kill coming in. Piotrek still trying as well. It's close, but I don't think it's happening for Opur.
We'll have to see as Piotrik's now starting to make his approach into the 8-line. Rexar, on the other hand, falling here, leaving only Piotrik's now in this one versus many, and there's a lot of one-shots, but that's not gonna help here. Barbarian and Tomic both able to peeking. Tomic just, you know, knowing that the 50B has to reload in his clip, 2.5 seconds, taking that window of time that Barbarian provided to him, locking in the 2-1 scoreline for Aki.
Yeah, it was going well there for Opur for a little bit, but then once the D-line had been lost, they didn't really have positions anymore to work from. And they were kind of caught in those 50Bs. Great tanks, but not the greatest for repushing with at that point. At every point they get shots, always spam. Good stuff there from Raki, really, this push, and Mentos, Tomic, and Yusek really doing the damage.
Yeah, and the thing is also that the double 50B, it is such a looming threat, but basically as soon as those 50Bs have to clip out on a mouse or an E100, then they start to lose a lot of that basically threat potential. Because yes, both of them have like close to 3k damage, so nominally they were worth it, but as soon as, you know, the enemy tanks start to have 3k, or in the case of the mouse, even more than 3k damage, then all of a sudden you start to realize that even the double 50B doing 2 clips each, yeah, it didn't help. Well,
Orchak there was quite unlucky to be in that situation. He couldn't really do much. It was risky opening for Opur, and for Raki that's great. You know, they pick up the second round. They're up 2-1 now. They make it 3-1 going forward into Ghost Time. Which would be huge for them, but I don't know. I could see Opur retaliate. It was just really good reactions from Raki. It's pushing the 8-line straight, coming off the hill straight. I mean, they had a little bit of info, of course, because of that 113 squad getting spotted crossing over. They're never going to be alone.
Yeah, also it felt like the 60 TP by Opur that was covering the 8-line. I think that was T-Sec, not sure though. But like, he was a bit too close, right? He had to reverse directly into that first window. And then there were 3 enemy tanks close to him. Yes, he had a bit of cover, but it just wasn't enough. And then also the flank coming in over the hill. That was a huge factor for them. That being said and done, I think we're just about ready for round number 4 here. So far, Raki and Opur trading blows.
Trading blows indeed, and if this continues this way, we'll go to a tiebreaker. Opur want to equalize this, of course. They don't want to go down 3-1 in the grand finals. And of course, these teams, you know, they want to prove that they're the best ski hand, but they also want to prove that they are capable of winning the qualifier that's coming up, of course.
Insane mentioned it already. That's going to be a huge one, qualifier for a LAN tournament. We haven't had one in what feels like an eternity, so personally I'm also looking forward
2017, I guess.
I think so. I mean, there was the...
you?
Yeah. Feels like an eternity, right? 2019? Anyway, it's going to be a huge motivator also for the teams moving forward, trying to qualify for that. So, yeah. Anyway, we are in round number 4 here. Opur trying to equalize the scoreline and trying to do so with triple E5, double mouse, 1 IS7 and a 50B.
Raki on the other hand, double 60 TP, a 50B, an E100, an IS4, a mouse, and an E5. A little bit of everything. Again, a lot of HP, a lot of armor, just 1 clipper. No mediums on either of these teams, no CSs for Opur either. They're going to attack with this DPM lineup of the E5s. It's going to be hard to get them into the fight properly, though.
Yeah, the E5 obviously not as meaty of a tank as, for example, IS4, 60 TP, E100, mouse, obviously. We'll have to see. Now, the hit squad of the E5s, together with the 50B, getting diverted towards the 0 line, on towards the hill of Himmelsdorf, and the other tanks driving towards 8 line. It seems like For Rocky, we have Mentos here. We see him with the IS-4 taking the window that basically provides spotting onto the south rotation for the attacking team. But we, as the all-knowing observers, obviously know that, well, there is no one trying to cross there.
No, Ketsa here is trying to peek out, trying to get some information. Tomek spots out Rexar. They don't know about Mentos' position right now. Ketsa was just trying to get the spot because look at this. They're going straight, man. Triple E5. Didn't know July 4th was this early this year.
Yeah, the American heavy tanks driving
The
down that
timing.
zero line, and they are going to catch a good timing indeed, because the 60 TP has left the corner. That being said, the Rocky tanks, they are sort of very close together, all of them. There isn't really an exposed tank that the E5s could collapse upon together with the 50B and just take him out of the picture, because like I think the most endangered tank right now is Piotr in the mouse. But even he should be able to just reverse into D-line and get sort of safe. That being said, Tomek with the flank into the 8 line, starting to get the engage going onto Rexa here, who's backed up by double mouse, but obviously now the triple E5 kind of out of the game, kind of struggling to get into it, continuing down towards the western part of the map, continuing towards the cap. Meanwhile, Rocky with the full engage on the tanks that Opur have in the middle and the south.
Yeah, poor Rexar here, but I think Rocky's going to react by pushing with everybody back towards their own base. It's probably going to be the move. Ignore the mouses. Let's leave 2 tanks to stare at them and start repushing our own base is going to be the play here. Ketsai, not too sure where to position at this moment in time. Him and the boys are actually going to be repushing back towards the 8 line. Or no, they're going to go towards the 5 line instead. On towards Monster, on towards Barbarian. In those 3 tanks, and they do have an overmatch here. I don't know if they know it at this moment in time, but they do have one. They're moving on towards Mentos there, and Monster as the first ones. That E100 is going to be hard to deal with, but it's the one they've chosen to go for. Barbarian there in the 50B as well, another pickup. They're looking to happen. He's down towards 500. They gotta get the focus fire going here though, because in return, Rocky explode Panzer Fury. Yusek blocking in Ketsai, who's then getting farmed by the mouse from behind. And now you have this double mouse of T-Sek and Orchek in the 8 line, grunting most of the HP of the Opur side.
Yeah, Mentos now down towards 1 shot. Same can be said for DJ. Which one of them is going to die first is the question. It's going to be Mentos. So Monster now readjusting on towards the 1 shot E5. T-Sek and Orzek, the 2 mouses that were left to their own devices in the southeast, slowly starting to win here. Brainbreaker down towards the 1 shot, down towards the grave. Now Piotrik's getting engaged upon, and I think we're going to be left here with a battle of the super heavies to finish it off. Still a lot of HP on the side of Opur, but the guns, Starkey, the guns are simply not there. It is 2 mouses here trying to fend off against the world, and I don't think they're going to be successful.
I mean, Opur didn't know it, but if they just repushed the 8 line instead, you know, went into the gap and then repushed the 8 line, they would have gotten everything they ever wanted. Now they drove into an E100, an IS-4 and a 50B. Yeah, they had 1 more tank, but it takes a while to explode one of those. They focused the E100. He didn't die. They then went to the 50B. He didn't immediately die either, not before making his clip at the very least, that being Barbarian, which meant Yusek just exploded and Ketsa getting blocked in by the E5 coming from behind. And then to seal the deal, Piotrix and his E5 getting blocked by Tomek in that fat 60 TP, to resulting in a 3-1 scoreline for Rocky. And this is starting to look a little bit dangerous for Opur.
Yeah, Opur starting to get into muddy waters here as the team that basically all the analysts and casters favored coming into this one, as they comfortably moved through the upper bracket, starting to struggle a bit against the team of Rocky, who made it through the lower bracket, but doing comfortably so. And now 3-1. If this only was a best of 7, we'd already be looking at match point. It is best of 9, so there is still room for a single slip up by the side of Opur, but they can't afford more than that, and we do see that this meaty, this heavy lineup by Opur just got battered to the ground here. Rexa, not even a single shot of damage done by his IS-7, so probably not what he wanted. T-Sek there with 5k damage, trying to do what he could, staying alive probably like until the very bitter end. But in the end here, Rocky just pulling ahead.
Pulling ahead, and there's some curious timings there, right? They stop spotting zero line because they want to repush the IS-7. And why do they do that? Well, they know with the IS-4 in the window that nobody crossed K line. So where is most of the Opur team? Probably on the hill. if we can kill the IS-7 before they flank us, that is huge. Because, like, sure, yeah, the mouses can be there. They may have thought that maybe one mouse was going over the hill as well, but their timing is perfect for that. Because the E5s were coming off the hill, but they were already killing the IS-7. And then Opor has to, like, react because Rocky put themselves in the driving seat.
Yeah, exactly. And the other part was, with the E5s being out of the game, they then went to the cap, but they never realistically had an opportunity to properly get that cap through, because there were tanks by Rocky that were close enough to always deliver those resets. And then we outlined that the repush from the cap onto the tanks that were coming back didn't properly work out. I feel like Barbarian could have shown himself a bit earlier even there. Like, he's always going to die in that situation, but the earlier he shows himself, the earlier he's going to get those shots out, especially after the E100 already took the brunt of the damage. But that is Himmelsdorf, 2-0 going Rocky's way. Now we are headed towards Ghost Town.
Yeah, Ghost Town indeed is going to be our next one. And Rocky, coming from the lower bracket, played a lot today, but are playing for the win here, 3-1. Currently in their favor. Ghost Town could equalize the scoreline, though, if we get to it. If Opor was to win it 2-0. But that is a hard ask for any team, especially against the fired-up Rocky team, who seem to be getting, the longer the tournament goes on, more comfortable with the team, with the decisions, with the reactions, and they're finding timings that are surprising Opor time and time again.
I wouldn't write Opor off quite yet, though. We saw them earlier today on Ghost Town as well, and Ketsai there with a beautiful play, just shutting down any hopes that Grupa still may have had about making it through the upper bracket. So that was a very, very dominant performance that we saw there from Opor. They need to get something going, though. If they lose the next round and they go down like 4-1, then, well, comebacks are always possible, but it gets so much harder. Well, we'll have to wait and see, but we'll not have to wait for much longer, as here are the lineups. Opor coming into this one with a 60 TP, an IS-7, triple mouse, and double CS.
Double CS running off. Rocky in return, though, triple mouse as well, an IS-7, a 277, and double CS. So pretty similar lineups from both these teams.
Yeah, it's essentially a 60 TP being traded for a 277. That is sort of the only difference. Opor being on the defense, having the bit meatier 60 TP option. Rocky, meanwhile, with that 277, they can also do more rotations with that. That being said, Rocky there with a pretty one-sided attack strategy, sending essentially everyone north. Starting to destroy some buildings in the one cap, which I'm weirded out by. But here the double CS boosting Pan's Fury directly towards the K3, K4 positions in his IS-7, but like, they're not going to find anything there.
No, they're not going to find anything whatsoever, but they have cleared that part of the map at least. They're not going to allow Ketsai to take K8 again, like he did last time. But the recheck Ketsai is establishing Panzer Fury there, and it looks like Iraqi wants to take K4 by themselves.
Yes, indeed. The move that we just saw Opor make being kind of mirrored by those three tanks here that are going to start moving. T-Sec in the mouse should be able to spot this out at least, and indeed, the mouse and the IS-7 starting to exchange spots. The CSs for now with good enough camo to not get spotted, but we already see the reaction here. Ketsai, Rishek, both of them through that one line are starting to rotate back to punish if there is anything. But the thing is, Rocky, they now have A4 and they have the one cap. That is actually huge.
Yeah, and Ketsai is going to be taking A1 back there, but Brainbreaker and Mentos are going to be holding it off, and T-Sec there and his mouse in a little bit of trouble. Takes one, takes two, takes three, rolling back around the corner. Takes another one from the Barbarian. T-Sec there with a little bit too much of a premature move is getting hammered for this. They feel like they need to move because the cap pressure is on, but it's costing T-Sec basically over half his HP, and Barbarian there in the mouse is just the bait. They want them to get pushed upon. Brainbreaker here with a good check, sees Ketsai as well in the CS. A good awareness there from that IS-7 to check for that potential relocation, but in return though, Brainbreaker taking a tremendous amount of damage.
Rainbreaker indeed taking a lot of damage from the city. I believe that was the Mouses shooting up onto him upon getting spotted by the A1 position where the double CS by Opur is currently lurking, but they can't really push that because that's a hold down IS-7. Barbarian now getting caught out here with his mouse. The engine also broken, getting completely shut down is Piotrix with the first kill of the game. Cap has also been abandoned by the side of Raki, and a situation that looked very dicey for the team of Opur suddenly has turned around.
Yeah, they started finding those angles on Barbarian. I think that was Reshek there, shooting him from behind. Barbarian couldn't turn left, couldn't turn right. You see the issue about this A4 position, though, Kihan. The terrain, the way it's shaped, you can always get shot through the bushes. You're not quite safe there. Not sure where there's always 7 of my teammates there in random battles, but, you know, comes to show, doesn't always work.
Indeed, now Pan's Fury here with the push through the 7 line with his IS-7. Is going to move forward, is going to take more and more map control. And if we take a look at the minimap actually right now, we see that the defending team of Opur, they have sort of boxed in the attackers of Raki in the northeastern part of the map. Now the double mouse from Opur starting to go with the engagement. Mentos and Brainbreaker, they're hard pressed to fight off the double CS by Opur in the A4 position. And I think Opur with more HP, with more guns, they're gonna be able to snowball this one away. The counter push does get started by Raki, but 4,000 HP down. Piotr on a one-shot here. Brainbreaker also falling. I think Opur is stabilizing in the turn of this whole match.
Yeah, this round they had the right answers. T-Sec there was a bit scary. I'm gonna be honest, like I was a bit afraid to how it was gonna turn out. But in the end, it worked for them. They found Barbarian, who probably was too far forward. I thought it was a good position, but he's not safe from A1 from the CS, so it's not a good position. You know, it looks good on paper, and then you look at it more in detail, and you're like, you know what? That's actually not good. Because you have the angle from F6, which had the 60 TP, then from 4-5 line, then from A1. A mouse is a mouse, but, you know, if there's 3 angles, you're dying.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, there's only so many angles you can angle against, even if you're a mouse. Now, Tomek here, 42 HP, but he's not going to unnecessarily prolong the game anymore. It's going to be T-Sec with the last kill shot of the game here, and Opur, after a pretty disastrous Himmelsdorf by them, finally do get a second point on the board. It's going to be 3-2, but still in Raki's favor.
Yeah, 3-2 with still in Raki's favor. All in all, if Raki just picks up the next round, it's still a disaster nonetheless. So yeah, they get a good round here, but they're gonna have to win the next one as well to then be more comfortable back in this match. With it all being even. See there, Brainbreaker, yeah, the position, it's not that good actually. I mean, it's good if you're not spotted.
But then again, any tank that is not spotted and has free shots at the...
It makes 30B.
Even with that one, you should be able to do damage. If you're not
Rhino on 300 meters plus.
Okay. I guess, yes. But...
I mean... Yeah, okay, continue.
Yeah, no, because you're gonna find other examples as well. I don't wanna.
Yeah, you know, Kian, one shouldn't tell lies, huh? I think this all comes forward to me saying you were right once yesterday, and now you're like, nothing I say can be wrong anymore, but, you know, you're lucky there's no fact checkers involved here.
Are you saying I'm spreading fake news or what? That would be
you have a
huge accusation, dude. But yeah, the fact remains, you said it as well, that Opur is still not out of the woods yet. If basically this map gets split 1-on-1, they still are in a very, very bad position when it comes to winning the entire tournament, because, well, one more round for Raki would mean match point here.
That would be correct. To be very right. How many fingers is match point, Kihan?
4.
I said how many fingers? Show the fingers, Kian. Yeah, well done. I'm proud of you. I want you to count with your fingers, Kian. It's easier for you to remember. Okay, let's not go too complex yet.
What?
But I see a 3-3 actually. I don't know why. I can feel the 3-3 in the air.
I mean, Opur, I think they incorporated some of the Postdraw players from back then, and Postdraw was, I think, a team that was very, very well known for having a deep, a thorough, a good understanding of Ghost Town as a map in 77. So, yeah, it's not out of the question for this to go to a 3-3. I think for the sake of the match it would be perfect, just because, well, you know, in the finals you always want to see it go to a possible tiebreaker, but we are not there yet. It is 3-2, so kind of early days still. Your prediction, how many mouses are we gonna see?
5.
In total. Okay.
Yeah, of course in total.
I mean...
Stranger things have happened, yeah, I know, but I don't think so. Yeah. That's 3 for one and 2 for the other. I think that's a, you know, decent prediction.
Well, we'll see. I think the battle is just about to get started, so then all our questions are gonna get answered, including who will be winning the round. Now, Opur coming in with double IS7, triple mouse, 1277, and a bat.
And a bat versus the double CS, the S-Conk, the IS7, the double 60p, and the 113. Of course, they wouldn't pick a single mouse now, would they? Of course.
Yeah, the thing is, like, from the Raki lineup, the triple mouse is actually kind of not that good for or against for them, that they're against them, because like the 60 TPs have low pen, IS7 has low pen, CS kind of struggles in against the mouse simply because it's, well, a medium against the super heavy in close quarters if he doesn't catch the mouse out in the open. But we'll have to see. Obviously, once again, the 1v2 in the medium department, Piotrix there with the bat shot against the double CS by Raki. We can see they have full combat setup, every single one of them, even Piotrix with the hardening. But now we'll have to find out what exactly is going to happen. Opur sending tanks north, south, a bit of everywhere.
Yeah, a bit of everywhere, just splitting in the beginning. We saw similar stuff from them against Grupa Speed, if you remember. Just controlling the angles. Not wanting to get caught out by an A-line aggression, K-line aggression. So for them, that's good. And you can see Raki had no such plans either way. They're quite content with just sitting back for now and holding the angles.
I mean, for them it's fine, right? There wasn't any immediate aggression onto the cap. That used to be in fashion some time ago. Now they're starting to take a bit more map control though. Brainbreaker here with his IS-7 is making his way slowly but surely towards the K3, K4 positions. That in turn though means that there is a lot of tanks that are not in the city and not ready to participate in the actual fights here for the defending team of Raki. They have a lot of tanks on the outsides. The 113, the double CS, the IS-7. That might become an issue if Opur finds a good engage in the city.
Yeah, good shot there from Piotr onto his cat side. Lowers his HP by quite a margin because of that big old 60 TP gun doing big old 60 TP things. But now you can see the conversion though. I7 to 77 from the A-line, pulling back. Rishek coming closer as well. It's going to be some sort of cap pressure by the looks of things. Either cap pressure or they will try to overrun Piotr's position in numbers. But we can see what they cannot, which is the CS. I was going to say both CSs, but one is leaving. At least the CS covering, potentially double CS covering from distance. And that would be costly. If they go for the cap, it's kind of a similar story.
Oh, good shot into Barbarian here by Ketsai, I think hitting the cupola with the mouse. But yeah, like Opur, I think they're setting up for some kind of cap pressure, but they don't know that both A4 and K4 are currently being held by heavy tanks of the Raki team. This might end up working in their favor because I said it already, like those heavy tanks, they're going to be out of the fight. Like, yes, they might be contributing damage, but certainly not DPM. And this is why we now see Brainbreaker springing into action with his IS-7. But like Tomek in his CS, that's not what you want to do. Fight close range against mouses. Yes, they both missed for the time being, but cap is down to 10 seconds.
10 seconds, but it's going to be Piotr to make the overpeak in the 60 TP. He does a non-connection for 0. Does get the reset, but now Barbarian peeking out as well, making his own reset. Here comes the S-Kong, the CS and the 113 in support though. Tomic and Brainbreaker here, they want to get Piotr to survive, but that's not happening as Orchak and DJ kind of just roll over him. They're now rolling over Barbarian in the 60 TP next, and this heavy lineup with that double mouse as a battering ram is paying dividend right now for Opor. You see 5,000 HP extra, just completely out-trading the boys from Raki at this moment in time.
Yeah, Raki now trying to retaliate. Yuzek and Monster with the 113 and the S-Kong coming in. Rishek, the next one to fall to the grave. Piotrik's a bit out of place here with his Badshot in the city, but has probably made his clip. Ozek and DJ trying to get the pickup on the IS-7 that is currently at the cap. Now, T-Sec also falling in his IS-7, making it a 5 versus 5 for the time being. Barbarian, very, very low HP. Opor still with the opportunity to get that double mouse engaged, that triple mouse even, that is ever so healthy, but right now choosing to go for the safer option, which is actually forcing Raki to come out of hiding, to come close towards that cap, where then the Batshot can strike from the shadow with its clip. Barbarian peeking here against Ozek, does not get the connection. Ozek instead just driving towards him, reducing him towards one shot with the ram, and this is indeed looking very, very good by Opor, who are gonna equalize the scoreline. Mentals taking 1100 damage there in a matter of a split second. Opor 3-3, equalizing it, looking good.
Yeah, Ghost Town seems to be their bread and butter now. Good for them. They definitely needed this after the shenanigans that have gone on the Himmelsurf. They're probably not too happy about that. But for the Rocky team and that hype train, that momentum, it's gone. You had it, you lost it. It's 3-3 going into Moravanka. Anybody's game yet again.
Yes, indeed. The two teams seemingly very evenly matched here. 3-3 and Opor indeed. They were able to sort of recover from what was, not a good Himmelsdorf by then. In turn, taking this ghost town and making it their own. Now Raki sort of, they feel like they are the ones trailing. They didn't really have an answer towards that triple mouse, and once again these German super heavies proving to be effective because you don't really have a proper way to like deal with them if you have to go close combat.
Rishek not having a good time with his I7. Not sure what happened there. Yeah, the 60 DPs not paying off too much either, and this lighter lineup from Raki, they're playing this very standard defense, right? And the issue with standard defenses is that Opor has a really good lineup to break it. They have all the angles, they know exactly what to do. They establish catch-up, as we call him, to counter Barbarian, so they can take the cap for free. You have the other mouse speaking as well against Piotr to not take any damage from the guys on the cap. They establish the cap, and then it's a lot of pressure on the side of Raki to reset. You saw Piotr over-peaking, not connecting the shot, but resetting. And Barbarian at the same time doing the same thing. And both of those groups just got pounced on in respective regards. Piotr just falling against a double mouse, getting bullied. Barbarian going down to low HP. But, you know, if you lose like that, the deficit is already in the beginning there in terms of HP, and it only gets bigger when you have to emergency decap.
Yeah, and then also once again today on Ghost Town, Piotrix winning his medium 1v2, basically securing the outside with less forces, and like the 113, yes, it was top damage for Raki, but like both the 113 and the I7, those were heavy tanks that were out of the fight, that weren't really able to contribute against the onslaught of the mouses. Now, that means that we are at 3-3 currently. We're going to see at least 2 more rounds, and both of those are going to be on Moravanka, a map that we've seen already today. Some pretty interesting rounds on there, but I think if it was in their power, both teams would like to end it here.
Yeah, of course. I mean, tiebreaker always a very nervous ordeal. They would like to end it here, but they gotta earn it. They gotta deserve it. So far, neither of the two have impressed enough capabilities to take it in regular time. I'm not sure if Mora is going to be the difference in that.
Yeah, Muro, after the changes, obviously a bit attack-sided now, at least that's what we consider it to be. We've talked about maps being sided in the past and then it went 1-1, but the other way as we expected it. So we'll have to wait and let ourselves be surprised as to what either team is going to bring to the table, as to what they're going to throw at each other. Hopefully everything, including the kitchen sink. But in the end, it's up to them.
Lineups is the question. Let's see if Opur brings back this double mouse. Singular mouse this time for Opur, double IS7, double S-Kong, a Batshot, and a CS63 to round it up.
And for the side of Rocky, we also have a mouse. We have the double 277, the triple E5, and the CS63. So Opur with the double medium, that should net them the spotting and mobility advantage. Then again, the E5's quite mobile, a bit more mobile than the Super Conk. On Muravanka, if you're not playing 1-2 or a 9-0 line, I would actually favor the S-Kong simply because there's so many fences and posts where your heat from the E5 could get stuck. But we'll have to wait and see. Opening-wise, Opur sending one CS towards the 1-2-3 to get some information there, sending Piotrix in the bat chat directly towards the, I guess, standard spot here. He does see Tomek, and he does also see Yuzek, but he fails to get the information onto Brainbreaker. That's going to be T-Sec to do that. Not really taking any damage yet for driving into the forest monster, the first one to take a hit.
Yeah, but Opur has significant numbers here to protect the forest. They're even bringing in Ketsai. They know that the mouse is out of the fight still for the side of Rocky, and Rocky here is very committed in. Panther Fury needs to be careful though. They're trying to get peeked, but Brainbreaker in return gets his back broken. Not his brain. We're going down to 1.1, and now Fury needs to be a bit careful then that S-Kong Monster has some sort of a position on him. DJ, Piotrix, and Ketsai shoot it to 3.0 line here. And right now, though, Rocky, okay, so you have this mouse in the middle of the map, you have the C5 at the building at G6, and you have an E5 on 1-2 line, Kian. That does not look good for them to hold.
Opur currently with the superior amount of tanks in the forest. Mentos not able to cross over into the forest in his E5. Yuzek taking some hits here as well for trying to cross over. Barbarian finally realizing he needs to support his team in the forest is going to come close as well. But first there is the still 2000 HP of the mouse that they have to chew through. Orzek sort of the delaying factor here currently. It's why Rocky can't bring all of their forces here. Mentos in that E5 seemingly caught out down towards a one-shot. Needs to be very careful as well. And Opur currently leading in the HP department. I would also give the positions to them. Good overpeak by the S-Kong there, putting a shot into Brainbreaker, only taking one in return. Brainbreaker down to 337. In comes the overpush by Opur, trying to remove the first tank from the game, and they succeed.
They succeed indeed, but T-Sec paying the price for that. He's down towards 444 HP. And also look in the meantime on the outside. What has happened, Kian, is that Barbarian and Piotr hardcore won that part of the map. Like, they wasn't even close. And now they have Opur surrounded because Opur was a little bit hesitant to take the advantage that they had in their favor. Barbarian has to be careful though, closing the distance. With the amount of tanks they have left, there's going to be a bad shot rotating towards the A line. He probably wants to find something here, but they have to be careful for the side of Rocky. Yeah, they're even in HP, but they have that one less tank to play around with.
They indeed have one less tank, and I think the Batchat that you mentioned might be the difference maker here. He can just freely rotate Piotr out in the open currently in his mouse, and we see that the Batchat should have a good angle here. Tomek now being rotated in, and indeed Piotrix is able to get the clean pickup onto the mouse, making it now a 4 versus 6. They need to pick up T-Sec as soon as possible to remove another gun from the game. Barbarian taking a shot meanwhile as well. Piotrix hurrying towards the forest to be able to give his clip. T-Sec managed to stay alive until now, being killed by Yuzek. So now it's a 4v5, looking more doable again, but Opur now leading in the HP department.
Yeah, Opur finally stabilizing again. They were a bit slow, gotta say, to repush the 0 line. Allowed Barbarian and Piotr to, like I said, dominate the 5-6 line. They really battered Orchek for minimal loss, which really put the game towards them for a bit there in terms of HP. But they're always down that one gun, though, which is a bit annoying, of course, especially against the potential of Piotrix and Ketsai, 2 mediums versus just Tomek. And Tomek on 2k HP, he goes in a 1v1 with a bot, he can lose it.
Yes, indeed. He doesn't seem to be fancying the 1v1 against the bat, though. He seems to be fancying the overpush onto DJ, because Rocky, they realize the longer the wait, the more time they give towards the Batchat, towards the enemy CS to get those flanks off, to get those assassinations off. This is why now the engage in the forest is being started. DJ still alive, still kicking, reducing Barbarian to a one-shot, getting sent to the garage in turn, though. And now that E5 does get found by Piotrix in his Batchat, aiming for what feels like an eternity here, bouncing one of the shots that he has, but securing the kill with the next one. This is forcing Rocky into this repush that they're doing, but I think they're running out of steam, they're running out of gas, they're running out of HP, out of guns, out of everything, and Opur are probably the ones that are gonna pull ahead here, only Yuzek remaining, putting themselves onto match point.
Yeah, we're aiming there for an eternity key hand. It's not because he's the same age as you, it's because he was on fire.
Oh,
it's hard to see when we're in, it's hard to see when we're in POV, but he was burning, and you know what that does to your crew.
Yeah. I mean, the crew has, more than one thing to do when the tank
so
is
he was
burning.
aiming for so long because he wanted to secure the highest probability, because of course his crew is suffering because they're on fire. It's never fun. And I don't know, I'm not really speaking from experience. I wouldn't know what it feels like, but I'm just assuming that it's not pleasant. But yeah, I think Opur made it close there. They really had an advantage when those tanks were close on the forest. And it took them a while to get DJ into the fight there. A bit hesitant, and like I said, man, Orchek not having a good time in that mouse because of Barbarian arriving in the D5.
Nah, the mouse just completely getting Omega rolled. But in turn, yes, I do think Opur were a bit slow with the decision-making of all-out pushing the forest. This is what ended up costing them a lot of HP and in the T-Sec in the process, but it was just about enough. Right? And the other factor that we have to keep in mind is that as soon as the engagements in the forest settled down, then all of a sudden it was once again 2v1 regarding the mediums, and a Batchat running rampant around the map is not something that Rocky can sustain or could ever want, right? So it is Rocky who then need to basically force an engagement, force a decision. As soon as the mouse dies, Rocky know that they're on a timer, because that CS, that Batchat, they're just going to run around the map, create angles, get the easy pickup on Mentos, who was also on a one-shot. So, yeah, good plays by Opur. I think it could have been a little cleaner, but then again, they did win the round, so...
Win is a win. But yeah, there was okay, Piotrix only does 1k in this battle, but he's a danger factor.
Yes.
This is why they're constantly re-engaging, because if the Batchan gets involved into the fight, they lose it flat out. When he does 5 shots, you're not winning anymore, but you have 5k HP left. So they try to make the re-engagement there. I will say, though, Brainbreaker beforehand and even Mentos, not the greatest of trades. I think that's fair to say. That 277 and E5 could have done a lot more, in my opinion. But it is what it is. It's 4-3 for Opur, who come back from a 3-1 deficit to make it match point in their favor. They have it all to do on defense, though. On defense.
Indeed. It is now basically flipped around. Rocky, the ones that cannot really afford to slip up anymore if they still want to take home the victory of the MillionPugs WoT7 number 11 tournament here. Map video for what might be the last game of the day of the tournament. 4-3 currently for Opur. They are on match point. They just need one more round to get it over the finish line here. Rocky, they do want to force the tiebreaker, and we are currently waiting to see what the lineups are going to reveal about how either team is going to approach this round.
Well, Opur is going to approach it with double 277 and Skunk, triple E5 and a CS63.
Meanwhile, Rocky bringing the triple IS7, the pretty unusual double VZ. Then we have a Batchat and a CS63 to round it off. If memory doesn't fail this, Rocky had a double VZ as well on one of the Muro rounds before, but this means that they have a very, very bursty lineup. The IS-7, on the other hand, so their single-shooter heavy tanks, not really the best of pen, not really the best of DPM. They are more the tanks that you want the enemy to push upon, to focus on those so the other tanks can shine and do the damage. Opening-wise, Ketsai once again getting sent towards 1, 2, 3, but he's probably not going to be happy what he's going to see, because Monster and Tomik, both of them very, very close. Ketsai is going to probably make it behind one of the houses to what will feel like temporary safety here, taking a shot, starting to drive away. Monster hasn't revealed himself, but obviously double cap is on, so he knows something is a foul.
Yeah, well, here we go, though. Brainbreaker getting chased by T-Stack, getting chased by Rishak. The gig is up, and Brainbreaker's time is up as well in this battle. Gets tracked, gets held. Engine damage, fuel tank damage. The next one could set him on fire, and from Opor, this is the start that they're looking for, but the cap is now the next question. They gotta reset. 12 seconds are the remaining here before the cap goes through, and here you comes the E5 squad on Mental Stomach Monster trying to survive for tournament elimination for grand finals for tiebreaker. 4 seconds left now. Can Ketsai do it from behind? 2 seconds. There has to be a reset. Araki is going to take it to tiebreaker, and there is the reset from Ketsai from the back lines in that CS63, and now Raki will have to fight. They'll have to get it done in the normal time. They try and re-push on towards Piotrix, but they lose Yuzak right before that. Bailing from the cap now, 2000 HP lead for Opor, make that 3k. Ketsai into CS63, shuts down this desperation cap attempt, and Opor now with everything, every position, HP lead, tank lead, and are going to probably win this WoT7.
Piotr now here, now trying to get Ketsai out of the picture, but doesn't even reach him, gets shot down brutally by the tanks from the 3 line on the hill here. Barbarian, the next one on the chopping block, does get removed from the game as well, and Opor on victory lane here are going to be the ones that are winning this in regular time. 5-3, Rocky here crumbling under the assault of the tanks in purple. Opor are going to take the victory here, 5-3, which by the way also was my prediction.
Yeah, like if you have to mention that. Very cool, Kian. Round of applause. Claps in the chat, boys. Claps in the chat for Kian. Even a broken clock hits the right time twice a day, Kian, but whatever. Anyways, congratulations to Opor. That's a steamroll for the last 4 rounds, though. Coming from 3-1 all the way back to 5-3. Brainbreaker's position there, he delayed them for about 15 seconds. He lasted 15 seconds, which is still 10 more seconds than Kian would have lasted in that position, nonetheless. But that cap, man, without the CS of Ketsai being in K2, they don't reset anymore.
I mean, they were basically at 100 cap points, right? And then you need that additional second to basically lock in the cap, and that is when the reset happened. So it was basically a split second that was separating them from being able to force the tiebreaker, but Opor having none of it. Basically securing it in the regular time here, crowning themselves WoT7 champions. That is until the next tournament, when obviously all the other teams will be trying to steal that crown away from them again. But Opor, they have won tournaments in the past. They are proving here that they're able to do it once again. Congratulations to Opor for winning this one. That all being said and done, I want to say gigantic thank you once again to MillionPugs for sponsoring the tournament, for all the people behind the camera as well that are working on the broadcast here. Thank you all. And the last thanks of me for today actually go to you, because it was a blast casting with you. I hope after the raid that we're going to give you, people are gonna hit you with those Prime subscriptions. That being said, Ducky, last words as always go to you.
Great form from Opor throughout this tournament. Beautiful to see. And I think we are going to have an extremely, extremely competitive qualifier coming up, which is what I'm looking forward to most, if these teams are going to be the ones to take it home in that qualifier as well, because the preparation starts now. What also starts now, though, is the introduction of our beautiful analysts to analyze what just happened in this game.
Well, thanks a lot, guys. Thanks a lot for that weekend of cast from both of you. That was great. We had some great finals, also toxic between these two teams, and we have Opor taking the victory 5-3. I have to say, well deserved.
Well deserved indeed, especially the showing that they had today. In the first match was insane, for lack of a better word. They performed pretty well in the grand final as well, coming back from a 3-1 and going all the way to a 5-3. So taking 4 consecutive rounds, great stuff. I mean, we expected them to win, probably most of us, but I mean, Raki gave them a run for their money, and Opor just showing that they can perform even versus really, really good teams.
Yeah, I mean, it was a bit scary when they were 1-3 down and Raki was just looking on track. It felt like they still had the momentum from the losers bracket going all the way to the grand finals. But Opor, like you mentioned, 4 rounds in a row, very clean. And we should probably take a look at the replays to exactly see what happened between those two teams. As you can see, we were starting on Sun the River. Raki was on the attack, Opor on the defense. And Opor, they went for some pretty aggressive opening with double 277 crossing over the north. And at the end of the day, even though Raki had that aggressive initial, that worked well in favor of Opor.
Yeah, I mean, Yushek almost deleted completely at the start, and then you just have that Stritzwang of Piotrix getting in position, and he just hammers damage into this push of Raki, which really just helps Opor out a lot. The only little upset you have here is that Piotrix does get set on fire. If that doesn't happen, I don't think this match even gets as close as it, I mean, was, kind of. It was like 2000 HP difference in the end. If the STRV doesn't burn there, it's probably more like 4000, 5000. But in the end, very, very convincing stuff from Opor.
And you could see that the way they opened, they were ready for this attack from the side of Raki, managing to take down one tank initially before taking any major damage on your side is good. And we have to admit that on their attack, it looked great. It looked amazing at the start because they managed to take a lot of damage on Yusek, but that repush from the side of Raki was, you can see Barbarian and Monster joining their team, going after all of those tanks on the mid. Also, Piotr actually going first to take the damage and then just getting back behind that dune to spread the damage received over his teammates. That was probably well played and the best decision they had at that time.
Yeah, good stuff from Piotr. What Opor was lacking here was a tank to give crossfire on this push. They did have the E5 in the middle, but a tank at D2 would have probably sealed the deal for them. So that tank missing is kind of what allowed Raki to just take this round from Opor. But I mean, they played very well, especially Piotr, you know, tanking the shots, but also still being able to keep his gun in the game, which is really important, especially such a high alpha gun that does 750 damage a shot. Keeping that in the game is always important.
Even the 60 TP, pretty interesting and great armor, so even if you're on a one shot, you still need to commit a lot of resources to get the kill, and you said 750 alpha, always welcome, even if you go down after. Next up on Immelsdorf, we had Raki on the attack, Opor on the defense, and Raki, they went for the aggression over the banana and the hill, and they managed to combine on those tanks over the D line, and in return you could see that Opor was going with those 113 and 50 Bs over the G line, trying to get back to the banana, but on that 800, one of the 50B missed a shot, so there's the need of a 113 to help. That was the first mistake, and afterwards you felt, you could feel that the 50Bs were not the greatest things anymore to play in those micro trades.
Yeah, usually you do really want outlawers in these endgame scenarios, but you also need tanks that are able to tank for you, and you didn't really have that here. Only guy that still had HP apart from the 50Bs was Rexar, so for the 50Bs to deal damage they would always have to take shots back, which is not really a scenario you want to be in, which ultimately led to Raki taking the victory here.
Yeah, I mean, good stuff from Raki there, and Opor next were down on their on their attack. They went for like a combine again, banana hill, but this time what's good about Raki is that they managed to pick up a nice one almost freely at the banana. Afterwards you could see that Opor, they had the opportunity to force Raki to close up because of the cap pressure, but that focus fire on that push, that was not it.
Yeah, also Jackie mentioned it earlier, you have these 2 mouses at the other side of the map for Opor. To be honest, as Raki, you kind of just say, okay, you can have the mouses there, we'll play the other side of the map, which is what happened here. So even though the HP are pretty close, you can see that all of the HP are out of the game for the team of Opor, so Raki really just has to kind of clear up here the more lighter tanks and then can take on the mouses later in the game when they have a lot of guns left. and are basically in a 4 versus 1 situation.
Yeah, all good stuff. Raki was 3-1 up at that moment, but then we had Ghost Town, where Oppo has simply been impressive all over the tournament, and you could see they started really well with their defense. Good use of the CSs to take control of A1 and counter the approach of Raki, on top of it getting the kill on Barbarian, and you could see that the entire time on their defense they had control 4k, 5k HP up.
And I mean, this was a very interesting match because there was no really standout situation where you could have pinpointed, okay, this is where the match actually got decided.
Yep.
It just felt like Oppo was constantly winning every single trade they were taking, and all of these small trades that they won is what won them the match ultimately. So that just comes down to players really knowing what they are doing, knowing the map, knowing how to take trades, where to take trades, and when to take trades. So great stuff also on a player level here from Oppo.
Yeah, they have been brilliant on that map, and we're gonna get to see shortly also what they did on their attack on Ghost Town. And honestly, it was very interesting the way they attacked, forcing the pressure on Raki instantly with the cap pressure, then utilizing the double mouse to push into the 60 TP. I said the 60 TP because this is usually the tank you see in this position, and then the lineup they have, this is their main force. Because Raki, you can see they're so spread, and the tanks they have, a 113 double CS and i7, those are not the greatest for the defense.
Yeah, I must say that I'm kind of surprised actually that Raki didn't see this coming, because the triple commit into the cap with several variations how to play around it is something that's been done a lot of times and has been done for a long time. So Raki not being completely ready for it is kind of just bad on their side. But also just Oppo executing it perfectly helped them win this round.
I felt like they had the perfect lineup. I think Daki said it, and that was correct. When you want to go for that base to capture and force a brawl, and you face a team with double CS 97, 103, you see the only real tank they had that has the HPs and the DPM to really work in those brawls is the S-Conk. And well, Oppo, impressive attack. That's one of the only rounds we have seen winning on the attack on that map actually during the entire tournament.
Yeah, it's really hard to pull off a victory on Ghost Town in the attack. However, going to the next match, Morovanka, also a map that is usually more of a 1-1 map due to how one-sided it is. But Oppo coming on with a very, very strong attack here. You kind of expect that from Oppo. You know, they play very tactically in the forest, try to dig out every single mistake that Raki does and utilize it for their benefit.
I mean, I prefer seeing that from Raki than the standard defenses when you just don't have any map control. They went for the brawl, the forest, but you could see that Oppo, they expected that and they went there with almost their entire team. They only had the mouse left alone around the middle. So both of these teams actually knowing what they have to do, but I gotta say that Oppo, they got the right read on that.
Yeah, they got the right read, and they also then knew how to transfer it into their own gameplay, how to adapt what they wanted to do initially in order to convert it into a victory. I think we were just missing the last round, but that was the defensive victory for Oppo, which was also a very good setup from them. Winning in the defense on this map is quite hard to pull off, but Oppo did it in a very convincing manner. They had a tank on, I think, E7 to...
We're gonna get to see it. I think the replays are back. There's like a slight issue happening, but we're back on the replays. Toxic, as we see the end of the first move round where Oppo took the victory on their attack, which is the probably best side on that map. And next up on their defense, well, we were scared for them, honestly, because we had the feeling they would get capped by Raki, because they went for like some aggression over the forest. But at the end of the day, Ketsai actually saving the day for his team, avoiding the tiebreaker with CS decap at the actual last second as we get to see the round. As I was saying, Oppo going for some very aggressive opening, as you can see, Ketsai running with his CS. And what's your take on that? What do you think about that last round?
I mean, it's a very interesting approach from Raki here, putting Rainbreaker in this situation to buy time.
Yeah.
And I mean, it almost worked out for them, right? They had, I think, 1 second or even sub 1 second on the cap, And it's really just Ketsai getting that decap from the K line, what saved the match from Opur. So I feel like, yes, it was well planned, but also maybe a bit of luck involved.
I mean, I think it's a pretty clear decap he has, but at the end of the day, considering the time left, it comes down to RNG, one unlucky miss, and then you're going straight up into the tiebreaker. So, after all, though, if you just take in consideration the positions they had, Opur had a very comfortable game to play. They had Araki completely surrounded. They had control over the mid, the north, the south. So, it was very, very delivering for them to get that decap. Because afterwards, you could see very dominant victory, almost 9k HP left with 5 tanks. Congratulations once again to Opur. They are our MillionPugs WoT7 number 11 winners.
Yeah, it must feel great to end the tournament like that, especially considering you have the upcoming qualifier for the China tournament, for the WCI tournament. Going in there with a victory in the back of your head is kind of good for you, because you will be able to kind of intimidate other teams almost, and be able to use the psychological advantage as well.
Yeah, I mean, like most of the teams, they're going to be very hyped to play the next WoT7 that we'll have at the end of July, 28th to 30th. That's going to be very interesting. We're going to have many competitives like we had. I think in this tournament, we had a ton of competitive teams. Maybe too much matches that were one-sided at the end of the day. We can also probably take a look at the brackets again to just summarize that entire tournament. We had a total of 6 teams were battling Toxic. At the end of the day, Opur and Raki in the finals. Were that the 2 teams you expected there?
I think yes, probably, because both of those teams won their respective group in the group stages.
Okay.
The other team that was open for contesting that, I think, was GDVB1.
Yeah.
Didn't really expect Druparsby to perform this well, but they did, so kudos to them. For Aurora and Smile, I don't think they are really at the level yet to compete for the top 3, top 2, even top 1 position.
Agreed.
So we kind of see a result that was somewhat to be expected.
Yeah, I guess only GDV1 was pretty much underperforming in comparison to the last tournament they had, where they were super dominant and where they took the victory over Opur in the scoreline of 5-1 in the grand finals, if I'm not mistaken. Also not dropping a single match, winning the winner's bracket there. I mean, maybe the players' changes they made were not the greatest. You could see that the dynamic in the team was maybe different. Their play style, maybe their communication was a bit harder with new players. I don't know about that, but at least didn't work as great as it was for this tournament. Toxic, I also would like to thank you for the weekend. It was a pleasure analyzing all of these games with you. We also mentioned our casters, great job from them. And we also have to give a huge thanks to our sponsor, MillionPugs, for sponsoring this tournament, this event. Don't hesitate to check them out. They are great. You also have the exclamation point MillionPugs pugs in the chat. I mean, most of you guys have been using them all over the weekend, so you probably know about them. But don't hesitate to check what they are doing. This is very interesting, especially if you're playing a lot of World of Tanks.
It is. You can get some great rewards from them. It's actually great service. It's very easy to use, so head on over there. Also, again, thanks to you as well, Insane, for having me, for hosting this tournament together with me. Thanks to our beautiful casters. Thanks to the teams for showing up and showing what they can do. After the stream, we will be hosting you guys over to the Killzor. For those of you that haven't finished getting your drops yet, the special drop will be available also on the Killzor stream. So make sure to tune in there and maybe leave your Prime sub if you haven't already. That's all for me. Do you have anything left to say, Insane?
Well, we have to wish all the viewers a crazy and amazing night, and we'll get to see you probably in the next tournament, the WCI qualifier WoT7 number 12, end of July. Have a great night, everyone.
Are you sick and tired of being relentlessly shamed for your lack of skins and loot boxes and other cool things? Well, don't worry about it. We've got you covered, Jimmy. Hi Hi there, we're MillionPugs. You've probably seen our logo on stream, but here's what we actually do. MillionPugs earns you skins and in-game rewards whenever you shop online. When you shop with any of our partnered brands, you earn our own loyalty points, called Pugs. You then swap those Pugs for some spiffy World of Tanks loot like premium tanks, premium account access, and gold. Anyway, head on over to millionpugs.com now and sign up for free.